today on Divorce Court.
Antonio cheated on me.
She never trusts me. I can go to the store, I'm cheating.
He lied to me.
If I go to the garbage can, I'm cheating.
You know, I saw him actually cheat on me.
If I go around her mama's house, I'm cheating. If I go around my mama's house, I'm cheating. Put a cat in the house, you probably think I'm cheating with the cat as well.
Hold up, now, there's something is wrong here. I look in the window and I'm seeing them having sex.
She constantly believes that I'm having sex with anybody who comes around.
He needs to make sure that, you know, I'm the only woman in his life if that's what he wants to do, of marrying me.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Michelle Cheatham and Antonio Dillard. The two of you have been together for 3 years. You've been living together, but you do not want to live together anymore. Ms. Cheatham, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about this relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, we're here today because I just don't trust him. You know, he cheated on me. Can I explain what happened?
Please.
We went out for drinks, me and a close family member, and we had a nice little party and get together. So we decided to bring the party home.
Mm-hmm.
So we continue, and as we continue, they wanted me to go to the store. I knew something went wrong. Why, you know, why you want me to go to the store of all people? Why not him? Why not you? You know, so I didn't trust the situation. So I went parked my car down the street and I walked back to the house and went around the house, you know, and I saw them having sexual intercourse. And I broke the window. And, you know.
You broke the window? Why didn't you just go in the door?
Because I was trying to get in the house.
Oh, why didn't you just go in the door?
It was locked.
Oh. Now, Mr. Dillard, did you really go home and send her to the store and to have a quickie with the woman and lock her out to make sure she didn't get back in? Did you really think that would work?
Of course I did. I didn't. I really didn't think that it would work. It didn't happen exactly like she said.
Will you tell me how you say it happened? What do you say?
We all went out. You know, we had some drinks, and the person kept, you know, they pursued it. They gave it to me, and they told me about it, and this, that, and other little stuff leading up to that. I told her about it as well, because I didn't want to do it.
Right.
But I was drinking. Look at her. Take it.
See, that's the thing. You didn't want to do it, but how did it happen?
Yeah, well,
how did it happen?
Look, alcohol is some strong stuff now.
Oh, I agree with you. Your judgment goes and all that kind of stuff, but if you knew there was a problem, why didn't you make sure you went to go get some stuff instead of her?
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of have like a 50-50 thing on that. I tried to do my best, and I was too intoxicated to try to go to a store, period. I know that.
So why didn't you just say everybody stay where they are? You kind of wanted to, right?
A little bit, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did, yeah. Now, Miss Cheatham,
a wee bit.
how long had you been with him when that occurred?
What, 2.5 years? This was recently. So,
2.5 years.
So, I mean,
it was recently.
This probably happened like 3 months
about
ago.
2.5 years ago.
That's what I call a DKM, a drop-kickable moment. Why would you not just drop-kick this dude out the door? You're not married to him. You're living with him.
I tried to do more than that, Your Honor. I mean, I honestly and truthfully, I tried to...
Well, when I say drop-kickable, I mean don't drop-kick him physically. I mean get rid of him.
Well, that's what you did,
I wanted to physically drop-kick him, though.
I didn't make that clear.
Right.
I'm not advocating violence. I'm advocating a leaving.
Right.
But what about the beating?
How come you didn't?
Tell about the beating.
Beating?
Yeah.
You deserve that. You don't think that you should have deserved what you got?
No, not
What
really.
happened, Mr. Dillard?
All right, listen, this is what happened. It wasn't quite like that. It's not like me and the people, the close family members, having some kind of passionate love and anything like that. It wasn't like that. She's been accusing me of cheating from day one, since day one.
Right.
I mean, no matter since I met her.
But she did catch you in bed with this other woman. I mean, there's no quite getting around that, is there?
No, there's no getting around that. She caught me on that one.
Okay, all right. Is that the only time you cheated on her, or is this a regular event?
Yes. Take it.
Mr. Dillard, why don't you tell me what the problem is? You say there's a lot of arguing and stuff going on. What's your problem with the relationship?
She's lazy. She's very lazy. She's insecure no matter what. I mean, since day one, I had the same number that I've been having for years.
Right.
People call. You know, this was the past. I wasn't dealing with anybody else, but if people called, she would constantly check my phone, go on the internet, access my code to find out who all I've been talking to, who all I haven't been talking to. And no matter what I tell her, despite of what I show her there every day, I don't go out, I don't hang out with buddies, I don't hit the club. If people call my phone occasionally now, and I put them in the place, and she still will put me with those people.
What do you think's going on with his phone and his texts and all the calls?
Let me tell you something. First of all, he be saying that he put them in their place, but it shouldn't take you 20 minutes of the whole conversation, because it shows me how long they stay on the phone. It shouldn't take you 20 minutes to put somebody in their place. I got a woman. That's it. It's the end of it. You shouldn't have to go and draw out a whole conversation for them. You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to explain nothing to them. I am not single. That's it.
I got an example, Judge.
Please tell me.
I went to the doctor. It was a lady there. There was the receptionist. I don't know what position did she work there at the hospital or whatever. And the lady was calling me about the appointments. She accused me of cheating with this lady.
Did you accuse him of cheating with a lady that he was just trying to make an appointment with?
I did, because let me explain that situation. She would call, and it started off as the appointment. You know, hey, I'm calling to remind you of an appointment that's 6 months away from now. Not to mention, you started the conversation and then it ventured off to something else. So when we decided to, try to call it quits, he left one day, and as he was gone, she called my phone. And she went to yapping, oh yeah, you mad, he left, he with me, this, that, and the other, woo, woo, woo. So how would you feel? Of course I'm finna buck on you. Of course I'm gonna know, and I'm gonna feel like you got something going on with this woman. Why? Because she calling my phone.
Now you missed that part of the story.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That is not true. That's not true. All right, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Listen to me. She goes so far, no matter what goes on. Me and this lady never met up. The other lady she's talking about never met up. It was nothing else personal, no physical contact, nothing.
Yeah, but there was some flirting going on.
I flirt with a lot of people. I love black women. I love her. I flirt.
You complain that she's insecure.
But I don't flirt like that.
You continue to flirt.
I'm not ridiculous.
Whatever flirting you're doing is making her insecure. So you can't complain about the insecurity if you're doing things to continue to make her insecure.
Thank you.
I'm right, you're wrong. Let's move on.
That's right. All right, let's go. A lady that I hadn't any dealings with, just knew her, through her. She accused me of cheating with this lady, took a lug wrench to her car, bust the windows out, beat the woman's car up, unloosened the tire. I mean, the woman had no type of dealings, none.
Ms. Cheatham, did you tear up another woman's car? Mr. Dillard, I want you to tell me about her rageful conduct. Give me a couple of examples of what she's done.
A lady that I hadn't any dealings with, just knew her, through her. She accused me of cheating with this lady, took a lug wrench to her car, bust the windows out, beat the woman's car up, unloosened the tire. I mean, the woman had no type of dealings, none.
Ms. Cheatham, did you tear up another woman's car?
And tried to tear her house up and her too. It was the thing they do.
Based
like he
upon
said,
what information?
He was over there.
No,
and I had asked him where he had been at. And he was like, oh, I had been...
I went over there.
What he said, at a friend's house. And I'm like, okay, no, you wasn't. How you knew I did all of this if you was over here? You wouldn't have never known that, right?
The lady called me.
So he told me exactly, we know everything I done. You knocked on the door, you kicked the door in.
So we was there.
Yeah, you had to been there. You wouldn't know my every move. I mean, even if she called you, you still wouldn't know everything I did.
I got to fuss at you. None of that does anything to secure a relationship. None of that. You probably committed a couple of felonies. You lucky nobody called on you. You could go to jail over some nonsense. That's number one. You mad at the wrong person. Number two, she's not your problem. She didn't make any promises to you. You're not in a relationship with her. Be mad at him. But keep your hands to yourself.
Yes.
That doesn't ever resolve anything. But now that I have said that, do you continue to be insecure about this relationship? And what kinds of things is he doing that makes you insecure?
I mean, the thing that he does that makes me insecure is the innocent flirting that he does, the way that he acts. He would, like his phone, that is the biggest secret in the world. He would get it, change his passcode. As soon as I find out the passcode, he has to change it. And he would make sure I don't see it. Like, he's one of those people, he'll turn his back to you when... Why you gotta do that? It feel like you hiding something from me. I'm your other half. You shouldn't hide nothing from me.
What's with the phone?
Can I say something about that?
Certainly.
She'll make a scene over anything. The reason I had the passcode of my phone is that she gets in it for no reason. It don't have to be no text in there, no calls in there. She'll just get in there and start some trouble.
Like what kind of trouble would she start?
And she'll just go looking up exes. Just go looking them up. Go text them and just see what they'll say. Just to see what they say to get kicks out of them. Then you want to
should be on Facebook liking your ex's stuff.
Does she text your exes?
Yeah, she will. She'll text exes me. She'll take my phone, destroy it, make public scenes, throw phone, anything she can. Skillets, plates, you name it.
Have you done all that?
Yes.
For nothing.
And what does that do? Where does that get you?
He's saying that it's for nothing. It's not for nothing. That's how I feel. I don't feel like it's for nothing. You know, like I said, with the ex thing, you had your ex constantly calling. He's friends with a lot of females that he's had sexual dealings with on Facebook. I don't feel like you should be liking and commenting on their stuff because to me, that look like my man is thirsty. I don't need a thirsty man. I need one who's just for me, not for the whole world. I don't want to share you with all of these different people. That's how I'm viewing it. He can't seem to see it from my point of view. And when you do these things and make me feel this way, you know, like you're hiding something from me, your phone ring, and I know it's a text message. Oh, no, that wasn't a text message. That's my game went off. No, it's not.
Yeah. We can go back and forth over this all day long. Mr. Dillard has brought with him a witness that will support his position about the nature of her insecurity. And I would like to call her at this juncture. What makes you think he's cheating?
I think he's cheating with her. One day I come home, they got lube in the bathroom, bracelets in the bed. There's the evidence, so am I still crazy or
Let's ask
what's going on?
Ms. Thomas, is she all wrong? She got it all confused? Are you just friends? So here's where we are. After we all agree that you had that one little mishap in which you were having an intimate relationship while she went to the store. Now you say you're simply innocently flirting and she's overreacting.
Definitely.
So I brought in a witness here that you have shown me because she's going to support your position that she's overreacting.
That's right.
So your witness is Jennifer Thomas. So I'm going to have Ms. Thomas come up. Now, Ms. Cheatham, before Ms. Thomas says anything, do you have anything else that supports you, other than what you were talking about, the sketchiness with his phone?
Yes, I do, Judge.
What makes you think he's cheating?
I think he's cheating with her. One day I come home, they got lube in the bathroom, bracelets in the bed, and I'm wondering where the heck it come from. So I asked both of them what happened, whose stuff is this? Oh, she's saying it's not hers, and he's saying he don't know where it come from, and both of them just looking at me as if I'm crazy. There's the evidence, so am I still crazy, or
Let's ask
what's going on?
Ms. Thomas, is she all wrong? She got it all confused? Are you just friends?
No, I'm Becky with the good hair, baby. To sum up the story, we've been having sex for like 7 months.
Well, why don't
So wait, what do you mean? So you still been coming to my house and you been coming over here and you still been having sex with me?
Hey, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I don't want anything to break out over here or anything break out over here. Becky with the good hair, you can come over here.
More like bad hair.
Seem like you mad.
Becky with somebody else's hair.
Something like that. But you know, it's paid.
Ms. Thomas, tell me the truth.
We've been having dealings about 7 months. We've, all kicked it from time to time, and, it just happened. I mean, I don't feel bad for it.
How do you know you don't feel bad?
No, ma'am.
How do you know her?
I mean, I knew her through another mutual friend, and we met like that.
And you know they're together?
Yeah,
And why don't you feel badly about having sexual relationship with somebody else's
I don't owe her no
man?
loyalty.
And see, this is the people that he choose to deal with. This is what I have to deal with constantly. That's why I said he want to make it seem as if I'm crazy and I always overreact.
You are.
But here's your proof.
You are.
You see,
How could she be overreacting and being jealous when you are, in fact, sleeping with her man?
If she know how to control her man, then she wouldn't have that problem. All she gotta do is play her role. Then he wouldn't be opting out of the miniature size and opting into the tons of fun. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Dillard, do you have anything you want to say at this juncture before I lose my mind?
Thank you.
This is a lie, Your Honor. A lie.
Since
She's
when?
crazy, and this is a lie.
Since when?
And that's all you got?
I mean, the truth don't go but one way.
Yeah.
And that's a lie.
It's
I ain't
a lie.
never heard.
So she just made it all up.
Okay, once, okay? But we weren't having sex for 7 months. Enough of that about that.
One time?
Huh, at one time.
One time.
All these one times adding up, though.
I'm gonna yell at everybody. I'm gonna start to my left and I'm gonna make my way to the right. First of all, Ms. Thomas, if women don't respect one another, men are never gonna respect
If
us.
you don't respect
No. It's me and it's me. You know, you have to have some dignity and class about yourself. Just because you're able to do something doesn't mean you ought to do something. You're able to do a lot of bad things. People with class don't do them, even if they're able to do them. It is tacky and wrong to say, well, she handled her business, you wouldn't have. Everybody says all that nonsense. It's not true. It speaks to your lack of character. It speaks to your lack of value. It speaks to your lack of respect for women in general and black women specifically. We are here having a tough time. We are at the lowest socioeconomic rung. We're single mothers fighting over a piece of man that's never going to do right by us anyway. And part of that has to rest on us to the extent that we behave like you do. I've said enough, now get out. You should have been finished with him the first time he got in bed with somebody while you were outside the door. If you're gonna lay down like a mat, he's gonna walk on you. Don't do that. Have some dignity about yourself. It's better to be alone and be dignified and righteous than with someone who's treating you like you're nobody. And he's treating you like you're nobody. And you're not nobody. You're somebody. You got value, you got worth, you got ability, you got intellect. Don't let him just travel all over you. You get rid of him. You just, you put an end to it. But he will never respect the line you failed to draw. Draw that line. You should have drawn it before. You don't give him no more chances because you know he ain't worth it, Mr. Dillard. You're a traveler. And our community cannot tolerate any more travelers. You don't have any dignity about yourself. You go from one woman to another. Get a good woman and keep her. Go from, or if you can't do any better than running around out there, then don't lie to anybody about what it is you're doing. Say, look, I'm not about nothing. I want to have sex with you. And I'm going to tell you, it's sad, but it's true. There are women out there who'll do it. They will. I know you're not about nothing. I know you're not faithful. I know you're not a right dude. You just traveling through and you may knock me up and not take care of the children, but hey, it's cool.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
If you can't be better, at least be honest. Get rid of this dude. This marriage is done.
I'm satisfied with the judge, however the judge ruled it. She put on some good knowledge or whatever, but you know, it was just some lies.
I see that the judge saw my side and she understood where I was coming from. She saw, you know, the hurt and the pain that I've been through with Antonio and obviously dealing with these other females. So I'm glad, you know.
This show contains language that some viewers may find disturbing or offensive. The views expressed in this episode of Divorce Court do not necessarily represent the views of the producers or me, Judge Lynn Toler. Today on Divorce Court.
When me and Greg first got together, he did respect me, but now the tables have turned and there's no respect whatsoever.
My wife needs to stop nagging me and bringing me down.
My husband, Greg, needs to step up and make me a priority in his life.
I want Kelly to know that I love her, but the clan is my family too.
I feel like I'm running a competition and I'm in second place and the clan is first.
The clan is my family and she don't accept that.
If Greg doesn't leave the clan, then I'm probably going to leave him.
The clan is my family, and if Kelly don't support that, she's got to go.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kayla Moore and Greg Barnes. The two of you have been together for 7 years, married for 5. You don't have any children together, but the marriage is on the rocks. Ms. Moore, why don't you tell me why we're here today in divorce court.
Yes, Your Honor. My husband, not only is he lazy and selfish, he's only had 2 jobs since we've been together. I've worked 60-hour weeks, and everything has fallen apart due to that. We fight all the time, constantly. I actually totaled my car not too long ago because I fell asleep behind the wheel because I have no sleep. I'm constantly going.
Now, you work 60 hours a week. You don't have any kids, but are there any kids in the house from previous relationships?
No, ma'am.
Does he take care of the household while you're gone? I mean, is dinner ready when you get home? Is everything cooked and cleaned?
I wish it was. It's more of playing video games and me having to come home and pick up his laundry right beside the laundry basket.
Mr. Barnes, is that an accurate reflection of what's going on at your house?
No, ma'am. She's selfish. I mean,
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Are you unemployed?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I'm working hurricane victims right now.
Oh, okay. So, but that's something that just recently happened. Before the hurricanes, were you working steadily?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, not constant, but I mean, I repossess cars, stuff like that. I always had a little income.
You all got side jobs coming here and
yes,
there.
ma'am, always.
Yeah, always got side jobs. Does he always have a side job?
Honestly, if I push him toward it, yes. If not, then he would sit at home and eat Cheetos butt naked and play a video game.
Well, that's a vision I didn't need. I could have gone all day long without envisioning him butt naked eating Cheetos. Mr. Barnes, let me ask you this. Do you believe that you're carrying your weight around the house? I mean, now, take a minute. You're about to answer. She's working 60 hours a week. Clearly, she's the primary breadwinner. Are you a 50-50 participant? Doesn't mean everything is equal, but do you take responsibility?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I mean, I ain't a perfect man. I mean, I do what I got to do, and I mean, I try to be a good husband. If she
what do you think you got to do, though?
I mean, I make sure, you know, I keep providing some way or another, you know. I go out, you know, make sure we got something to eat, you know. I try my best at everything, but I'm not perfect. Ain't no man perfect.
You know, it's interesting. You say, I try. She does. You don't have to do because you can get away with trying because she's taking care of your business. Financially, do you understand that she's stressed and that she feels like she's doing everything and your trying is coming up short for her?
Yes, ma'am, I mean, I understand, but I mean, like I say, ain't nobody perfect.
I got that part, yes, Mr. Barnes, but you're losing your wife.
Yes, ma'am.
And part of the reason that you're losing your wife is she feels like you're just kind of drifting about in the relationship and not carrying your weight. And if you want to keep your wife, you might want to change a few of those things. Can you admit to that?
I mean, I've had her do everything with me, you know. I mean, I try my best. I mean, ain't nothing, in her eyes, ain't nothing I do good enough. Nothing. Mm-hmm. And I get tired of her nagging.
What does she complain about you don't think she should be complaining about?
Like a few weeks ago, I had a few beers. I was, you know, late. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I decided I'm going to go down, do a little fishing with the guys. You know, I'm down there drinking a few beers, and I was getting ready to go home. Before I made it home, before I even come up the bank, she was down there wondering, where you at? I mean, what you doing? I'm fishing. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're supposed to be asleep. Because I'm out fishing. I ain't doing no crime.
Okay. Ms. Moore, do you have a different take on that story?
Your Honor, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I worked all day. I want some home time. I want some cuddle time. He's drinking. A couple beers, a 24-pack a case is not a couple beers. He's down there with his buddies fishing, I agree, but he didn't catch no fish. So it was just a waste of time from the get-go. Be at home with me, catch me, don't catch no fish.
Did you hear that? She wants to get caught and she doesn't want to. Do you pay attention to her? Is she more than just a paycheck and a cook to you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. I mean, I've been going through some things. I had an aunt that died. You know, I'm going through a change of life. I used to run wild. You know, I'm trying to be a man now. I'm trying my best at everything. She's just so jealous and selfish. It's just it's unbelievable.
Give me an example of her jealousy or selfishness.
Like if I go out with a friend or something like that, you know, she wants all my time with her, 24/7, 7 days a week. I cannot go outside. I can't have a beer. I can't do nothing. She wants me under her butt 24/7.
Can you give me an example?
Like, for instance, one time I worked out of town. I was in Alabama. I worked, and, you know, I got kids. And that was, look, my friend dated this chick, and she had a 15-year-old little girl. So the little girl was obsessed about something. I mentioned the little girl, you know, trying to be a good example. She needed good advice, and I was trying to do that. Instead, My wife thought I was trying to sleep with a 15-year-old, and to me, that's sick. I don't believe in child molestation like that. Everything I do, she's more worried about that I'm gonna cheat on her, or I'm trying to mess with this kid, or I'm trying to mess with another woman.
Has he cheated on you in the past?
Not that I know of. That was the first. That's actually what made me lose my trust for him. That girl, she was well developed for a 15-year-old. She's not all 15-ish. She's more of 25-ish.
I mean, no trust, there's no love. How can you love somebody you can't trust?
Do you feel that maybe she's concerned that she feels responsible for everything, and if you were to step up in a little more vigorous way economically or with respect to the household, she'd be a little lighter on the criticism?
Yeah, I understand that, but there's a lot of things, you know, she gets jealous of. See, well, I'm gonna have a marriage problem. There's things I can't talk to her about. You know, my aunt passed away. You know, she didn't get to go to the funeral. She died of cancer here recently, and I come home, been going through rough times, and she, rather than talking to her all the time about things, she gets mad because I might be over talking to somebody else about it, and because she thinks I'm putting all my time into them and not giving her no time. And
why wouldn't you talk to her about a family member passing?
Well, because it's not just family member, it's got something to do with her. Then I got she's jealous of me and being in the Klan, too, so.
As in the Ku Klux?
Yes, ma'am, KKK.
Good Lord.
Well,
we just took a hard left right here. You are in the KKK?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That's my family.
That's your family?
Yes, ma'am, and she can't accept that, and she's got to go.
Your Honor, I just want to say that I'm not a Klan member. I'm no longer in it. I was when I was smaller. My granddaddy, he was very racist, and I was brought up in it. After he passed away, I no longer had to be around it that much. So I just let it all go. And me and my husband met, and he met these so-called Klan members and everything. And I do admit they were close like family. But things happened, and they left him. They weren't there. He says it's their family. It's not. I'm your family. I'm with you 24/7. You can't buy love, and you can't.
Well, we're going to talk to Mr. Barnes a little bit about his membership in the club and why he finds it so compelling.
I have no problem with black folks. I love all people. I love all race.
One of your daughters married a black guy. You lose your mind?
That ain't gonna happen there. I disown both of them.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in race mixing.
You don't believe in race mixing?
That's right.
What happens when you race mix?
To me, that's a sin in my book.
Why is it a sin? So, Mr. Barnes, you're a member of the KKK.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Tell me why.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not racist, for one thing. There's a difference between a black person and we got white and you got black people. Black people get out and bust their backs every day, take care of their family. They're not out here selling dope. You know, they do what a man's supposed to do. Then you got the thugs. You got white thugs and you got black thugs. I don't want to see your pants below your knees. I'm not no homosexual. Pull your pants up. I don't want to see that stuff. I don't see your butt hanging out.
So you're saying that for you, inclusion in the Klan has nothing to do with color. It's
right.
A socio-economic statement of respect and honor. You understand that that's not the KKK's background, right?
Yeah, well, see, the Klan was originally, if you look in your history, the Klan was originally originated for not just racism. It started out for people, you know, like, say, if this guy don't work over here and he's beating on his kids, we'd come in and handle this man.
That's not true. I do a lot of reading. I don't know how many books you've read on the Klan, but I've read a lot.
I know a lot about the Klan, man.
You know what they've told you?
I know a lot about the Klan.
So you think it was an organization designed to keep advocacy for women and children who aren't being taken care of? That's basically what you're telling me.
It did get out of hand. It really did.
It really did?
Yeah, it did, but, you know, that's my beliefs, you know? Yeah. Like, see, I got bullied when I was a kid by blacks. They run me over, things. I mean, them are thugs. I don't like that. Mm-hmm. I don't like them at all.
Mm-hmm. So, since yours is a socially responsible organization, what is your view? Will you let black people in?
Yeah,
if
sure.
I wanted to join the Klan,
yes,
I could come on over and be welcomed by you.
Ma'am,
you smiling because you know that's not true.
I have no problem with black folks. Mm-hmm. I love all people. I love all race.
Right.
But there's a lot of things that are going on.
But you do understand that the Klan does things other than that are white supremacist, anti-Semitic,
yes,
all of that. You get all of that. But you're just saying your particular chapter isn't like that.
No, ma'am. This 2017, this is a whole new chapter. What happened in the past don't got nothing to do with me. I'm here to change the world.
Really? And you're going to change it to be a better place in the Klan?
Yes, ma'am.
That's deep. I wish that was true. I find that hard to believe.
I'm not white supremacist.
You're not a white supremacist?
I don't claim myself to be white supremacist. You don't see me out here in the streets running wild, tearing stuff up, beating up this black guy over here or stuff like that. You don't see me doing that.
A black person can move in next door to you, wouldn't have a problem.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I can sit down and have a conversation with a black man in a heartbeat.
I didn't say sit down and have a conversation. I said move in next door to
Yes,
you.
ma'am,
Two separate things. No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
One of your daughters married a black guy. You lose your mind?
That ain't gonna happen there. I just saw both of them.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in race mixing.
You don't believe in race mixing.
That's right.
What happens when you race mix?
To me, that's a sin in my book.
Why is it a sin?
God made us different for a reason.
Give me Bible, chapter and verse on that.
Well, what does it say in the Bible?
Read that too, by the way.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
What does it say in the Bible where it says we should all come together?
It doesn't say we can't.
It
It doesn't say. There is no prohibition between races intermixing. Just none. It's just not there.
Yes, but
you can thump the Bible, but you really ought to read what's in it.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you thump it.
Like I said, God has put us up for a reason. If He wanted us all together, He would have made us all together. But when everybody was born, you have a mixed kid all of a sudden, and you have, everybody together. He split us up for a reason.
He might have split us up for a reason, but y'all came and got us and brought us over here.
No,
yes,
ma'am.
you did.
No, ma'am. There are
yes,
slave kings in Africa that sold as slaves. Look in your history.
Yeah, but you still bought us.
Yep.
You still bought us.
Ain't my fault.
Yeah, well, now that we're here, you ain't happy.
The Klan was started together against woman beaters. It wasn't about color. It was against woman beaters, protecting your family, loving your wife. It was about being all about family-oriented.
And they just accidentally lynched a few black folk along the way.
Your Honor, can I jump in?
You please.
Real fast? Okay, so as soon as we get off the history lesson and back to divorce court, I got something to say. My husband sees the wrong thing about the Klan. I can give you some history that's a little bit more accurate.
So we are back to the history lesson.
Yes. Well, let me just say that the Klan was started together against woman beaters. It wasn't about color. It was against woman beaters, protecting your family, loving your wife. It was about being all about family-oriented.
And they just accidentally lynched a few black folk along the way.
It accidentally got the wrong people in it, and they changed it. And since that, I don't agree with that part.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm having a problem with the Klan right now with him because he decided, not only have we been evicted 4 times due to all Klan relations, the neighbor made him mad. So he decided to dress up in his Klan robe and knock on her window. He's been drinking a little bit. Before he left that house in that Klan robe, I said, Gregory, do not go outside in that damn robe. He went outside. I went to sleep. I was tired. So I was like, oh, he's not going to go. I woke up the next morning evicted because we had 37 cop cars come over. He decided to dress up, go knock on a window, try to beat up the guy.
Is that what you did, Mr.
Yes,
Barnes?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I did, and I don't show no
Why
pity
couldn't
for
you
it.
just go out there without a hood on?
Well, I did. He said I was drunk, slammed the door in my face. He was scared. I want to start my own clavering. If she's not going to be with me and support what I do, then she's got to go. I'm sorry.
I got you. I got you. Wish you didn't, but I do.
But that's why we're here now.
I got you, and I'm gonna speak to your issue.
Yes, ma'am.
And I ain't mad, but I want you to see something differently. This is America. America. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can be in any club you want to be in. And I can't get mad at you for being in the KKK because that's what you want to do, because it is America. And that's what it stands for. It stands for having the right to do whatever you want to do.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as long as you don't hurt other people. That caveat is very important. But I'm not going to talk about that here. What I'm going to talk about is the KKK in the context of your marriage. Even let's not even call it that anymore. Let's call it your little club. What you're doing is you're placing your club above your obligation to your wife. That's what she's upset about. You say if she can't get down with the fact that my club is first, she can go. Now, if your club, as you say, was about protecting women and honoring them and all that kind of stuff, how is it that you aren't being the man in your relationship that honors and cares for and takes care of your wife? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
That even if what you say about what you believe is true, you're not doing that with respect to her.
Well, I mean, it's hard to do that because, you know, it's hard. You know, I serve and protect my neighborhood. I don't want no child molesters in there. You think you're going to send a man to prison for child molestation for 2 years?
Mr. Barnes, you're in the business of groupthink, and you cannot allow groupthink to disassemble your home. Nobody wants child molesters in their neighborhood. That has nothing to do with the manner in which you treat your wife, paying bills, taking care of her, making her feel like somebody. That has nothing to do. One thing has nothing to do with the other. You have to be a grown, strong person on your own and not be part of a hooded harem in order to feel like you're powerful. And what you need to do is turn and be the man in your household first before you do anything else, or you're going to lose your wife. You want to lose your wife? That's up to you. But that's your problem, and that is what should be your goal. I'll let you say something because you're about to lose your mind over there. What do you have to say, Mr. Barnes?
Well, see, that's the thing, you know. I try to do a good man, take care of her. I invite her to everything I do, whether it's throwing flowers out, whatever. Nothing I do is not good enough for this woman. Nothing. I mean, I can't have friends.
I got you. Women don't want flowers. We want security.
Well, this ain't
no. I'm all done now. Women don't want flowers. Well, we do want flowers.
This ain't
That's
no
a lie.
fairy tale.
But we want flowers on top of security. You need to deliver what she needs, not what you think she needs. And then you might keep her. If you don't step forward, you don't have any kids with him. You know, hey,
This ain't no fairy
if a
tale,
sheet's the
Lynn.
best he can do, I would move on. Yeah. This matter is adjourned.
The Klan has been there for me when I didn't have a place to lay my head down and have nothing to eat, and my wife wasn't there. So I'm not going to turn my back on my true family.
I love my husband because he's got a big heart. He does everything that he can for his family, but yet it's not in the right way. It's more of him thinking that buying me a flower once every year is going to make me happy. It's not.
I say it in court and I say it live, and I mean it. If she's not going to support me, she got to go. I'm going to be in the Klan from forever.
I'm very aggravated to hear that my husband is telling me that I have to go. If I have to go, the door swings both ways. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you. That's how I feel.
Today on Divorce Court.
I think Keisha sees me a bit of a sugar daddy because I work long hours and I always try to provide for her and her family.
I want him to be able to pay attention to what I have to say and take value in it.
When she gets angry, she's a hothead, she slams doors and she yells.
Dale records our fights. It's irritating, to say the least.
Well, if Keisha doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to stick around because I just can't handle her temper.
If he doesn't change, I'm out the door today.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Keisha Ray and Dale Lamb. Ms. Ray and Mr. Lamb, you have been together for 1 year and you have no children together. Mr. Lamb, you have been here before with your previous wife, but you're here again. Let's figure that out. How all this happened. New woman, new circumstance. So, Ms. Ray, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Mr. Lamb and why you're here today?
We met through a mutual friend. Mm-hmm. Everything was good, except for when I first met him, he lied to me the day I met him.
What did he lie about?
He lied about his age. He told me he was 42. I guess he thought that the large age gap would be a problem, but he was actually 47.
That's incorrect, Your Honor. I told her I was 44.
You told me you were 42.
Well, you told her an untruth about your
did.
age. Okay, I got you. You told her untruth about your age. Go ahead, Ms. Ray.
Everything was good. We actually, since the day we met, we hung out every day for 3 months straight. And then he cheated.
And tell me the circumstances of the cheat and how you found out.
We had a conversation, and I told him that I'm not the type of person to go through another person's phone. But all the familiar signs started to come up. When he was very secretive. When he went to the bathroom, he took his phone. When he sat on the couch but he wanted to get something to drink, he took his phone. When he went to sleep, it was under his pillow. He took his phone. When he came over one day, he left. I went to call him to tell him he forgot the food that I got for him. The phone rang in my house. I knew I had about 5 minutes before he had to come back because I lived on a one-way street, so he had to go all the way around. I went through his phone. My gut feeling said something was happening, and there were messages. You're pretty, I miss you, I can't wait to see you again, and...
This was 3 months into the relationship, approximately?
Your Honor, we were not exclusive at that time.
You're at my house every single day. How are we not exclusive?
Now, Ms. Ray, I'm going to have to land with Mr. Lamb on this one. Women make an assumption after a certain period of time, if we're with you, that you've decided that we're exclusive. Just because you're hanging out every day for 90 days doesn't mean there is a decision that you're exclusive.
Then why are you at my house?
Yeah, he slept because you let him sleep with you without any declaration.
We hadn't slept together yet.
Whatever, but there was no declaration. We are a couple and we are exclusive. You said you hadn't slept together yet?
Nope.
Then you weren't exclusive.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You made that assumption. You never sat down and have a conversation. What are we doing here? Where are we going? What's happening? I want to be with you.
We had a
alone.
conversation. He asked me if I wanted more kids. We had the conversation.
No, that's not the conversation. That's a conversation. We interject what we want to hear in that conversation, and y'all know it, too. It's not just us. You dance all around it, but you don't actually say it, and then you rest on the fact that you didn't actually say it, but you know that everything you did and everything you said would lead us to believe.
The common denominator, you're right, the common denominator that she's refusing to bring out is that we had a mutual agreement that we weren't going to go through each other's phones. She would never have found out about the girl that I was seeing if she hadn't gone through my phone in the first place.
That is not true. That is not true.
You tell me what's true.
Because I actually got an app with a second phone number and contacted him myself. Within 24 hours, he decided to tell me that I looked good because I sent him a fake picture of this girl. I looked good, contacted, wanted to meet up, went to the place to meet up with me, didn't know I was there, took pictures. So that's not true.
That just shows how devious she is. Why would she have to use a separate app, use a separate phone number, and send me a picture of somebody else pretending to be her?
Because she wanted to catch you.
And she did. But we weren't exclusive.
Thank you.
So it didn't matter what she called me doing. We weren't exclusive.
And I understand that, Mr. Lamb, and you did assume exclusivity that wasn't there, but you led her to believe that. You know
I don't believe I did, Your Honor.
Oh, sure you did. Sure you did. So what happened after you caught him? Because to me, if you hadn't slept with him yet and you caught him on a cheat or what you thought was a cheat, that's a bounceable moment.
He left. We got in an argument. He left for 3 weeks. I thought it was done and over with until he came back before my birthday and knocked on my door. And he showed up, and I'm like, what are you doing here? I wanted to apologize. I couldn't take it anymore that I cheated on you.
This is after the 15 voice messages that she left me, crying and begging me to come back.
That was not true.
Okay.
Did you ask him to come back?
No, I asked him to talk to me. He blocked me. He blocked my phone number, blocked me on social media. Because I don't like leaving things undone. So you can't just do something to me and leave. No, I want to know why you did it and what your excuse was. But he didn't talk to me for 3 weeks. So I was like, okay, I'm done. 3 weeks, we're good. You came to my house. I didn't come to yours.
How long did it take him to talk his way in the house?
20 minutes.
20 seconds, Your Honor.
20 minutes.
I think it's just like that movie. He had you at hello. The fact that you were out, that he was out there, you were letting him back in.
I did go back to her apartment, and when I knocked on the door and she opened it, everything was a surprise.
That is not true. Yeah, surprise.
She was surprised to see me. She talked to me, invited me in, and here we are.
And you were glad he was back, too. Now, you come on in here looking large and in charge, but that's what you did.
It didn't go exactly like that. But, yes, he's back, obviously.
After that, were there any other instances where you found him cheating or inappropriately using social media?
About a month ago, he was on social media commenting on somebody's breast and asking for submissive women, saying he was single.
Asking for submissive women?
He wants a submissive woman. He told somebody he wanted a submissive woman and told the girl he wanted to get to know her and asked her how big her boobs were.
Mr. Lamb, is that accurate?
That is true. However, that was just meaningless flirtation. Some girl actually commented on me on Facebook, commented about my looks or whatever, so I responded that way.
It was one-sided.
However, what she's talking about, I have a classmate that I haven't seen in years, and she may be misconstruing these two people, but this girl just had emergency breast cancer surgery because she had cancer years ago, and she had to go back to the hospital. So I did comment on this one girl, how good she looked, and I did say something about her breasts in the comment because I knew her from school. She lives in another state.
Well, it wasn't sexual, was
no,
it?
that one was not sexual,
correct.
but she's confusing those two.
The Facebook message says they were just becoming friends at the top, and at the bottom, it was just his conversation. I'd like to get to know you. How big are your boobs? If you've known this woman, why are you telling her you want to get to know her?
The woman she's talking about is someone different.
I got you.
Yeah.
So I got the lay of the land with respect to social media. Now I also understand there is an issue with the finances, so I want to talk about that.
I took out the money because I didn't want to argue with him, counted $400. We're in a van with no AC. All the windows are down, driving through Arizona. $100 flies out the window. And I said, well, we're down to $300.
So, Mr. Lamb, we want to talk about financial issues, and as I noted at the top, you had been here before with a previous relationship, and you had financial issues with her, too.
Yes,
so I'm going to roll what we did the last time to see if the problem is any different this time.
This past January, actually right before New Year's, I went to the bank. It was a weekend. Didn't have any cash. I went to the bank to get a few $100 out so she and I could go do something for the weekend.
Right.
And when I went to the bank, I found out that we were not only flat broke, all the accounts that I had
were empty.
Stored, yeah, savings account, the house fund, it's demolished.
I remember that.
Yes.
You had more hair, but you had more belly.
I did.
So okay, less there, less there. It's all right. Why don't you tell me what your financial issues are with Ms. Ray?
Basically, she likes to shop, and she always wants money to go out and do things like that, shopping, and I'm not a shopper. I am a frugal guy, or some people might say cheap, okay?
Right. Very cheap.
I don't spend money just, crazy like. I like to keep it in control, and she unfortunately doesn't like that.
Well, first of all, you living together?
Sometimes. I have my own
Not
place,
really.
but we do stay together sometimes.
But you're not living together.
No.
Yeah. Tell me about the $400 test he put you through, because I thought that was deep.
Okay, so we went on a family trip, and he asked me to hold $400. Now, if I spend money the way he says, why are you asking me to hold your money? Second, I held the $400. We went on the trip. We had fun. We didn't spend any money out of my pocket or out of my purse. Everything we spent came from him. When we got in the car, we are on our way back home. He asked, how much money do we have left? I thought that was odd since we didn't spend any of my money. Or
of the money you were holding. Yeah.
Right. So I took out the money because I didn't want to argue with him, counted $400. We're in a van with no AC. All the windows are down, driving through Arizona. $100 flies out the window. And I said, well, we're down to $300. He thought I was kidding. Don't joke about my money. I'm not kidding. It flew out the window. Don't play with me, put it away, until we got home. When we got back to my house, he asked for his money, and I handed him $300. Where's the other 100? I told you, it flew out the window. You thought I was kidding. I wasn't kidding. What did I do?
Did you ask her to hold $400? And if so, why did you?
Your Honor, it was a test. I didn't wake up that day thinking I was going to give her some money to hold for me. I had some shorts on that didn't have pockets.
Right.
They're really comfortable shorts. She was sitting 2 feet away from me in the minivan. So I gave her, it was actually $600. So I gave her the money to hold because she has a little zip pocket in her purse where she can stuff the money. No big deal. The day goes on, great. We have a terrific time. On the way home, we were in northern Arizona, not Phoenix, and it wasn't even summertime. The window was only cracked maybe this much,
oh my
okay?
God, no, it wasn't.
Okay. Anyway, If $100 flew out of her purse and out the window, I'm 2 feet away from her, I would have heard it, I would have seen it, I would have slammed on those brakes, and we would have pulled over and looked for that $100. She didn't say a damn thing until we got home and I asked for the money.
Well, what do you think happened to the money? Because you were together all day long.
Exactly.
You didn't see any packages with clothes, boots in it. How did she spend it without you knowing about it?
She didn't spend it. She put it somewhere else in her purse, away from the rest of the money. And then when I asked for it, it was gone. Exactly.
No,
and then
not
to
true.
finish the story, later that night, I was pretty much done with it. I was heated. It was an argument.
No.
But I went ahead and went to bed because she lives closer to where I worked at the time. So I was in bed about 9:30, 10 o'clock. She comes in the bedroom and throws $100 at me. A miraculous recovery of $100.
No, and he's lying. Because what happened when he got mad and started storming around my house, throwing around my things in my house, I called my friend who owed me money, asked her to bring me the money she owes me, and I gave it to him from her.
Just to keep him quiet.
So he could shut up. I should have kicked him out of my house.
But there's no way that $100 just flies out the freaking window. That doesn't happen. Doesn't sprout wings.
He took the video game, the TV, locked it in his car. We do this tit for tat. So I said, you know what? Electricity's off. You don't get to use, don't charge your phone. Don't use my microwave. Don't eat my food. If you want to play This Is Mine, don't do it.
You guys have only been together a year. So I think it's deep that you guys even know what the other one has financially. You know what I mean? I was married 5 years before I could tell my husband. You know what I mean? It's to me, a year is nothing. You fight all the time, is that right?
That's correct.
Tell me what you fight about.
Petty things. Anything that it's just petty. We could fight about, we fought over a video game. My kids like to play video games. He has video games at my house. They're not allowed to play when he's not there. So when he gets there, they ask. He still tells them no. And I'm like, you can't tell a child they can't play when you're here and when you're not here. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make sense. If that's the case, get it out of my house.
So you guys got into a bad argument about that?
Oh, he took the video game, the TV, locked it in his car. We do this tit for tat. So I said, you know what? Electricity's off. You don't get to use, don't charge your phone. Don't use my microwave. Don't eat my food. If you want to play This Is Mine, don't do it.
Mr. Lamb, your version of that
Your
event?
Honor.
Didn't the police end up getting called?
Not on this one.
Not on that one. Before that, the police got called and I called them because I asked him to take me. One of my children was in the hospital. I asked him to take me. He didn't want to take me until his movie was over. Pause the movie. My child is in the hospital. So I left. I came back. I said, why am I leaving? This is my house. You get out of my house. He didn't want to leave. He took forever to take his stuff, and I locked him out when he went outside. He kicked my door in. So I called the police.
Mr. Lamb, did all that occur?
I had just gotten home from work, and yeah, I have a PS4 at their place, okay? Whoop-de-doo, no big deal. I don't mind that they play it. I had just gotten in from working 15 hours. I sat down on the couch. 5 minutes I'd been home, or I say home, but her place. I turned on the news. All of a sudden, her 8-year-old daughter wants to play. I'm like, well, look, I want to watch the news. I want to settle in, get in comfortable and just relax. All of a sudden, the 8-year-old runs to Mommy. Mommy, Dale won't let me play.
Okay. She lives there. You don't.
Is it my PS4 or is it not?
Then take it out of my house.
And I did. But the point is, I don't mind them playing the games. We have video game time all the time. This particular day, I wanted to watch the news.
I just didn't feel like it. Now, I have some things I want to say. You all like them, but I don't care. This situation makes me crazy. And let me tell you why. You've been dating for a year. He's staying over there with your kids in the house. They got the PlayStation. You're fighting about that. You're fighting about money like you're a married couple. Don't play house. You know what I mean? And you can't get married because he's already married,
Correct.
right? To the woman we saw on the videotape,
She
right?
won't divorce me for some reason.
He shouldn't be in your house. He shouldn't be staying there. You know what I mean? I understand, you know, if divorce proceedings were started and stuff and you're dating and whatever, but don't move him in and just hope he'll start divorce proceedings. You have to have boundaries. Y'all shouldn't be fighting about money because your money is your money, her money is her money. Y'all shouldn't be putting each other out. When you have an argument, you're teaching your kids not to have a resolution to arguments. You're teaching your kids, well, I get mad, well, I'm going to put them out, I'm going to put all my little stuff, you know. With every temper tantrum you have, with every epithet you hurl, you teach your children how to feel. And you're teaching your children that every argument is worthy of a grand departure and a police arrival. Let's not do that.
Your Honor, can I say something?
No. Are you getting a divorce?
Yes.
For real?
When?
I have done all that I can do.
You were here a couple of years ago with that.
5. And I've done all that I can do. Her and I actually stayed together for another 2 years after that video. But I have just contacted her last week. I've given her everything she needs to file the paperwork. It's basically in her court, and she's in Arizona.
Ain't no such thing. If you want a divorce, you bop on down to court and you file.
Okay.
She is required to respond in a certain amount of time, and then you go from there. You don't have to have agreement. All you have to have is conviction. And the filing fee. That's it, and that's all. You put him out and don't let him back until he's filed that paperwork. This matter is adjourned.
I said I wanted to be married before I was 35, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I'm just going to have to deal with myself and my kids, and if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, my divorce is not the only thing holding me back from being with Keisha. We have some financial issues, and there's some other little dynamics that we need to work out that a few came out here today.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm unhappy in my marriage because my husband is a cheater.
I had 2 babies by someone else because I was just doing me for real.
James accuses me of cheating because the ones that do the most assume the most.
I don't trust my wife because the whole hood know her. She's too friendly.
I would like for the judge to tell James to start respecting me, appreciate me more.
I figure she lies in my face all the time because she's scared of the truth.
I do not see me spending the rest of my life with him unless he changes.
I tell her all the time, like, we ain't even gotta be together. It's her who wanna be together, not me.
I want a man that is faithful, that's committed, and that appreciates me like I appreciate him.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with James Cannon and Aaliyah Cannon. Mr. and Mrs. Cannon, you have been together 5 years, married for 1, and you have no children together, but you have children from other relationships. You are getting a divorce, and in so doing, Mr. Cannon, you want her to pay you $1,325 for things that we will discuss momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Cannon, tell me, how did we end up in divorce court here today?
Well, Your Honor, you know, all women want a good man.
Yeah.
But a lot of women don't know how to keep them. So as far as the simple fact that, I mean, I admitted in the beginning, I was doing what I wanted to do. I done had kids, I done had babies or whatever, but I changed.
You had babies with other women.
I had babies
while
with
you
other
were
women.
with her.
Yeah, but it wasn't. We wasn't like. It wasn't like serious. It was like not serious. I was kind of doing me, but she was kind of
serious, and we was living together.
She was kind of doing her too.
So were you living together while you had these?
No. We wasn't really living together when this happened.
Right.
So we was.
Were you living with any one of the other 2 mothers?
I stayed by myself the whole time.
You were just traveling.
I was traveling. I was doing me. She was doing her too. She wanted to make it seem like, oh well, it's all me. It's all me. No, she was doing her too.
She was up to some things.
She was up to some things too. Like, Your Honor, it was for a simple fact. It's been some times where, when we was together, like this is why we was married.
Right.
I was cleaning up the house one day, and as I'm cleaning up, I found her pants, and in her pants pocket was she had some pennies in her pocket. This is why we were married, but they're balled up in her pocket.
What happened with the panties in the pocket?
It was just the panties after I had them on, like I had balled them up, just put them in the pants that I had on and they was in the laundry.
Ms. Cannon, do you think he stopped cheating or do you think he's still cheating?
Just a few days ago, I found that he was on a dating site. And on the dating site, you know, I found out through his email that he had this dating site, and when I clicked on it, the name of the site popped up and it was a picture of him. And he wrote things about himself saying that he was on there looking for a queen. When I asked him about it, he said it was a religious account and that he was on there trying to find other spiritual people that were just like him. But when you read what he wrote, which I have.
Oh, well, let me see it. What do you have? Now, Mr. Cannon, while I'm reading what you wrote, why don't you explain why you wrote it?
Your Honor, I'm on. We all got a regular. No, we all be on sites like whether they're like.
Everybody don't do dating sites.
No, not. I mean, not dating site. I mean, it's just another site that everybody be on. Like it's like, you know, people got Facebook or then they got other.
No. Let me read what he said, Joe. I'm fun-loving and free. I'm a provider, and I am the head and not the tail. I've grown a lot over the years from being in the streets to being saved and praising the Lord. I have a great testimony that I will carry with me forever. My story is beautiful. I'm just looking for a queen to share it with.
He put that in his divorce.
That's not really cheating, Your Honor. I mean, everybody have. It's the same as having a Facebook. That's like everybody got Facebook.
Looking for a queen?
That's exactly what I said.
That's saying I want a woman.
Yes.
And you said I'm free, and you're not free. You're married.
Yeah,
you're hollering God and lying at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You might be right about that.
There you go. I know I'm right.
It just at certain time, but I have plenty of reasons why I feel like I need to be looking for other things because she's not giving me everything that I need.
What is she not giving you? No.
I mean,
what is she not giving you?
It's been plenty of times where like I done changed, Your Honor. I mean, I changed a lot. Like, I used to sell drugs. I used to cheat a lot. I used to have a lot of different women.
You were just out there.
I used to sell drugs. I used to cheat. I used to smoke a lot of weed. I used to drink. I used to just go out. I used to just do everything. But as I got saved and put the Lord first and he delivered me, it's like I changed my life because he showed me a different path. Like I could have still been out there in the streets, dead or in jail somewhere, but.
What isn't she giving you, though? I understand about your growth, and I'm proud of it, but...
She's nagging all the time. All she
what
do
am I
is
nagging
nag
about?
and complain about nothing. Like, she nagging and complaining about Facebook stuff when she's on Facebook more than me.
He is meeting people out...
No. But aren't you meeting people on there? You're looking for women?
I just created it. I don't even be on there. You got to pay for that. I don't even... I can't even... I don't even be on there like that, because that's the site that you got to pay for. It didn't even start off as that a meeting.
But the payment
website.
part shouldn't be the part that stops you. If you are a believer, you got a wife. You got to deal with that situation
Exactly.
first.
Exactly. You're right. But the thing is, I was looking. That's not the site that I started on. I was looking for like other Christian sites. It ended up pulling me to that site.
Then go to church. Go to church.
Now I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm gonna leave it here. You know, it's not the site that you picked. It's the thing that you were doing that is contrary to the beliefs you espouse. That's all I'm trying to say.
I understand.
So, but my understanding is you believe she has been unfaithful as well, and that's what I want to talk about now.
Well, I'm getting to pick her up. And as I'm at the corner of the driveway, Aaliyah is pulling up with another guy in the car. Like she didn't expect me to show up early.
Right.
So I'm looking at her dead in the window, in the front window. I see her like she's in the car with another guy. But once they saw me, they back out the driveway and shoot down the street.
Ms. Garner, did that occur? So, Mr. Cannon, you say she's been unfaithful to you as well. Explain that to me.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's been times where my kids, they stay in Dayton. That's a whole nother city from where I live, because I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. My kids stay in Dayton. It was one time where I had dropped Aaliyah off at her aunt's house which is like in Cincinnati, right around the corner, and I had to drive to Dayton to take my kids back.
Right.
So by the time I would have got back to her, it would have been like 2 hours, something like that. So as I'm taking my kids back to Dayton, I came and picked her up a little early, and when I'm getting to pick her up, I'm at the corner of the driveway, and as I'm at the corner of the driveway, Aaliyah is pulling up. She was just now pulling up with another guy in the car. Like she didn't expect me to show up early.
Right.
So I'm looking at her dead in the window, in the front window. I see her, like she's in the car with another guy, but once they saw me, they back out the driveway and shoot down the street. I'm like, oh, so she's trying to run. So guess what? I hopped in my truck and I pulled up on her. I sped down the street.
Now we got a high-speed chase.
Yeah, we on a high-speed chase. Look, we chase. I'm chasing her, and I'm looking dead at her. So they at the light now. We stopped at a red light. I pull up on the side of the car. I'm looking dead at her like, hold on, Aaliyah. I'm honking my horn and everything. She got a hood on, and then she looking the other way. So I guess she thinks she invisible. But I know her. I know how she looks and everything. And I'm like, so the guy ran the red light. So he run through the red light. So I run through the red light. So now I'm chasing her. The guy actually busts a U-turn in the middle of the street, fly back up the street, past the police station. I'm like, you know what? I'm not about to keep on chasing them. I stopped chasing them. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with her. I don't know.
Me and the rest of the driving citizenry appreciate that.
It was a full-blown high-speed chase.
Ms. Cannon, did that occur?
No, it was not even me in the car, and I keep telling him that. I keep telling him that. Like, no, like, it really was not me in the car at all. Like I told him,
do you know that there was a high-speed chase that began where you lived?
No, he told me about it, and I was down the street. Like, I had walked off. I had went to the store. Like, I came back, and like my aunt telling me, like, oh, JJ was outside, and he pulled off real quick. And I'm like, okay. So then when I called him on the phone,
that's a lie.
He told me to go back to that you was just with. I'm like, what? I wasn't just with nobody.
5 minutes later, she calling my phone. Baby, where you at? I'm like, what you mean where I'm at? I just chased you up the street.
That
wasn't me, baby. I'm like, man, you know what? Don't come back to my house. I'm like, don't come back. Get your stuff and get out. So I'm at my house.
Your house. That's one of our problems.
So 5 minutes later, she pull up at the house. Oh, baby, what's going on? What's going on? I'm like, man, what you mean what's going on? Don't play dumb with me. I seen you in the car with the guy. Like, I seen, oh, it wasn't me. I'm like, man, you know what, man? Just leave me alone.
Leave it alone.
Leave me alone. Like, I don't understand, like, why she just want to keep on lying and lying and lying.
It sounds a little suspect, Mrs. Cannon, really.
Man,
I mean,
it really do.
It wasn't me, you know, come on.
Why was the guy leaving? Why was the guy running? Why was the guy speeding up the street?
It sounds suspect, but it really was not me.
Do you
like,
have any idea what random man was at the house where you were supposed to be?
No, because he said that he was outside, and he was outside the door, and a car pulled in and then pulled out, and he automatically just started chasing the car.
It was her.
So the car, supposedly, I'm speeding down the street, and the car is chasing. I mean, he chasing the car and talking about a U-turn.
She actually admitted to me that it was her.
No, I did not. I did not admit that to you. No, why would you
was jealous. You went on a high-speed chase. It wasn't that I was jealous. It was just the fact that I caught you on your lies because you always want to play the victim. Like, it's always me. No, I seen you in the car, so I wanted to show you that I saw you. Don't try to get away from me. I wanted to let you know that I saw you in the car.
Okay, I got you. It's a hot mess with all the free radicals out there. I got that.
Yeah. I had picked her up from work, we started arguing or whatever, like, and she told me, like, well, yeah, I slept with somebody else. I had a relationship with somebody. I'm like, well, okay. Well, since we've been honest with each other, So did I. I had sex with somebody else too.
Mrs. Cannon, what do you have to say in response to that conversation? There's another significant issue in your marriage that I think we need to address. Mrs. Cannon, I understand you want to have another baby. Is that accurate?
I would love to.
You would love to?
Yes, ma'am.
But between you already got 12 children?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many are yours?
I have 5.
You have 5, and you have 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I take it you don't want any more.
Nah, I'm cool. I'm glad. I love my 7 that I got, but I don't need no more right now.
Why do you want to have another one, especially as rocky as this situation is?
Well, I would love to have a baby by my husband. Like, it would really be something nice for me to have, but I can't have kids. My tubes is tied. So that's why him having them 2 kids on me bothers me as much.
Do you think that would solidify the marriage somehow, to have kids with him or something?
Well, no, I don't expect for a baby to be able to fix anything, but that was in the beginning when we first got together, you know, that I wanted a baby. Right now, if we would had a child, it probably would be terrible because we probably be battling back and forth about this child. But the problem that I have is the fact that I cannot get over the fact that he had 2 kids on me.
Right.
You know, like, it's very hurtful. Not only did you have one, you turned around and you had 2 of them by the same chick.
You know what, Your Honor? It's like, the thing is, her tools is tied, and I'm a guy, so I mean, my tools ain't tied. So it's
what
like,
does that have to do?
Yeah, no, hang on. Let him finish.
If she cheat and do what she want to do, won't nothing happen. Like, no matter how many guys that she mess with or sleep with, she won't get pregnant. But if I go out there and have sex, it can only be one time, and it can be like a baby. Like it's not like something that I planned on happening.
There's 99 million different forms of birth control out there.
Yeah, but that's not my.
Oh, yes, it is your responsibility.
Yes, it is.
It is your responsibility.
Thank you.
If you don't know that woman, if you don't know everything is cool, you cover it up. You don't bring diseases home. You don't leave kids littered out there. You cover that up. You're responsible for that.
I understand.
I'm talking about it's not my job. Please.
No, I mean, I understand that. I mean, but I take care of my kids. I love my kids.
That isn't the point.
But it's the fact that you had the 2 kids
That isn't
on
the
me.
point. I mean, you should take care and love your children, but you also should be responsible not to create them
and have
if
enough
that is not
respect for me,
appropriate under the circumstances. That's what I'm telling you.
You're right, Mom.
Mr. Cannon, I understand you finally filed for divorce. What brought that on?
It was one time, Your Honor, it was like, well, I had picked her up from work, Your Honor. As we got to the house, we got into an altercation. Like, so we started arguing or whatever, like, and she told me, she admitted, like, well, yeah, since you want to keep on talking, yeah, I actually had sex about what I was accusing her of having sex.
What did you say to me before I said that?
I'm gonna get to you.
The first time, look, that's what she told me she had sex first. She told me, like, well, yeah, I slept with somebody else. I had a relationship with somebody. I'm like, well, okay. Well, since we've been honest with each other. So did I. I had sex with somebody else, too.
Mrs. Cannon, what do you have to say in response to that conversation?
In the midst of us arguing, you know, we saying things to each other. You know, he's saying bad things.
And then
you know,
all
I'm
of that
saying bad
came
things.
up.
But when he said it, it crushed me because I know for a fact that he probably more than likely actually really did it.
And you just said it for a fact.
And I just said it, you know, just to make him mad, but don't get me wrong.
She told me she had relations first.
I got it. I got that part.
But don't get me wrong, like, I don't want to make it seem...
Yeah, I see we are completely and utterly off the cliff. I get that. Know why we're in divorce court. Now I want to talk about the money. So, Mr. Cannon, I understand as you're divorcing Mrs. Cannon, you would like her to pay $1,325, $325 for the filing fees, and $1,000 for property damage, including clothes and tires. Explain that to me.
Well, Your Honor, I actually did go down there and file for divorce, and I had to, because I felt like it was her reason that I filed for divorce. I wanted to get it over with, so I went down there and paid $325 for us to get a divorce. And out of anger, she ripped my clothes up. Like, she cut my couches. This is the paper right here that I went to go file for the divorce.
Do you have anything to show me the nature of the damage she did or what she did it to?
I probably have pictures on my phone about with my couches that she ripped up.
What do you have to say about that, Mrs. Cannon?
Well, when he told me that he had relations with that woman, the outfit he had on, I tore it up. Them shoes he wore that day, I tore it up. I mean, I wanted to tear up all the clothes in the closet for real. I wanted to break the TV, the fish tank, the whole nine for I was mad. But instead, I just tore up the outfit that he had on for that day. So the shirt, the pants, the shoes, and I did tear the couch, but that's both of our couch. Like, how you gonna try to charge me for something?
That's not both of our couch. I paid for it myself.
Anything that you purchase while we're married is both of ours.
Man,
what are you talking about?
she always trying to claim something
Believe it or not, I have a glancing familiarity with the law, so I think I got that part, okay? Anything else you want to say?
No.
Listen, here's the way it goes. You filed for divorce, you paid for the filing. That's what she's going to have to pay for her side, her attorney, all that kind of stuff. You want to get a divorce, you paid for the filing, that's it. She doesn't owe you the money for the filing because you believe she's the reason that you filed. You did quite enough dirt on your own, by the way. Number two, you can't tear up somebody else's stuff. Can't do it at no point in time. But the outfit that you had on probably has very little, if any, value. But I'm going to just do a little rough justice just because it's wrong to tear up other people's stuff. I'm going to charge you $100 for that, then pay him for his stuff. You don't have to pay for the couch. The couch was jointly owned. She tore up her own stuff. That's fine. But you can't be tearing up other people's stuff. Can I say this? I know you got... I'm so glad y'all getting a divorce. It's so good for you to be done. And I want you to be happy and move forward. Don't think about all the things that he's done for you now because you're putting a period on him. It's over. Women tend to ruminate on it, how it happened, why it happened. Doesn't matter anymore. He's just another dude off the street to you now. You know what I'm saying? You don't have any children together. You're a pretty young lady. You go out there and enjoy your life. Whatever happened between the two of you happened, and it's done, and it's over. Mr. Cannon, I hope that you have grown in the bosom of the church as you so claim. I really do.
Thank you, Jesus.
Part of doing that, there's no point claiming religion if you don't obey the rules that's in them.
Walk how you
and
talk.
that's what I'm asking you to do. $100 in favor of Mr. Cannon. It is so ordered.
I would have hoped things would have got better between us, but I know as a woman how I'm supposed to be treated, and I need to be treated better.
Today on Divorce Court.
I am doing everything I can to keep our family together.
I don't feel like her family thinks that I'm good enough for her because I was not doing so good as far as like taking care of her.
His flirting, it has calmed down a lot, but he likes to show me that he can get whatever he wants.
Well, I feel like Elena could trust me because I never gave her anything to not trust me for.
I am definitely willing to fight for my marriage with Desmond.
Divorce is not an option, and I didn't get married to get a divorce.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Elena Bryson and Esmond Bryson. Mr. and Mrs. Bryson, you have been married for 4.5 years, but you've only known each other for 5. So you must have gotten married pretty soon after you met. I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Bryson, how did you get together and what has brought you here?
Well, we actually met in middle school, and he left, and then we got back together when we were teenagers. And at first, we didn't get together because of his lifestyle. I didn't want nothing to do with the lifestyle.
What kind of lifestyle was he leading?
In the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then after a while, he kept trying and trying and trying and trying. So we finally got together, and after 3 months, we got married.
Okay. Mr. Bryson, is that a fairly accurate recitation of what occurred?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you loved her from middle school on?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I didn't, in middle school, I wasn't attracted to her. I actually used to make fun of her.
You just knew her in middle school?
Yeah, we was friends. We had a lot of mutual friends.
But once you met her later on in life,
yeah,
you pursued her?
Yeah.
And won her?
Yes.
How long did you date before you got married?
3 months.
3 months. What in 90 days said to you, I'm gonna make a life with this dude? Because you already had background on him that wasn't cool.
Yeah.
He was in the streets and you didn't like it.
Right.
So what did he do in those 90 days to turn you around?
It was just his personality. Just everything. Just his personality.
You gotta be more specific than that.
We had great chemistry. We just clicked right away.
Mr. Bryson, are you on the same page with that? It was kismet. It was meant to be.
Well,
that kind of thing.
Yeah, it was chemistry there. But most importantly for me, she wasn't easy to get. I had to work for it, and I wasn't used to that.
Right.
So that what made me more attracted to her.
Right.
So,
yeah. Because women these days don't make you chase.
Oh yeah, they don't make you chase.
At least as far as I can tell from in here. And the attraction of the chase is a great deal of it for dudes. Let me ask you this: once you caught her, When did you first start having concerns?
I don't know. At first, it was just lust. I was just going off of lust and attraction. And then I started getting the motherly love from her, the affection that I wasn't used to. So that would bring me a little closer to her. And then she was more of my best friend at the same time.
What about your background made you, made motherly love foreign to you?
Well, I grew up in a difficult household. I didn't really get affection from women in my life, in my family. And I was just in the streets a lot. And the streets
were tough.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah. Ms. Bryson, you say part of the problem that you're having with your husband is that he has so much anger built up from when he was younger that it's causing trouble in your relationships. Can you explain to me, give me some examples of how that's impacting you now?
A lot of anger. Just something so little, he just explodes and goes off.
Give me an example of what he's exploded about and how big the explosion is.
One example, as we took a family trip to New Orleans, some girls were flirting with him in an elevator, and he was flirting right back, right in front of my face. And I stayed quiet, and I had an attitude. So because I had an attitude,
he got angry.
My negative energy just like bursted on him. So he just got really angry. He left me, so I had to find my way to the hotel. I was angry that I had to find my own way by myself in New Orleans, where I had I had no idea where I was. And once I did find my way, he was inside of the hotel. So we just got into an altercation after that.
Now, it was a terrible thing to happen. He never should have left you there.
Right.
But I'm not saying, you're not showing me huge anger over a small thing. What's the smallest thing he's gotten angry about? Give me a sense of how unsteady it is at your house.
Just almost every day, just us communicating. If we're communicating and I'm asking too many questions or just basic conversation, he'll explode and be like, why you need to know that? You don't need to know all that information. It just like shuts down the conversation, and I'm just stuck with no other words to say. It's just basic
Mr. Bryson,
conversation.
I understand one of the things that you remain angry about is her failure to change her name to Bryson at her job. I think she uses it socially, but doesn't change it on her official documentation. Am I accurate that?
Yes.
Tell me about the conversations you've had about that and why you're so angry about it.
Well, I guess it got a little bit to do with my insecurities, for one. And for two, she works with a lot of guys. So when she uses her maiden name, they don't take our relationship seriously. And I just wish she would just change it. And so, I mean, we've been married for years. She gave me excuses about that she got to wait to the January, the beginning of the year, to change it. But we've been married 4.5 years. That's a lot of Januaries that passed.
Right. Mrs. Bryson, do you intend to change your name? And if so, why are you dragging your feet?
It's the reason why it's taking so long, and the reason why I have to wait until January is because it's on my medical records.
Right.
The reason why he gets upset is when I call into work, I have to say my first and last name and my information to call in sick at work. And
you have to officially change all of that in the system.
He hears that with the medical. He hears that when I call in with my job, when I go to doctor's appointments. So it's just like he thinks that everything hasn't been changed when it's only my job. That's the only thing that hasn't been changed.
Oh, all the other stuff has been changed. Just that one thing
Everything has been changed. My Social Security,
accurate?
It's accurate, but I wish she would just represent me, my last name. I worked hard to get her to get my last name, so I want her to represent. That's all.
Okay. Women get into a fight with their dude. They come and run home to mom and dad and tell them he's awful, now when he's wonderful, they don't hear from you. You only sell them the bad side.
Right.
So eventually they're gonna hate the guy because everything they hear about him is negative.
Right.
Is that what you've done? Mr. Bryson, you say that her family dips into your business because she's running to them all the time. Tell me what it is that's going on and why you don't like it.
Well, every time we get into an argument, she likes to run to her family and kind of put me down, tell them all our business.
Right.
So it's only They always just like to jump in our marriage, and I firmly.
When you
believe,
say jump in, what do they do? Do they call you? Do they talk to you, or are they just in her ear?
They in her ear, and I think that she believes it.
Uh-huh.
Some of the things that they say, they tell her to leave me.
Uh-huh.
She shouldn't talk to me. She need a better man to take care of her and all this, and it doesn't do nothing good for our marriage, because she just started looking at me like maybe they're right.
Do you run to them when you have a problem? Because this is what happens. Women get into a fight with their dude. They come and run home to mom and dad and tell them he's awful. Now, when he's wonderful, you don't run home and say they don't hear from you.
No.
But you only sell them the bad side.
Right.
So eventually they're gonna hate the guy because everything they hear about him is negative.
Right.
Is that what you've done?
Right, and you're exactly right. When I run to them, they only hear the negative, they don't hear the positive. But in my defense, I only absolutely run to a family member when I have to, when I absolutely have to. I don't...
How often do you absolutely have to?
Well, this year it's been almost 4 times, so...
What makes you absolutely have to? What occurs that makes it necessary for you to contact them?
For example, when I found out that he was cheating on me. Yeah.
When did you find out he was cheating on you and how?
A year ago, almost exactly
What
a year ago. What happened was he told me a story that he was going to have a prostitute, just one, that he was gonna have, and I believed it. I trusted him.
Even if he was telling the truth, wouldn't you find that that horrifying that he would pimp out a woman?
Right. Well, at the time, we were really, I know it sounds horrible, but we were really struggling really bad. And as long as I knew all the information and what was going on, that was his story. And
so it turns out he was sleeping with her?
No. Well, at the time, not at that time, after.
He started to sleep with her after a while.
After I left is when it started, so, yeah.
Mr. Bryson, can you tell me a linear story here? What happened chronologically?
Okay, so she left, like she said, and that's when I started having a relationship with the woman, so. It wasn't during.
Well, okay. Well, so much I want to know, but I'm afraid to ask. I'm gonna ask what the fight about, what the leaving was about, what the problem with the family is all about, and see how much I can get through. You weren't allowed to come to her family to
No, I wasn't.
Is it because they didn't like you, because of what she was telling them?
It was because
they didn't like you because you were black? What was it?
It was because, it was because I was black, and it was because what she told them too.
Ms. Bryson, you were okay with him being a pimp, but you finally got in a fight with him about something that caused you to leave. What was that fight about?
I've actually went to work a week later after he told me that he was gonna start this business. And I went to work, and a girl that I work with is a dancer, a go-go dancer at one of the clubs. She came up to me and told me, she was like, are you and Esmond still together? And I was like, yeah, we're still together. Why, what's going on? And I already knew in my head what was gonna happen. She told me that he was locked up with an older white fitness lady looking up in her almost 40s, and asked, if we were okay.
If you say that's old,
yeah,
I'm gonna hurt you both.
Oh, to us, to me, to him, actually. Yeah.
I'm leaning so hard on 60, it squeals every time I get up in the morning. She's talking about this old chick, 45. I got a son that age. Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
So that was what made you leave?
Well, yeah, and she asked if we were okay, and I have to sit here and explain myself at my job what's going on to this one person. And when I got home, I was like, we need to talk. And right when I said that, he, just like how he always does, get automatic defensive, and we got into another altercation. He left the house with his cousin. And let me mind you, during this time, he flew his cousin in. For the first 2 months that his cousin was here living with us, he never came home. Out of those 2 months, at night when I got off of work, him and his cousin would be gone every night. He would pass the baby over to me and leave with his cousin. Wouldn't come home till 2 o'clock every night except for 2 nights out of 2 months.
Now that I know why you left, why did you come back?
Well, there's
love, Your Honor.
Mr. Bryson, what do you think the main problem is?
Well, I was gone, but I was still in the streets, so I was just trying to provide for my family at that time. But we just had a lot of arguments and disagreements. It was the family thing for me mostly. You know, she used to leave me all the time and spend, you know, half of the holidays with her family and have to leave me with my daughter and take her.
You weren't allowed to come to her family to
No, I wasn't.
Is it because they didn't like you, because of what she was telling them?
It was because
they didn't like you because you were black? What was it?
It was because, it was because I was black, and it was because what she told them too. You know, they just didn't never hear no positive things that come from me. They only heard the negative stuff, so, you know.
But let me ask you this, Mr. Bryson. If you had a daughter and she brought home a street dealing, prostitute running, hothead dude for a husband, wouldn't you be concerned?
Definitely.
Ordinarily, I would tee off on him. There's a lot of stuff to tee off on him about, but I'm not gonna. And you wanna know why? Because I'm afraid that if I make him feel less than and powerless, he'll take it out on you. I saw his reaction when he saw you had makeup on.
Yeah.
That is a frightening thing to me.
Yeah.
That he is that insecure. So I'm not gonna tee off on him. I'm gonna beg you instead. I'm gonna beg you to be the kind of man that you would want your daughter to marry. I'm gonna beg you to be the kind of man that isn't okay with entering into a lifestyle you know 100% has horrible outcomes. I want you to be the kind of man who has a wife who feels safe and secure in her own home. I want you to be the kind of man that can look at her wife, whatever she does, she puts on whatever it is, you're not going to get mad about it because you're so secure in who you are. You're not concerned that she looks really pretty today. So concerned that you acted up behind the fact that she had makeup on. Ooh, what a frightening way to live under all that pressure. Home should be where you feel safe and sound and secure and like, whoo, I can be all off my game and I don't have to be on top of my team because my man is here and he's got me. But she can't do that. She goes home and thinks, oh my God, what can't I say today? Her family doesn't like you because you've done things to make yourself not likable. And I want you to remember the analogy I gave you about your daughter every time you deal with the family. If you want to keep this guy, which I'm sure you do, quit telling your family, you don't need more heartache than you already got. Yeah. Quit telling your family what's going on unless you're really ready to make that move. And Mr. Bryson, if you love her at all, go get some anger management so you can make her life okay. Because I'm that concerned about her. Do you love her?
I do.
Do you want her to be happy and safe and feel comfortable at all?
I do.
Are you willing to go to anger management or get some kind of counseling, maybe even marriage counseling, in order to facilitate that end?
Yes.
That's what my husband says to me when he's going to shut me up and wants to go to sleep.
No, I don't know about anger management, but I want to go to marriage counseling for sure.
That makeup thing scared the living daylights out of me.
She's just a natural beauty.
Absolutely, she's a natural beauty. But that should be, you're natural beauty, you don't need it. But you got angry. That's the part that scares me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This matter is adjourned.
I would definitely love to go to marriage counseling. We got a lot of things that we need to talk about to somebody else, and we need a third person looking in to let him know that I'm not the only one telling him that he's wrong.
The judge said I had an anger problem, which I do, and I know I need to work on it, but at this time, I think we have other issues that we need to work on as I work on myself.
Today on Divorce Court.
Today, I'm going to tell Jamie the real reason why I cheated.
I do not feel like I am the priority in Mike's life.
I want Jamie to understand that we need to work more together as a unit.
My biggest issue with Mike is the resentment that he holds towards me for the death of his son.
My biggest issue with Jamie is I feel alone and being alone in my grief.
The grief has taken over our relationship.
If this issue isn't resolved, me and Jamie are going to have to go our separate ways.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Michael Jackson and Jamie Friel. And the two of you have been engaged for 2 years, but you can't quite seem to get to the altar. You have, are you ready, Nick?
Let's hear it.
You got children from his, hers, and together. They got children 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 15, 19, 20, 21, 23, 22, and 24.
Wow.
I applaud you for getting here. You have filled out my compatibility test, and you've also given me a copy of your marriage license, which you've given me permission to tear up should I find your union ill-advised. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today on or before your vows?
Your Honor, we're here today because the grief that we've gone through has dropped the wedge between our relationship. I had proposed to Jamie, and a week after that, my son was killed.
I'm so sorry to hear that. How old was he?
He was just getting ready to turn 21.
Oh, I can't even imagine, and I am so sorry for that. What happened?
He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to protect his cousin. Actually, they both lost their life.
You two were together at that time?
Yeah, in fact, we were out Christmas shopping for all the kids when it was going down.
Let me ask you this. That kind of event can tear apart the most solid of relationships. Did it have an effect on yours?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Why don't you talk to me about how it affected your relationship?
I felt like Jamie wasn't there as much as I wanted her to be through the struggle and the hard times of that.
What things did she fail to do in your eyes?
When we were at the funeral home, we were making arrangements for my son, picking out a casket and going through the financials of it. And I noticed that she seemed to be a little bit frustrated or upset, kind of had an attitude. I mean, the body language, she wasn't saying anything, but the facial expressions at the caskets we were picking and going over the financials with the funeral director.
Did you have a difficulty when you were making the arrangements? Not that those kind of arrangements aren't upsetting, but an attitude that was caustic or static.
It was more that I had been bottling so much up inside, I was trying to keep it together. My body language probably was more, reserved, maybe like I had an attitude or something wrong because I was ready to break down inside. I couldn't handle
you were
everything.
Just trying to hold
and
it together.
I was trying to hold it all together.
Were there other things that she did or other circumstances that surrounded this death that put a wedge between the two of you?
I mean, I know that her and my son kind of, had their differences. And it got so much to the point that I felt like I was forced to, being forced to really make him move from our home.
Oh.
And shortly after he moved from our home, he was killed.
Oh.
And so I felt like that had I not been put in that position, I felt like he would still be here.
So do you believe that the fact that you put him out, or, you asked him to leave as a function of her request, was a proximate cause, was what made that happen?
I felt like that for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like that now?
At times, yes, ma'am. I still do.
So you think if had he still been living with you, that wouldn't have happened?
I felt like that wouldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm. Can I say this to you?
Yes.
What my children do when they're not in my house is completely unrelated to whether or not they live there. And I just want to give you that piece. I don't want you to feel like you were the cause of his demise.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Circumstances that happen outside the home are not controlled by the fact that he's in yours or not, okay? I want you to feel that way, and I want you to feel that way as well. Are there any other examples of how she behaved during the course of this difficult time that led you to believe that she was not the caring partner that you needed?
In order for me to get all the way through my grieving process, I created a foundation called the Q Project. And I spend a lot of time in the community with the youth, helping folks with their children that have losses and trying to transition, going into schools and things and talking to kids about gun violence.
And just good for you. I mean, everybody's saying, oh, woe is this country, there's so much gun violence. You took that one to heart and you made something positive out of it, so just good for you, but go ahead.
I just felt like I haven't gotten the support from her that I need for that project.
Specifically, what do you need from her that she's not giving you?
Emotional, the full aspects of just her coming in and you know, hey, babe, is there anything I can do to help you move forward, you know, and what you're trying to do? The support. The support is the biggest thing.
Do you know what he's talking about when he refers to support? What's he talking about?
When we moved after his son was killed, we moved to Texas, and during a conversation while we were in Texas, he had said something about going back to Kansas to do something with his Q project. And I said, well, you know, we're in the 4th largest city in the United States. We've made some contacts with some people about the, you know, your program. Why don't we get in contact with them and see what...
If you can do it here.
If we can do it here instead of keep going back and forth from Kansas. He took that as I wasn't supporting him. I didn't want him to go back to Kansas. And that's not what I was saying. I'm saying this program that you're wanting to become nationwide has so much of a better chance in Texas than it does in Kansas.
That's not all the way
factual. He wants to say something. What do you want to say?
That's not all the way factual, though, you know, because when I did say that I'm going back to Kansas to take care of this project, your response really was, you know, why are you still dealing with those people? You know, they're not really following you. They're not really, you know, respecting what you're doing. And that's when my response to you was, you know, there was Harriet Tubman, there was Marcus Garvey. That took one person to make a difference, and I'm going to be that one person.
And
that's what I said to you.
But
I needed to go back to the foundation where things happened. And that's where I started. That's where my root is. And, you know, I just felt like you should have respected that.
Mr. Jackson, I understand that there is another concern that you have. You believe that she's always comparing you to her ex, and I want to talk about that.
She looked over at me and said, well, he wouldn't have did it that way.
He formulates that, and when we're arguing, that's what he brings up.
So, Mr. Jackson, I wanted to ask you, you feel like she compares you to her ex all the time. Tell me why you feel that way.
You know, I know he's passed on, but I know that I feel like she still harbors feelings, certain types of feelings, and I felt like I've never gotten a chance to show the type of man I am versus what he was.
Well, why don't you give me some examples that makes you feel that way?
You know, we were into the conversation about the kids one time. We were having kind of an argument. I remember she looked over at me and said, well, he wouldn't have did it that way, you know. And then here recently we just had a you know, kind of a disagreement, and basically she told me I was jealous of him.
He brings him up. We don't discuss him because of some of the things that I have told him about the past when we very first started dating. He formulates that, and when we're arguing, That's what he brings up.
That's because I think that when she
this up.
talks about things, even to her kids, when I listen to her conversation, or she's explaining to me how she was giving him certain types of chances to be a good dad, it's the way that she's talking that makes me feel like I don't have those values.
I think it's a communication problem and not necessarily a way she looks at things problem, the way you look at things problem. You say you have a problem with the way she disciplines or, in fact, does not discipline the children.
Oh, I mean, it's carefree. There's no rules. There's the parenting style is totally different. Growing up, I would have never talked back to my dad or to my mom or grandma and them because I know that backhand was coming next. You know, but you know, and even if they told you to do something, they weren't the type of parents that they're going to tell you twice. Right. You know, when I tell you once, let's make a move. You know, she wants to spend a lot of time debating with the kid, you know, and I feel like, you know, if you tell them to do something,
that should be that.
That should be that.
Ms. Freer, why don't you tell me, do you believe you're too lax with them? And if not, tell me what your parenting philosophy is.
I do know that there are times where I am more lax than what I should be. I think that comes from me being a single mom for so many years before Mike and I were together. I had to be both parents.
I got to say something. You know, little Johnny ain't got an opinion, as far as I'm concerned. Not in my house.
That's right.
Little Johnny don't need an opinion. Little Johnny want an opinion. Little Johnny buy his own house. And I believe that if we allow our children to tell us what's what and who's who and argue and to disagree, we're doing it because it's easier for us. That's right. Because it's hard to be on them. Because you love them and they cute and you want this and that. But it's easier to be a lax parent because it makes it happen and it doesn't give you discord in the right now. If you do the right now right for long enough, you don't have the discord later on. You with me on that? With me?
Yes, ma'am.
You're doing them a disservice. Don't think about it like that. The fact that they obey me was the biggest favor I did for them, not for me. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So that's my 10 cents on that one, because I'm hot about that issue. Having said that, I'm going to move forward on the issue of, is there trust in this relationship? Because I do believe, Mr. Jackson, you did step out.
Mr. Jackson has had instances where he has stepped out.
Instances, plural?
All it was a moment.
It was
you know,
one moment.
How do you reconcile different parenting styles in a blended family? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Freer, I'm going to start with you. I understand that Mr. Jackson stepped out on you, and as a function thereof, you two have trust issues. Why don't you talk to me about that?
That is true. Mr. Jackson has had instances where he has stepped out.
Instances, plural?
That I have...
You're the plural? I thought I was a nice guy.
I have...
Hang on. Give me really short synopses of what you found out.
Through Facebook, there was a post that she had made and tagged him in it, which was a very...
suggestive?
Yes, very, very. And when I confronted him about it, he said, well, I can't control what somebody else does. Well, I understand, but you're allowing her to feel like she can get on Facebook.
I admit, yes, Your Honor, I did step out. I was wrong for that piece. You know, I just felt like the things that I was already going through the emotional trauma of my son.
Right.
And I was towering in different directions.
Right.
And I just felt like the disrespect coming out of my home from her. And
tell me the most disrespectful thing she did.
Well, allowing kids to talk bad to me, talk back to me, and I'm providing roof and clothes and food and shelter.
What's the worst thing?
A two-way street,
give me an idea of the kinds of things. Don't identify the child.
Okay.
But tell me what kinds of things they say.
being able to cuss in my home, you know, and there were times.
Do they cuss at you?
Oh, I mean. whoever, literally, tell you to go F yourself, you know, use a She knows I'm
They
not
don't
lying.
directly say that to you. They do not.
So you want to play the game in front of the judge?
All right, I got it. Given all, you know, that's a conversation that's terrible. Her not supporting you is terrible. But are you saying those are the reasons that you actually cheated? And what was the nature of that cheat? Was it a long-term thing?
No, it was no long-term thing. I mean, when a man cheats, it isn't for love. We ain't looking for love. You know, it's a moment. That's all it was a moment.
It was more than one moment.
The thing about it...
I'm looking right at you.
I'm just saying, you know, Your Honor, I'm just saying, you know, it was a moment. You know, it wasn't, you know.
It was one time.
It was a one-time situation as far as that. I mean, a lot of it was just conversation. I'm an intellectual person, so conversation means a lot to me. And when I can't come home and talk to her because she wants to debate, you know, then you know, when someone opens up that conversation to me, I'm talking, you know. She likes to debate. It doesn't matter what the conversation is about. She has to fact-check me and debate everything I'm talking about.
At no time does discord in the home make a cheat okay.
I agree.
And I'll tell you this. Once you cheat, a whole bunch of distrust is going to occur of even the innocent things that you do. And you have to own all of that because you set that in play.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I mean? And on an intellectual level, there's a lot of ways to get satisfaction that does not involve anything below the belt.
I agree.
You know?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty then.
And we know that he's done this, but he will not speak with me about his infidelity. That's water under the bridge. That's something in the past. Why do you keep bringing up the past? Well, you won't voice this with me. You won't let me... You won't tell me why you stepped out. You won't tell me what I can do or what I didn't do.
It ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm going to tell you about that in a minute, but we need to move forward on to the next thing because I got a whole lot I want to say to you. Today's question sponsored by... When is it okay to cheat in a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Listen to what she has to say to you about how she feels about that cheat and your response since then.
I feel like the security that we had was taken away. The fact that I could come home and know that you were there was gone. That was gone.
I looked at your compatibility test, and you must have referred to your manhood at least 8 times. You referred to your manhood in what you were going to give to her. You referred to your manhood and what you wanted from her. You referred to your manhood about your future. You kept referring to as a man, as a man, as a man. There's no question in my mind that you're a man. I think there's a question in your mind if you're a man. And let me tell you why. Real men that are comfortable in their manhood don't need to mention it. They just do it. And I'm not saying you're not one. I'm saying you don't believe in the man that you are. I want to say this about your son again. I can't imagine that heartbreak. And when someone takes on a cause like that, behind a pain like that, you gotta be behind him with it. And don't overreact. If he's in this community, this thing, you know, hey, baby, this is what you want to do, I'm on there with you. They'll find their way. They'll get where they're going. But that is a pain you do not understand. That is a need that is extraordinary. And he'll find his way. He's not going to be all logical and correct with it in the beginning. But you got to be behind that. You can't rational that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and I am behind him.
I think you two are good people. I think you love one another. I don't think you know how to talk to one another. I think that your feeling of being appropriately recognized for your maleness depends too much on what she says to you.
Right, yes.
Love one another, take care of one another, get them kids under control. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
losing 2 sons is something deep in a person. It takes away a lot of strength out of a person that people can't understand if they've never been there.
I do feel like Mike has remorse for his cheating. I just feel like he doesn't understand to the depth that it hurt our relationship, and him not talking about it hurts our relationship even further.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm at divorce court because my wife lies, she cheats, and I'm tired of it, and it's got to stop.
Joe knows that I feel lonely. I believe he cares, but I feel like he doesn't know how to express it and how to change the situation.
She has cheated on me with a family member and possibly gotten pregnant by them. I want a DNA test because Shadow's unfaithful, and there's a really good chance that our youngest daughter isn't mine.
I'm hoping that the judge will tell Joe that he needs to help me more and to be there for me more as a husband instead of just a provider.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Joseph Lantry and Shadow Lantry. The two of you have been together for a total of 9 years and have been married for the last 2 years. You have 1 child together, some other children from previous relationships. Mr. Lantry, Mrs. Lantry, you say your marriage is in trouble. Mr. Lantry, I'm going to start with you. What seems to be the problem?
Well, Your Honor, Shadow likes to lie. She likes to cheat. I can't even believe that our youngest daughter is mine, so I'm here seeking paternity on her. We weren't even together 4 months the first time I suspected her of cheating on me. About 1.5 years ago, I caught her in her car in the middle of having an affair with another woman. And not to mention, like I said before, the paternity on my youngest daughter, she may or may not be a family member of mine.
Of yours?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're concerned that not only did she cheat, but she cheated with somebody in your family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why don't you tell me a little bit about the first time you caught her?
Well, the first time I caught her, we got into an argument over something really ridiculous. I'm sure she kicked me out of her car, left me about 1.5 miles away from my house to walk. We basically separated for that night. The next morning, I went to go to her house to try and talk it out, basically, and I seen her ex-boyfriend leaving the back of her house. So I kept going to her house. I asked what was going on, why her ex-boyfriend was just leaving the back of the house. She convinced me, that nothing happened. He was just there to pick up something he had left there from when they were dating. Well, later on that day, we were just kind of hanging out, and I came across some pictures of the two of them on her laptop from the night before. So that more or less just told me that he wasn't there
pictures?
for 5 minutes.
Oh, just pictures?
Just pictures. No nudity or anything like that. Yeah, luckily.
I had checked. Now, Mrs. Lantry, did you, after the argument, get busy with your ex?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. My relationship has been really strained lately, and when him and I fight, I do the extreme.
Have you always been like that?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
Would you have another story to tell me?
Well, another time she got angry at me and we got into a fight. She stormed out of the house, told me that she was going to go cool off at the beach for a little bit. And I gave her, hours to cool off. She never came back. So I figured I would go try to find her at the beach. Upon arriving to the beach, I walked up to her car and noticed that, that there was another female in the car and they were both topless. I'm not sure exactly why one had their face in the other's lap, but, you can only assume, what you want to assume from there.
Without going into detail, did you have a tryst with another person when you were fighting with him again?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, I appreciate your honesty. I really do. Do you think that's an appropriate way to handle discord in a marriage? Let's start there.
I do not think it's appropriate, Your Honor. I've been known to do some pretty outlandish things when I'm upset because I don't think clearly. But when him and I argue, sometimes I lose it and I don't think clearly and I don't really realize what I'm doing until after it's done.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I lose it. I hit you in the head with a hammer, you pass out, you've lost it. That's a blackout.
Yeah.
That's just, you're feeling some sort of way, and what you're doing is making yourself feel better right now by the easiest means necessary with you is taking your clothes off with somebody else. It's not a losing. It's not, it's not a psychotic break. You're just doing it. Any other cheating stories? And then, Mrs. Lantry, I'm going to get to why you feel so badly.
Yes, actually. So I had a family member come down to Florida. I tried to reconnect with him, start spending a lot of time. He was over at my house all the time, hung out with us. We were all cool. So one day I decided to go to the store. I had to get some things to fix my house. I was only gone for about 20, 25 minutes. I come back, open up the door. I see said family member running out of my bedroom, throwing his shirt on. I hear feet pitter-pattering, and I look over again back at my door and see shadows, legs, from like the legs down, undressed, running into the restroom. When that happened, I walked into the restroom and asked her what was going on. She acted clueless, like she didn't know what was going on. She told me that she had been in the restroom for quite some time now, at least 10, 15 minutes. And she was undressed, completely naked. I just wasn't buying that.
Mrs. Lantry, were you fooling around with the friend?
Yes, I was, Your Honor.
I still, to this day, don't really know exactly what went on.
I do.
Well, I mean, I just,
Ms. Lantry, you're committing flagrant fouls regularly. Why do you think that is? Why? I mean, people get mad at their husband. They throw a rock at the car. That's outrageous. They call them some names or all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
You sleep with other people. Tell me, how do those things get juxtaposed in your head?
Your Honor, I have found in my life that every time I've been upset, even before I've been with Mr. Lantry, for whatever reason, I've always used sex as an escape for pain or anger.
Mm-hmm. That's how you cope?
Yes. It's not the right way, but yes, it is, Your Honor. It's how I cope.
Wow. That's very deep. I know you're not the only one who does that, but you so quickly, though.
Yes.
I'm
very compulsive.
Very compulsive, Your Honor.
After you've done it, what do you say to him? Do you apologize? Are you remorseful?
I am, Your Honor. I'm very remorseful. Every time it happens, I seem to break down and cry to him and tell him the full truth.
Why do you think your relationship is so strained? It appears that you have grand arguments over small matters. Why do you believe that is?
Well, Your Honor, my husband spends a lot of time at work. I'm very lonely a lot. I'm at home with the kids all the time.
I want to talk about this some more because it's very deep, and I need a moment to get my arms around it because we want to get from here to better.
There's been several occasions where he's worked very long hours and did not get a paycheck for the week. It makes me upset because it's like, what are you doing at work all this time away from your family and causing a strain on us?
Mrs. Lantry, you regularly engage in some outrageous behavior. Question I had for you was, why do you think you do that? You say there's strains in the relationship because he works a lot and you're home with the kids. That is not an uncommon complaint. Why is it so extraordinarily distressing to you at this particular point in time?
Well, Your Honor, it makes me feel unimportant. When my husband works a lot, it causes a lot of strain because he's always tired. We don't do many things together. Mm-hmm. And I'm young. We're both young. I feel like we should be having fun regardless.
And I got to say this. They've been married 2 years. He's 23. Was a baby when he said I do. I'm just saying.
No, you're
But go ahead. I mean, you're very, very young. You feel unimportant. You don't feel appreciated. You don't feel worthwhile.
Exactly,
Is that what you're
Your
saying because he works? Would you like him to work less? And if he worked less, do you think that would resolve some of the tension in the home?
I do, Your Honor. I understand that he has to work the hours that he does to support our family. However, I feel like he puts work first sometimes.
You understand that he has to put in those hours to make enough money to support you,
yes,
but
ma'am.
then you claim he puts work first. Does he go to work when he doesn't need to, or does he go to work and not get paid? How is he putting work first?
Well, Your Honor, there's been several occasions where he's worked very long hours and did not get a paycheck for the week. It makes me upset because it's like, what are you doing at work all this time away from your family and causing a strain on us
when you're not even getting paid for it.
What? You don't think that he knows he's not going to get a check, do you?
No, I know that he doesn't know that, but it's happened several times, so...
That's something that's happening to him.
Yes.
It's not something he's doing to you. He's getting screwed out of his money. You should be there. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Not, you know, well, you didn't even get paid. He got used.
Yes.
Have you been married before?
No, ma'am.
First marriage?
Yes.
Mr. Lantry, what do you think the problem is?
Lack of communication, to be honest. I mean, I've tried to you know, find jobs where I don't have to work as much, but, you know, most of those jobs just don't bring in enough money to support us and support our lifestyle.
Right.
Shadow wants, you know, things. She wants purses, sunglasses, trips. She wants a bunch of stuff.
Are you one of these people who wants things? You want pretty, shiny stuff?
Your Honor, I used to not be, but being with Joe has kind of spoiled me. He's, you know, spoiled me, taken care of me because of, you know, the amount of money he brings in.
Tell me about your birthday. You got very agitated because he did or did not do something on your birthday.
Joe had the day off. He wanted to sleep in for a little while, which is fine with me. I was under the assumption that when he woke up, he would want to do something special for me for my birthday. Whenever he woke up, he was kind of cranky and in a bad mood because he was still tired. And, you know, we started to argue, and I asked him, you know, are you even going to take me out for my birthday? And he said, I'd rather just stay at home and watch a movie and order pizza. And it kind of hurt me because I've always went out of my way for his birthday since I've known him. And it kind of made me feel unimportant to him.
I think I see what's happening here. Now I want to turn my attention to the family support that you have around you.
I've tried my hardest to be cordial and civil with them. I've tried to get along. I've invited them to my children's birthday parties.
I mean, if you had a kid and they married somebody and they run around every time they get an argument, they sleep with somebody else, would you like them? Do you believe cheating is a coping mechanism or a cop-out? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You say your family never liked your wife from the jump.
I think that they didn't like that I was, you know, giving most of my attention to her. You know, I was always usually trying to help my family out, stuff like that, doing them favors. Whenever that stopped, it's almost like they got jealous of her.
Right. How do you handle your disagreements with his family? Are you guys just cordial and curt, or are there screaming matches? People get drunk, act up? What goes on?
I've tried my hardest to be cordial and civil with them. I've tried to get along. I've invited them to my children's birthday parties, anything of the sort. And it's never enough. And it's simply because of me being myself.
I mean, if you had a kid and they married somebody and they run around every time they get an argument, they sleep with somebody else, would you like them?
I would not, Your Honor, but this has been going on since my infidelity issues.
Since before your infidelity?
Before, yes.
They just didn't like you for him. Why not?
When they found out that she was a little bit older than I was, they were like, no.
Let me tell you what would have happened if you were my son.
Yes, ma'am.
You come home with a woman that's older, and she's not working, and she gets my young 21-year-old son to marry her and support her, and she's running around, and I wouldn't like her at all. She laid it on you, as my mother would say, and you got caught up and fell in love, and then you taking care of her, and she's not taking care of you. You don't believe your youngest child is yours. Why not?
I woke up one morning around 2 a.m. Shadow was gone. You know, when you wake up in the middle of the night, your spouse is gone, nothing good can come of that. I went back to the beach, the same beach that she was at with the woman, to find her with my family member in the car again. And he hopped out and took off after that. I have not seen him since. But it was only weeks after that we found out she was pregnant.
Mrs. Lantry, do you believe that this other family member might be the father of the baby?
There is a small possibility.
We knew you had this concern, so we did take a DNA test. And I do have the results. Today's question sponsored by What would you do if your partner cheated with a member of your family? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You love the living daylights out of this woman, don't you?
Of course.
I heard you when I saw you when I first said to her, she's got a whole lot of empty over there, which is why she goes running off and having sex with other people the moment she doesn't feel good. And I said, I want you to get from here to better. And you kept nodding your head. You don't want to leave. You don't want to call her names. You want her to get fixed and get better. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
If I was his mother, they'd be cuffing me right now. Because I'd be over there on you. He loves you. And I don't think you're a bad person. I think you're a broken person. And most of the time when people are broken, hollow, and empty, it's not a function of a lack of character. It's a function of something that did or did not happen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't know what it is. I'm going to send you to talk to somebody. You better go, too.
I want to go, Your Honor.
I'm going to say a few things before you do. But we're going to find out if that last one's yours. 6 months? Mr. Lantry, I am so very sorry, but there is absolutely 0% chance that you're the father of that baby. Now, hang on. He's going to love the baby no matter what. He already does. He loves your child that isn't his, and he's going to love that one just as much. I know you're broken because you wanted it to be his, because he's the best thing that ever happened to you, is he not?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're so empty inside, you don't even try to shine your own light. You're looking for validation from everywhere except from where within. You know, he's working all the time. You know, you feel lonely. There are things you can do to entertain yourself. You can have your own interests. You can have your own hobbies. You can be excited. Having children that age, I had a whole little kindergarten going on. You could be like super mommy with all of the learning, and they could be on their second language and all of that, instead of you waiting out the window wondering when daddy's gonna come home, bring you your new purse and take you to dinner. You could be so excited about giving those children that leg up that they're going to need in this world. But you've got to decide that strength and love and self-appreciation comes from within. It doesn't come from anything you can touch or anywhere you can go. It's not about your birthday. It's not about the parties. It's not about somebody touching your body. It's about what you think about you, and about you denying yourself immediate gratification, because that's all it is. You're not willing to, hey, it hurts. I feel bad. Don't rush, don't run. I believe you can do it, but you got to believe that it's your obligation to get better, and it's not going to be easy, and you got to be willing to work on it and willing to suffer for it. You willing to do that?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Lantry, I so wish this had turned out some other way. I don't know what to say.
You and me both.
Yeah, there's 0% probability. I think you should talk to somebody at a DNA place that talks to you about the nature of zero possibility, because if it was a family member, usually there's a trace of that somewhere.
Absolutely.
My best of luck. You a wonderful man. My best of luck to you. Bella, can I say this?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
You have an obligation to be there for her, but you don't have an obligation to be kicked around by her. And if she is not truly on the right path, she's not making that effort, she's not making that strength, sometimes the best you can do is save yourself and your kids. I hope it doesn't go there. But I had an obligation to tell him that. I wish you both the best. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, it's not Joe. Is there anybody that comes to mind who may be the father?
Yes, I have an idea.
Who may that be?
A friend of mine.
Today on Divorce Court. Some might say today's couple could be a classic case of karma. She went from side chick to wife, but now that she's got the man, she's worried she'll never have his full respect, nor the acceptance of his close-knit family. Let's see who's winning and who's striking out in this dramatic game of Family Feud.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Amanda Martinez and Richard Linyard. The two of you have been together for 6 years. You have three children total, but you two have 2 together. You two are in trouble, so you have come to see me to help you out. So, Ms. Martinez, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this relationship and how we got here today?
Okay. As you said, Rich and I have known each other for a little over 6 years now. When we started our relationship, we started backwards, actually, as in I was the other woman.
Oh, so he was seeing somebody else. Or was he married?
No, he wasn't married.
But he was seeing somebody else, and you were the side chick.
I was. And, I don't know, 5-6 months into that relationship, I found out I was pregnant with our first child.
Now, let me ask you a question. I never understood side chick mentality.
Yeah.
So I just want to clear this up.
Yeah.
What makes you want to be the side chick? I mean, is it good enough? Do you think you're ultimately going to pull him? Or you're just looking for something casual? Do you have no concerns about the feelings of the other woman? Tell me about your mindset.
Well, at that point in time in my life, I had been divorced for a little over a year. I wasn't looking for a serious relationship. I thought I'd do something different and have a little fun for once, so it was absolutely casual.
Well, given its casual nature, how did that pregnancy thing happen? Weren't you taking care of business?
No, we weren't.
Did it not occur to you that that's what would happen?
It didn't at the time.
Did it not occur to you that that's what would happen?
It did, but I just wasn't being smart about it, Your Honor.
You got a chick on the side. Got a regular chick that you want. Wouldn't you defend that relationship by not making a baby with the side chick?
Normally, that would be the way to go.
I don't know what to do.
As I stated, I just wasn't thinking at the moment either, Your Honor.
Okay. So what happened when you found out she was pregnant with that first one?
When we found out that she was pregnant with the first child, she came to me and told me. She told me not to worry about it at the moment and that she would get an abortion, that she would take care of it. But as we continued, she was actually looking out for my feelings and my family when she was thinking that way and decided to do that when she approached me. But as time went on, she thought and took her own feelings into consideration, which was more important, and she decided that she wanted to have the child.
Right.
So it took me a long time, but I waited 7 months before I told anyone.
In your family?
Anyone. Any of my friends, any of my family.
How did your family respond?
They were very shocked. Anyone that I told was very, very shocked because I'm not a cheater.
Typically, you're not that guy.
Typically, I'm not that kind of guy. You know, I was in that relationship for a very long time. We were, you know, my previous relationship, my ex, we were high school sweethearts. We had been together for that long. And
did they resent her because this situation arose and ultimately destroyed your first relationship?
Yes, that's how it was in the beginning. My family pretty much just felt that, I mean, she's a woman. She should understand. We weren't married, but, I mean, we had been together for that long. So technically they felt like, well, he's a married man. He's in a relationship. She knew that. Why would she want to, you know, continue on? And that's where the gist of it came from. And after a while, they continued to give her a
So once
shot.
the baby got here, how did he respond?
Actually, Richard broke things off of me when I was 6 months pregnant. The next time I contacted him was the day that I was in the hospital giving birth, just to let him know. Yeah, you know, I just gave birth to our son, if you want to come and meet him, to which he responded no.
Did you really do that?
I did, Your Honor. It was only because I was literally trying to save my current relationship that I was in.
Once I told her that I had gotten another woman pregnant, I did the right thing and I tried to make it work.
Given that, though, the extraordinary nature of birth, even though you were trying to make that other relationship work, you felt no obligation to support her on that particular day?
I didn't show it. I did not.
Did you feel like you should give her support?
I definitely did. I finally broke down and decided that I needed to see him after he was about 3 months old.
So once he came to you at 3 months, willing and able to be a father, did your romantic relationship resume?
Shortly after, it did. And pretty much almost immediately, I got pregnant again.
How'd you feel about that?
I pretty much felt the same way.
Did you not practice? Did you again not use any precautions?
We did not.
I don't understand. I mean, it just happened to you. It broke up your relationship. You didn't see the baby, and then you continued to do that.
Yeah, I was being very, very irresponsible. We both were.
Okay, so when you found out that she was pregnant again, what were you thinking and feeling? Like, oh, this is it, we're gonna build a family, or?
No, that's not how it went down. It pretty much went down the same way it did with our son.
Wow. I understand that you have some significant medical issues, and I want to talk about those medical issues and how you believe those issues are impacting your relationship with Mr. Lynyard.
I don't feel like my disability defines me. I have hopes and dreams and things that I want to accomplish with my life. Richard feels completely different when it comes to that matter.
As far as I'm concerned, from what she's told me, she's been able to hold the job for 1 full year.
So, Ms. Martinez, why don't you tell me about the nature of your medical issues and how you believe that has affected your relationship?
Okay. I have epilepsy. I've had it for a very, very long time. I don't feel like my disability defines me. I have hopes and dreams and things that I want to accomplish with my life that have nothing to do with my disability. However, Richard feels completely different when it comes to that matter. He doesn't want me to work or to participate in things that make me happy.
Why don't you address that? Is that an accurate reflection of how you feel, or is it different?
Given the history, not only since we've been together, but what she's also based off of what she's told me in the past, that not for a full year, as far as I'm concerned, from what she's told me, ever she's been able to hold the job for 1 full year.
So tell me where your head is with respect to where this relationship is. Maybe that's the question I need answered.
I definitely want to continue to be with her. I want to marry this woman. I haven't proposed to her for foolish reasons. I just want to have a nice ring for her. You know what I mean? We've had moments where...
Really?
Yeah.
Is that really the reason you haven't proposed? Come on now.
That's really the reason, though.
She'll take a cigar ban. I'm telling you that right now.
She's mentioned it many times, as many other women have said. Just go get her a ring, Richard. Like, she'll be completely satisfied with that. And I've come to realize that I understand that now. It's been many times we've taken vacation. I could have just took that money and went and bought her a ring.
Well, you said in your paperwork that you were concerned, for instance, that if you got married, she couldn't have your back financially if you lost your job because she can't hold a job. You did say that.
That's true, but that's not the reason for not being married. The fact is that we have both compromised. She tells me that I won't allow her to work, or that I tell her when she can and cannot work, but that's not really the case. The case is that when she works, she eventually loses the job due to her illness. And it's a no-brainer. It happens every single time.
So what, based upon that history, what are you saying to her? Just don't work, or are you just concerned about the lack of income? I'm not quite sure where that knowledge is leading you?
I'm only concerned about the stability for our family. I don't tell her that she can't work. I tell her that we should pursue as much as we can to get disability, because even with disability, she can still work.
Oh, there it is. That's where we are. I got it. So I want to talk about disability, your issues with it and his issues with it. And I also want to talk about your family and how they are responding to the continued nature of this relationship.
That I'm not a good mother, because what type of mother can have a medical condition and actually have children? I mean, that's up to me to say, not somebody else.
Do you really need to have a nice ring in order to get engaged? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Is your family supportive of your relationship with her?
They are not.
Tell me what they say and how that affects your relationship.
They say bluntly that if she really cared about the family not being stressed out, or you not having to work all the time, or she cares about her putting in her own input and being independent about what she wants to do, then that's what she would do. She would get on disability, because she gets sick multiple times a year to where she's not working for months.
What do you have to say about that? Do you think his family is on the disability boat, and you know what I mean, as like, woo, a solid...
Oh, absolutely.
I've had people come through here who I don't think you are, because you didn't even want to get on it, who I think get on disability or something like that and use that as a means of support without really needing it. I think that happens a lot. I think some people abuse the system. Clearly, you're not looking to abuse the system. But do you think his family is looking to get that hook into the government coffers?
I do. I feel like when it comes to his family, they feel like I should not have had these children. You know, I mean, I trapped him.
Does your family? Yeah, that's just what I was about to say. Does your family feel like she trapped you?
They do. They have said that in the beginning.
Yeah. That I'm not a good mother, because what type of mother can have a medical condition and actually have children? I mean, that's up to me to say, not somebody else. You know.
Do they say that kind of nonsense?
They did, but I think it was because from maybe information she had given them, and the doctors alone gave their own advice and said that because you have this condition, it's probably not a good idea to have more children.
Well, what are you doing in order to make that a reality?
I have talked to my parents before about how they relate to her.
You didn't understand my question. You keep talking about your family as if they're directing the boat. You a grown man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I just misunderstood the question.
That's cool.
Your Honor, I took that upon myself and decided after our second child, no more. I had surgery done.
Okay, cool. All right. The last thing that I want to talk about with respect to your family is, I understand Ms. Martinez told you that a family member touched her inappropriately.
Yes.
Why don't you tell me what your response to that was? Well, first of all, tell me what happened.
Richard has been telling me all along to try to get a bond, try to be a little bit more understanding on where they're coming from, try to be nicer, try to be kinder.
Okay.
And so
tell me what happened.
They're trying to do that.
Tell me what happened.
Family member began to say very sexually explicit things to me, which was not uncommon because this has happened for years. He said very vulgar, explicit things directly in front of Richard. And nobody has ever put this family member into their place and said, hey, don't talk to her like that. So when everyone's around and he can do it, can imagine what he does behind their backs. He tried to grope me, to which I obviously turned his advances down. At some point in time, just decided that I no longer want to have any contact
with this individual. Mr. Lynn, what did you do in response? Did she tell you about it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do in response?
She later told me about it. She didn't tell me about it right away. And she told me about her uncomfortability with this family member.
For years. I told
For
her
years she did, but she never mentioned anything about this family member groping her or speaking to her sexually. He was just very vulgar and blunt about his opinions about things with her. But when she told me, I went over there the next day and I approached.
Did he do that?
He did.
That's all he can do, you know.
The next day and had a conversation and basically.
You can't fix family.
No, and I'm not trying to. I just wanted him to stick up for me for once because it's.
But he did, though. He went over there the next day.
I felt like it would not have led up to that had he said something the many times it has happened in front of his face. There are things. I mean, you can't say that he has never said anything wrong to me. If he's literally made comments about, oh, your butt looks too big and that. Oh, bring it down a little bit. Don't cut your hair. You might be ugly. Yeah, I mean, you know. Oh, look at your body today. Now I understand why he wanted you. I mean, these are things that have been said in front of everyone.
Did you tell him to cool that out?
I did after a while, Your Honor. There were a lot of times where she said there were things that the family member mentioned, and I just overlooked it. I mean, I'm not watching them when they're conversating. You know what I mean? I was comfortable with them being around each other.
I got you. I want to move on to finances and future. Today's question sponsored by... When the side chick becomes the main chick, what's most likely to happen? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You want a ring already?
I want a realistic commitment without stipulations.
Can you give her that?
I can, but I also feel like I want to feel like my relationship is stable.
And what would make you feel like the relationship is stable?
Her being on disability. It's because that's the only issue that we have. As far as my family is concerned, I've done what I can do about that.
If she works and continues to work as long as she can, then it becomes an issue that she can't work anymore. She can always apply to a disability then. I don't understand why it's a contingency to being married. I really don't. That's confusing me. And if you really loved her and you really wanted to be with her and your children, you know, marriage, stability, all of that comes. You've got that obligation anyway. You've got an obligation to support her emotionally, financially, medically, because she's holding your children. So I don't understand this get on disability or we ain't getting married boat at all. Disability is always available if it's needed. But if you love her, you want her to feel stable and secure. And if that's the only thing stopping you, I'm thinking like, whoa, not cool. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Yeah. That's all I can say. That's all I can do. I've told them how I felt about it. And I know you're not going to leave him. You love him. You got 2 kids with him. So I can't say step on. And he's not being jerk material.
No,
he had a little tinges of jerk in the beginning, but he cleaned that up.
He's a very good man. I love him very much.
The issue is really that when she gets sick, she doesn't think she needs to be on disability. And that's the thing.
I'm so very clear about the issue.
Yeah.
So very, very clear about it. Are you clear about what I said?
I am, yeah.
Then this matter is adjourned.
Okay, so if you want to marry this man, why not just take the help?
Because I feel like if he truly loves me and wants to marry me, he won't give me ultimatums.
Right.
That's what concerns me.
But don't you think this may just kind of speed up the process? If you don't need it, you can kind of push it off to the side, just to have that there, maybe just give him a little peace of mind?
Maybe. That's still an option. I feel like one day I'll eventually get there. I'm just not ready yet, and it shouldn't be the thing that's holding us back.
The couple who's come to see me today is facing the ultimate consequence of being on a break. Because during this break, a baby was conceived. Now he wants to know who's the daddy, and she feels insulted and disrespected because he's got his doubts. Let's see if I can clear this up and calm things down.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Khadijah Hamill and Wayne Hamill. The two of you have been together for 6.5 years, married for 6 years, but separated for the last 4 months. You have 3 children total, 2 together and 1 on a break, about which Mr. Hamill is not sure.
I'm not sure it's mine.
You're not sure it's yours, so we gave you and the baby a DNA test to put that to bed. But I understand that's a huge issue in your relationship at this juncture. So I'm going to start with Ms. Hamill. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
We're here today because I don't trust my husband. I want to try and fix our marriage. I've caught my husband at a family member's house of his in the shower with one of his exes.
How did that happen?
It was becoming July 4th. It was the time that we had separated not too long, and I'm going to the bathroom so I can use it and take a shower, but instead I see female clothes, him and his ex, in the shower.
Mr. Hamill, did you bring an ex over to the place where your wife was staying and take a shower with her?
It kind of just happened.
It kind of just happened.
I don't know how it happened for real. I think I was in the shower first, and she hopped in with me.
She ran off the street, into the house, dropped her clothes, and popped in the shower with you.
Well,
is that what you're telling me?
No, she was there, but...
what was she doing there? You got a wife.
She was just stopping by to say hi, I guess, and...
That's a heck of a hi. Any other stories of infidelity?
So, I was with our last pregnancy of our 1-year-old. I was having complications. She was supposed to be a twin, so I had to go to the hospital. And I received a text message from an unknown number that says that I've had sex with your husband.
Mr. Hamill, did that happen?
I don't remember that happening.
I called him.
Did she bring it to your attention?
While I was at the hospital.
Did she?
I think she did, yes.
I think she did?
Yes.
Do you know who that ex was?
I think I do, yes.
Were you having sex with the ex?
I was not having sex with her, though. I was not.
Unlike the woman in the shower.
Unlike the woman in the shower, yeah.
Anything else?
That's the main.
Those are the main two, which is plenty.
That's plenty.
What do you say the major problem is in your marriage with Mrs. Hamill?
I think the major problem is before she even caught me in the shower, or my daughter, I was hearing rumors about her getting dropped off by another man at one of my friend's house. And then I heard another rumor about her supposedly saying that she wished she met a guy I went to high school with before she met me. And we was married around this time. So I thought that she was already messing around. So that's what made me kind of do what I did.
Did you ever talk to her about your concern with the rumors that were going around?
I talked to her, but she denies them, and she's good at lying. I mean, Why
do you think she's good at lying? What have you caught her lying about?
I think I caught her lying about, well, the guy that she said dropped her off. Well, she lied about that, and it was true that the guy had dropped her off, because my friend had saw her get dropped off.
That I didn't lie to him about. I actually told him we was working at a factory, and this was around the whole ex time with his ex. And I was like, okay, so two could play this game, because when we started working at this factory, he was saying that we wasn't married and a whole bunch of females was targeting me. So I said, two can play this game. I had a friend that I knew that I forgot that I went to school with him. He was working there. And he said, here, you can drive my car and I'll drop you off at home. And I've told Wayne about that after.
I got you. Can I just say in general, retaliatory idiocy never helps anything.
It don't.
He was acting a fool.
I learned it.
So you were going to say, I'm going to act a fool too.
Yeah.
And it never helps anything.
It didn't.
So all those small rumors and a drop-off allows you to question the paternity of your child.
Well, it was rumors about my youngest, my daughter Winter. It was rumors that right when she got pregnant, that she slept with someone else. And I confronted her. The first time I confronted her, she denied it. She said
right.
no. Then I brought it up again, and she said, well, yeah, I did sleep with somebody, and we didn't use protection. So it always was stuck in the back.
Did that happen?
Yes, while he was dating someone else, and he was having intercourse with another person, we was split up.
You were split up, you were on a break?
Yeah, we was. And
you were married, but you were on a break?
For a whole year and a half, yes.
You say he doesn't treat that child the same as he treats his other children, and that is causing you a great deal of distress.
When he takes his 4-year-old, he tells her, he says it right in front of her, I'm taking the kids that are mine, and the only kids that are mine is her and Jackson.
You say that in front of the 2-year-old?
No, I do not.
You have?
How dare you? How dare, she's 2. Mrs. Hamill, I want you to clarify something for me about whose baby is who and which babies are in question. Okay. So how many children you have?
3.
3. Now tell me how the last 2 came about and which one of those he doesn't believe is his.
The last 2 came about, I'll start with my 2-year-old.
Okay.
My 2-year-old is the one that I had when we were separated for almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm. So that was on a break, and it's clear to him that that's not his child.
Yes.
We're together on that.
We're together.
Good enough. Then?
Winter is my 1-year-old. That was in the midst of when I got pregnant with her last year. And we was still messing around with each other, but messing with other people, both of us.
So he is unsure as to whether the last one, the 1-year-old, is his?
Yes.
Yes.
Does he treat either the 2-year-old or the 1-year-old differently from your other children?
When we're together, he treats Carly like she's his own.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're not together, it's like, it's a problem.
That's the 2-year-old?
Mm-hmm. Because when he takes his 4-year-old, where's my anger comes from, that pain, he tells her, he says it right in front of her, I'm taking the kids that are mine, and the only kids that are mine is her and Jackson. And so I have to explain.
You say that in front of the 2-year-old?
No, I do not say
You
that
have?
in front of the 2-year-old.
No, you didn't deny that strongly enough. You do say that in front of her.
I don't remember saying it in front of her.
How dare you? How dare, she's 2. Her sense of stability, her entire world is based upon the 2 of you. And if you tell her that the 2 things that she counts on most, one of them might not be there, one of them might not really love her, one of them might not really want her, then you're putting a crack in the foundation of her childhood. How dare you? You can't do that to somebody. She's not the person who created herself. Whatever problem you got with her. But it has nothing to do with your 2-year-old. Does your family not want them over there? Her over there?
They accept my kids, but her 2-year-old kind of is a lot. And she breaks things, she don't listen, and my family just don't want to put up with a kid that's not mine. I put up with her, but my family don't want to put up with her.
I'd talk to my family if I were you. If you love that 2-year-old like she's your own, you'd be upset that your family don't want to act right.
I've tried getting me and my 2-year-old some type of counseling because I even have a problem with her.
So you don't know what's up?
I don't.
I think if she was the good kid, yeah, they wouldn't mind. But it's the point, as soon as you let your eyes off her, she's getting into something. And I be working, they be having to watch my kids for me, and it's like they getting older and they really can't take it.
You don't ever remind him that he's not the father, do you?
No.
She do. Yes, she does.
No, I don't. I've never reminded you that you're not the father because of the simple fact, Your Honor, I've told this man multiple times, okay, you may not be the dad, but you became her father. You said out your mouth.
So you never hold that out in front of him? That is really not your kid?
I've never held that out.
Yeah.
Never held that out towards him.
When you say she's not a good kid, what do you mean? Like she's just rambunctious? She breaks stuff?
I don't say she's not a good kid. She's just a very active kid.
Active kid. Well, 2-year-olds are kind of like that, aren't they, in general?
Yeah, she overly active. Like, we have problems with her, but since I don't have a babysitter while I go to work, his cousin, the only person out of his family that accepts my child, has been keeping her for these last 2 weeks. And she's been perfectly fine.
Yeah. I had one of them. You know, like, oh my God, he turned out fine. Just let you know, sometimes there is one like that. It takes them a little time, but they come around. They need to have a lot of stability, and part of that is you. You took protection when you fooled around.
I don't fool around like that. Like I messed around. That was one time. That was one person.
That's the one time you got caught red-handed. That's all that is. We got a lot of numbers on here. Would you stay in a marriage after catching your spouse taking a shower with someone else? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Hamill, I understand that you have quite the anger issue, and it's a function of the way that the 2-year-old is treated, and I understand that you cussed both him and his family out in front of the children. Tell me what happened that day.
Okay, so we was at our apartment, our new apartment. We had just moved in, and one of the family members, they was trying to be extra.
What were they doing?
So I'm over here trying to clean up my house so we can get stuff together, and they decide that I can't move their stuff so I can clean my tables, and I was gonna put their food in the refrigerator. So it became a big old deal. They snapped, and I snapped and said, you can get out of my house.
What happened, Mr. Hamill? Were you there?
I do kind of remember it happening like that, but it was, she snaps over everything, though. Like,
do you snap a lot?
Over every little thing.
We got to snap a day?
I don't snap over every little thing.
Everything.
But
how many snaps do we get in a week?
20 a day.
Log in.
She snaps a lot. The kids,
The
kids come to me and tell me, like, Mommy always yelling, Mommy's mad.
And Mommy always yelling?
Yes.
But yet they say that about Daddy, too.
They don't say that.
Well, does he have an anger issue?
He does have an anger issue.
Give me a story that would demonstrate his anger issue.
So, a couple months ago, he thought that I took his debit card, and he went and literally on a whole, I'm talking about gorilla mode. This boy takes my phone, breaks it in half, a big old hole in the wall.
Did you do all that?
I did that, but that's probably the only incident she can say I did anything like that. I rarely get angry.
No, y'all don't get along at all, do you?
Well, we try.
I mean, y'all fussing and hollering, break babies, breaks, all this kind of stuff. Do you know what's going wrong at your house?
We don't communicate.
You don't communicate.
That's the problem.
If this baby is not yours, does that change everything for you? The last one, not the one that we know isn't yours, but the one that you have suspicions about because of rumors.
I mean, I don't know, because I really love the baby and I want her to be mine, and I believe she's mine.
If it's yours or if it's not yours, when you go home, what kind of environment will those children be in? Snapping and popping and banging and bopping? Is that what you guys are going to bring home? Because that's what we got so far, right?
Right. No, we won't bring that.
Rumors about Mommy.
What do you mean you won't bring it home? You brought it here?
I won't. When I'm not with her, I'm not an angry person. I'm not a snapping person.
But they're going to be home with the two of you. It's like saying, you know what I mean? My marriage is fine as long as my wife isn't around. That's what you just told me. This is your compatibility test. I asked you to list 5 things that was wrong with your partner. You said she talks at me, not to me. She gets mad easily. She wants to run everything. She can't move past old stuff, and she doesn't like to see me happy. You said what you didn't like about you is I'm not good at talking about problems. I'm too easygoing. My anger gets the best of me sometimes. I don't understand what that means. I think I'm always right. Now, let me tell you, see, number 1 here, she talks to me and not at me. That's her problem. But when you add that to I'm not good at talking about my problems, that's what I call a rotator problem. Because she talks at you because you won't talk to her because you don't communicate. So your problem rotates around and around and around. You have to change what you do to allow her to talk to you and not at you because you have to participate. So all of those things are rotating, exacerbating, impasse-like problems that you need to address on a communication level. So when those kids are home, your life isn't crazy. You with me on that?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm gonna send this thing back to the mediator when we leave here, but before we do that, I'm gonna let you know if that baby is yours. Today's question sponsored by... Is it fair to treat children differently if one is not biologically yours? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Do you think it's his?
I know it's his.
You know it's his. And you let a couple of rumors like that make you feel like that baby wasn't yours. You really did?
It's all our relationship, though, so it's like, it's hard
Lie.
to move past.
It was your ex.
It's
because you was feeling just fine before your ex moved back.
Was the ex filling his head with lies
always.
and details and problems?
She manipulates his mind all the time.
She lied about it at first. She lied about not sleeping with somebody. Then once I brought it back to her, she said, okay, yes, I did sleep with somebody, but unprotected.
Yeah,
and then you already had a baby before.
But yet you...
I ain't had no
But yet you let your ex know
you
where I
ain't break babies because you took protection when you fooled around.
I don't fool around like that. Like, I messed around. That was one time. That was one person.
That's the one time you got caught red-handed. That's all that is. We got a lot of numbers on here. And all of them are 9s. The probability of paternity is 99.99999999997%. That's your kid.
Thank you. I know who I sleep with.
In the story, no question about it. Nick, give him the results.
Can I please take it home
when he gets home? Now, what do you got to say to her?
Apology?
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry you slept with somebody else.
Now, see, I'm going to go back to the communication issue. Don't holler apology. Let the guy do the right thing first. Don't start out with angry. See what I'm saying? Let him do the right thing.
I do, but it's like, it's hard.
Hey, you know what? If it was easy, everybody'd get along.
That's true.
The important things in life are always hard. Are you with me?
Yes.
Are you going to listen to the counselor that I give you?
Yes.
No more exes. You have to have a married state of mind. It's y'all against the world. And if one of your children has behavior issues, what your attitude does is it make it worse. Do you see what? It makes it worse. And sometimes kids are crazy at home, but when they get into a stable household, don't be that enemy in the camp. Be the defender of your community. You with me on that? Mm-hmm. Best of luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
So how did it make you feel that, he kept questioning you about this baby and wondering if it was actually his?
It hurt because at the end of the day, when we laid down stuff, you should have known.
I actually feel good because that's my heart. I love all my kids, so it feels good to know that I don't gotta have a doubt in my mind no more. So,
do you feel like you owe her an apology now?
I apologize for this incident, but I still feel like some of the stuff that I heard was true.
Previously on Divorce Court.
Me and Ira had set up the swinging thing with Mr. Robert. Neither one of us really felt comfortable about the swinging, so me and him really didn't perform. It was more so trying to see what the other two were doing.
Mr. Woody, you say that there is a child that you believe is yours with her, or you're not really sure?
There's a possibility, Your Honor, but I'm not really sure.
We understand about that possibility, and I do have the DNA test.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
We're going to resolve this issue of paternity in a moment, but before we do, I have got to ask, your household must be full and hard to manage. Why don't you tell me just how many kids are currently under one roof and which ones they are and how you're dealing with all of that?
So currently there's 6 children under our roof right now, 5 of my own, and then 1 of his children. And it's chaos. The kids call me the enforcer because I'm the one, I have to play bad cop, good cop all the time. When Robert is home and he's not traveling and he's on the road, he's the yes person. I call him the yes man because if I say no, the kids will form in little groups and, oh, let's go ask Dad, he's here. And then, like, we have movie nights on Fridays. Our movie night this last Friday turned into everybody having their own bag of popcorn. Now, listen, I like giving the kids what they want, but they didn't need 6 different bags of popcorn. I was highly upset about that because it wasn't the regular average butter popcorn. It was the caramel popcorn. That's my favorite. And he just let everybody get their own individual bag. But, you know, the kids, they
get upset about the oddest things, I must say. I mean, everything is pretty much a free-for-all until it comes to popcorn, and then you got a problem. Mr. Woody, are you not much of a disciplinarian? Do you leave that to her?
I give the kids a lot of slack. You know, I don't flash as much as she does. You know, I'm kind of laid back and mellow, and I'll talk to them softly. Her, on the other hand, she's just constantly she's yelling all day and just making demands all day and, you know.
I have a strong personality. Not making demands, but I run a tight ship. And for that, the kids are well-behaved and well-mannered. Now, if you come on a good day with him, they just doing what they want to do. For instance, last weekend, they go to bed Monday through Thursday. I make them go to bed at 8 o'clock. I was off at the nail shop.
8 o'clock.
I came home.
More like 6:30, Your Honor.
I came home. Ain't no one ate dinner. Everybody's still up. They watching TV, eating popsicles.
Running around, having a good time.
I'm like, what's going on now? The enforcer's here. That's all you heard when I was walking through the door. The enforcer's here. Hurry up. Everybody hide. Everybody get in the corner. Quiet.
Mr. Woody, do you back up the rules that she makes? If she's not there, do they not go to bed at the right hour?
No, I do back up some of the rules, but some of the rules are kind of,
that's not good enough
you know,
for me.
the kids going to bed at 6:30, 6 o'clock.
She says 8 o'clock.
It's not 8, Your Honor.
It was only the time he's talking about was because everybody was doing what they wanted to do. Yes, I did.
You made him go to bed early.
Yeah, so my thing is, if you come home and you don't do your chores and you don't do your homework, we just make your bedtime instead of 8 o'clock, we make it 6:37. So kids wasn't they wasn't doing what they wanted to do. But at the same time, like I said, he's sitting here acting like it's a bad thing. When I was a kid, if we didn't come in when the street lights came on, we got our bus whooped. Nowadays, with all these different laws and rules, I ain't gonna put my hands on you. I'm gonna just tell you one time or look at you, and that's why they call me the enforcer. But once again, I'm not there to try to really be really mean with my kids. I just want to be firm and stern. And sometimes he does back me up, but then sometimes he doesn't because he wants to be the good cop, which I get it. He's on the road majority of the time. I'm the one there, but we have to have a united front. Even if you may disagree with what I'm doing, don't do it when I'm there. Do it when you're there. But then, see, that's why they walk all over him and do what they do.
Do you think they walk all over you?
Not at all. They don't. I think they give me a lot more respect.
That's why he's smiling, Your Honor. He knows.
They don't walk over me, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Look, they're going to watch this episode and be like, oh, she told him about the popcorn? Oh, man. They going to be upset.
Ms. Bowers, I can't figure you out. Your parenting game is strong. You know what I mean? You got rules, you got regulations. It's right or wrong, you don't do right. And then in your romantic life, you do whatever. And I can't quite, you confuse me. I don't know.
And that's why I'm here, Your Honor. I need your help. I do need help in that aspect as far as the line and the not wanting to so much, because I don't reach out to a lot of my exes or to men. They reach out to me.
And you respond back.
And I do.
It's the reach back problem that we have here.
Yeah.
Because
And
guys will reach out all day long if they think you'll reach
and
back.
that's what I said, Your Honor. All she tells me, oh, what do you want me? You want me to delete my Facebook page? I'll delete my Facebook page.
See, I
no,
was
it's
willing
not
to compromise.
that. It's the responding thing. They could try to get at you all they want, but if you're not responding, eventually they're going to stop trying to get at you.
Right.
So,
right.
but when you're responding, that's giving them the, the idea that, okay, it's okay.
No, but my thing is, though, too, Your Honor, some of these men I don't even send replies back to, and he still gets upset. Some guy complimented me and said I was beautiful, and he got upset with me. Mind you, he got the text and the message before I did. He has my Facebook information.
Right.
So why are you upset with me at what a man said to me when I didn't even respond?
I got you. Ms. Barris, do you have trouble resisting romantic temptation?
No, because I just have a problem with, communicating back when other men communicate with me. Hold on, no, that doesn't make sense.
It sure didn't. You're a very bright lady, and that didn't work out at all.
Okay.
What, Mr. Woody, what is your thoughts on that
told me
matter?
that she has a problem reaching back out to other men when they reach out to her.
Yeah, that's.
Do you need a constant source of admiration and attention from men?
Sometimes, yes, because the communication is not really there with Robert because of so many different relationships that we've both had between each other. And so when some of these men reach out to me, they're providing me with what I would like him to provide me with. And that's conversation. And
so you say he doesn't talk to you?
No, he talks to the kids all day long. And like I said, when it comes to him playing Inspector Gadget, he's great.
But he doesn't talk to you?
No. If we're communicating about him tracking me, he got all the conversation in the world. But when it goes to let's watch a movie together and then let's have a intellectual conversation about that, no, because he'll bring it back. Oh, well, let's talk about that text message, that man that was in your inbox. Hold on, I don't even know about the man because you got the message.
You got the inbox and
exactly.
He didn't. Yeah. Next, I'm going to move on to the next issue, which I can't believe you don't have problems here, is finances, because I understand you have some large financial differences and it's causing difficulties in your relationship. Well, we still haven't figured out if this child number whatever is yours, and we're going to find that out now.
Oh, man, he might need some tissue.
Mrs. Bowers, you contend that Mr. Woody doesn't do enough to pull his weight financially around the house because his money is scattered amongst other homes. Why don't you explain what you mean by that?
Out of my 5 biological children that stay with us, he has one of his children that lives with us.
Right.
And he still manages to take care of 2 households because he has his other relatives that he tends to help out, which I get it. I know Robert's a good man and he's a good person and his intentions are well, but I'm a firm believer in you're supposed to take care of your home front first. And then whatever you have, then you help out.
Right.
I just feel like he needs to be a little bit more responsible when it comes to things because he still has a household with us.
Right. Mr. Woody, your response to that?
I do help out my relatives a lot, and I also help out around the house. She has a problem budgeting money, Your Honor. She has a problem with her spending and money just burning a hole in her pocket and her buying unnecessary things.
Give me some examples of some of the unnecessary things that she's bought.
She went out and spent $400 on an iPhone. Mind you, we already have phones, so there was no need for this phone, which gives me reason to believe why she needed a secret phone to do something. So she had $400, Your Honor. She spent like $3-something on an iPhone that wasn't needed. And I'm like, what's the purpose of you having
When you say you help out your family members, are you talking about the other children that you have? Or are you talking about grown folk?
No, my other children as well. My other children as well, Your Honor, and grown
people,
folks.
other grown people.
And grown folks. Wait, you've got children with 5 different women. Isn't child support crushing you without you giving it to grown members of your family?
It is, but he doesn't see it like that because he sees it as...
Let the man answer the question.
It's not...
He may not be as quiet as you think. He just can't get a word in edgewise at the house. Mr. Woody, go ahead and speak for yourself.
It's not crushing me, Your Honor. I'm in pretty good, standings with my kids' moms. We're all kind of still... None of us have any, differences.
You don't have any issues?
No,
everybody's cool?
No, we don't have any issues. Everybody's cool. I do what I can when I can, and I help out around the house more than I do my relatives, but she doesn't see that because when I give my check...
But what I can when I can. That sounds so... Their mothers take care of it. I throw them a couple dollars here and there, and it's really not my responsibility to make sure they got everything they need.
Well, no, it's not that, Your Honor. It's just me being a truck driver. You know, I may go on the road for 12 days at a time. Right. When I come back, I might not go back out to work for another week or two, or I might come back after that 12 days and go right back out. So it's all, you know, sometimes I may get paid once a month, sometimes I might get paid 2 or 3 times a month. So it all, you know, it varies.
Okay.
But then yet he went and purchased a car. We don't even have a car right now.
That's for my son's birthday, Your Honor.
Exactly. But he purchased his son a vehicle, which his son doesn't need because he has a vehicle, which is a 71 Cutlass. That's his dream car.
You bought your son your dream car?
Yeah, Caprice.
So you go there and drive it every once in a while?
I drive it from time to time.
Yeah, but does she have a car?
No.
Her car just broke down, Your Honor. She had a car. It's a budget.
You got money to buy her another one?
Oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah, we're working on it.
So
Don't give the other relatives money until all of your households are taken care of. You got a lot of them to take care of. You know what I mean?
Understood, Your Honor.
You got something in the bank?
No, Your Honor.
Oh!
Prepaid
What if
card.
there's a
Everything's on
problem?
prepaid.
That's what he looks to me. I'm the responsible one.
Well, we still haven't figured out if this child number whatever is yours, and we're gonna find that out now. Are you concerned about it? Are you worried about it? The paternity of that 3-year-old?
If I am the father, you know, I would have liked to have known this 3 years ago.
Do your children consider you the good cop or the enforcer at home? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mr. Woody, does it really... Are you concerned about it? Are you worried about it? The paternity of that 3-year-old? Is it a bone of contention between the two of you?
It's kind of a little bit of all those you just mentioned. You know, due to the fact that if I am the father, you know, I would have liked to have known this 3 years ago.
So have you not thought that this was your child all along?
Yes, this is just, you know, just brought to my attention just recently.
That it could be yours?
Yes.
Only because my son, he won't call him. He refuses to call him Uncle Woody. He calls him Daddy. So.
Well, he doesn't know what the DNA says.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I believe he's still going to love him the same.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to be a part of that child's life either way it goes. Still going to love him the same as I love my other children.
Well, he's not yours. Just like you thought that he's not yours.
Oh, man, he might need some tissue.
So.
Wow. That's crazy.
Why did you tell him it might be his after all these years?
Well, just because we had been doing our thing, and like I said, he does resemble him a little bit.
So this is another guy altogether?
Yes.
Are you going to call the guy who you think is the father and let him know?
Yeah, I'll let him know, which, like I said, we kind of all three kind of knew it was a big possibility, but I still don't believe he's going to do anything.
Why would you shrug your shoulders about something like that?
Because my model is this. You know, my grandparents raised me. And when I had my children, I never wanted to bring my children into this world and not be with their fathers or be with the individual I had kids with. My dream was to always have children with one man and to stick with that man.
And clearly that did not happen.
No, clearly it didn't.
The last time you were here, I remember you were troubled about how your lifestyle was affecting your kids. Let's take a look.
I've been living in fear. I have my kids at home asking me, are they going to have to go away because daddy's making irresponsible choices? And I told them, no, it's not going to happen.
I don't know what's going on with you guys. I'm worried for you.
Like I said, when we did the last show, it was really emotional, and you kind of opened my eyes to see a lot of stuff. And like I said, at that time, I had a whole lot of stuff going on in my life. Now carrying this child and being with Robert and, you know, learning to love again and to actually fall in love. Because at the time with Ira, I was in love, but love had long since left.
Right.
You know. So now I just
Yes, I remember the situation was very uncool.
Yeah.
I was concerned about you.
At that time, and these were your exact words, Miss Jones, going forward, this is paramount to these children. You do not ever, because you just rip these kids apart left and right. So you just stopped the case at that point in time. And that really stuck with me because
you were the only person in 11 years. I was like, I can't even finish this.
Yes.
Because it was so jacked up.
Yep.
And I wanted you to go home and take care of your kids because I was concerned.
Yep.
Well, birth control. Let's discuss that. I'm gonna give you my little speech on birth control, then we're gonna wind this thing up. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner had a baby outside of your relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Are you familiar with the term profligate?
No.
I think you're romantically profligate. Go home and look it up. But you can't conduct your life like it's one sexual free-for-all and not use contraception and think things are not going to be complicated. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you use birth control?
Yes, but to be honest with Your Honor, I've gotten pregnant on every form of birth control.
Really?
Yes.
Because I can't figure it out, because you don't come across as all the whatever woman. You come across as regulated, but 9 children in, I'm wondering, how could that be?
No, I've gotten pregnant on like this last pregnancy, I was on the IUD, and I was actually going in for a regular checkup and to get the IUD removed because me and Robert were talking about having some children, and that's when they told me I was pregnant.
Wow. I can't fuss at you for that.
So at this point, I even told my doctor, and my doctor asked him, how do you put up with her? Like, this is the 9th baby. How do you do it? But I even told him.
Well, I think that's a little unfair to ask how they put up with her because he's got kids with 5 different women. You're going to tag a woman about having a whole bunch of kids. You got to tag that dude. You done been traveling more than she has. So you can't just, you know what I'm saying? And you do what you can for your other children. She take care of her children, and you do what you can. A woman, she has a couple of affairs or she has a couple of kids, and everybody, she's a whole this, that, and the other thing, but dude got 19 kids, and I'm like, you know what I mean? You can't just tag the woman. I don't practice medicine, so I can't tell you what to do. I think you're an intelligent woman. I really do. Stick with this one guy right here. And then have as many, don't have any more. You get fixed. You do your job on that end. It's just not the woman's obligation to make sure that no more children come in the world. You've got an equal obligation as well, and you can't afford the ones you got. So don't keep making them, because if he goes in the wind...
Oh, that baby will be in the truck with him, Your Honor. They might travel back up here to see.
Well... I wish you all the best. I really do. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. But think ahead, ladies and gentlemen, about what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. You don't have money to give your relatives. And if they ask you, play him a tape of this show. He doesn't have the money. He's broke. He needs to give it to his kids. Quit asking for it. There you go. Now this matter is adjourned.
I know that was tough for you. The paternity test came in. What's your reaction? What are your thoughts now?
I'm feeling a little disappointed, that I'm not the child's father, being that I was led to believe there was a possibility that I was.
Now, he seemed pretty confident that this baby is his. Are you 100% sure?
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
You come back for a 3rd time? Judge Lynn will...
Nah.
Judge, today's case, tapped out.
Marriage is a lot of work, The plaintiff today, however, says that the defendant never tried at all. Let's see if he did put in some effort.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Latasha Murray and Christopher McDaniels. The two of you have been married for 2 years, but you've been separated for 1. Ms. Murray, you have brought Mr. McDaniels here seeking $400 for the cost of the ring that you had to pawn, and you will tell me why momentarily. But before you do, I'm going to start by asking you, tell me about your marriage and why we're here today.
Well, Christopher McDaniels, he abandoned me over about a year ago to go be with a he met off of Facebook that lives over in Illinois. We decided to separate because I caught him talking to her, you know, through his phone. So we separated, but we stayed in the house together. But we were still communicating. I would cook for him, feed him. We would drink coffee every morning. So one morning, it was like, no coffee, no Christopher. I messaged his phone, he blocked me. I called it, I was blocked off his social media, everything. So I go look in his room, everything was gone. He left with no words.
Mr. McDaniels, did that happen?
Yes, it did.
Tell me what occurred and why it occurred.
It occurred because I got tired of the same patterns, going in the same circle, and I felt like I had to make a wise decision in order to get myself out of the situation that I was in.
Okay, give me a picture of the pattern that had begun.
As far as her cheating, I felt like she was cheating. You know, she will always be on social media. She will always be communicating with other guys. Let me talk.
No.
Let me talk.
Tell the truth.
Ms. Murray, stop.
I'm sorry,
Mr. McDaniels?
Yeah, so she would always be messaging other guys. So the part where I started talking to the woman that I'm with now, I started talking to her because she was always on social media and everything. So I felt like, okay, if she's on,
this is the way we're gonna do it. I'm gonna do it too.
I'm gonna do it too.
No, but when I started
talking to her, me and her, we instantly had a good vibe. You know, we had conversations
to her than he did
me and her
with me.
Couldn't have.
Right, I got you.
You know, so that
Ms.
was part
Murray,
of my
were you on social media all the time? Were you entertaining other dudes?
I was on social media, and he was too. He lived in his phone. I lived in my phone. And he
not like how you.
Stop. Go ahead.
He made me feel like I was single. I mean, really. I've never in any relationships ever felt like that. He didn't communicate with me at all. It was like no affection towards him. I asked him what was the problem. Was it my weight? Was it I lost 80 pounds trying to please see if that was the problem. Guys would message me, and he would go in my phone and see people messaging me. I mean, I at one point felt insecure, and the attention felt good because I wasn't getting it from him. Like zero.
Well, had you two kind of fallen into your phones to such an extent that you failed to feed the marriage?
Yes.
I would say no.
Yes.
I would say that even before...
Well, I got the yes from you. Now let me hear from him.
I would say that even before me and her met, she was always on her phone. That's nothing new. You know, she was always doing it. And when I got with her, she was like, oh, I'm gonna stop being on social media. I'm gonna drop these two guys that were always messaging you. You said you was gonna drop them, and it was gonna be.
He would go in my phone and block people.
I had to go in your phone and block
I had to ask him to stop communicating with people too. He was still communicating with his ex that he was with when I met him. Every time he got mad.
Did both of you have inappropriate relationships, even though they were only electronic, but inappropriate conversations and conduct with people other than the other one? Is that accurate?
It's true, but if Christopher at any point would have said, I want this to work, he never once, even when we were separated, he said he was going to be single. I would have fought harder for my marriage. He said, I'm not going to be with nobody. I need to work on me. But the whole time he was lying. I at any point, I just wanted him to tell me, like, I love you, we're going to work on this. He never put any effort at all. It was only me.
I felt like you ain't putting no effort into it either.
How?
Because you were always
he's selfish.
on social media
He's been on my
Hang on. Tell me what kinds of things you did to feed the marriage, and then I'm going to ask you, did you see or acknowledge those things? So go ahead, tell me what you were doing that he wasn't.
I pretty much did everything in this relationship. When I had money, we would go out and do things. When Christopher got money, he never took me anywhere. He would take his money and go hang out with his buddies. Like, I always cooked. It wasn't nothing I didn't do. I tried. I really did try. He didn't. I'm a talker, and I feel like if something's not right, I'm going to talk about it. And I wanted to talk to him. He wouldn't. He would get mad because I wanted to talk. He walk around with headphones on all day long.
Mr. McDaniels, now, just relax. Take that in. She says she cooked. She said she tried to talk to you. She said she would take her money so you guys could go out together. Did those things happen?
Yes, those things did happen.
Mm-hmm. Don't you see that as an effort to feed the marriage?
At the time, no, I didn't.
Really? What were you doing while she was doing that, which we clearly must designate as efforts to make the marriage successful?
Okay.
What were you doing to make the marriage successful?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Do you see that, though, Mr. McDaniels, do you see where I've led you to?
Yes.
She was trying to make the marriage work. You did not reciprocate. Do you get that part?
We barely had sex. He tried to make it like I was I felt like a creep sometimes because I always had to initiate it. Like, he didn't touch me like you want to feel some kind. I wanted to feel like he wanted me. But he didn't, so I had to initiate it. Therefore, it looked like I wanted sex all the time. But I feel like he had more sex with his phone than me.
Mr. McDaniels, your response to that? She felt abandoned intimately.
I did show her affection, but I didn't show her affection in the way that she wanted me to show her affection.
Explain that to me.
As far as, like, me and her being in the room together, I'm fine with that. We can be in the same room together. We don't have to talk all the time. And when she say, I like to talk.
We sit in the room together, Judge. We could be in the room together for 2 hours saying nothing. That's why
but I'm fine with that. As long as we in the room together. I'm around you every day. I see you every day. I'm in your face every day.
Talk. I got you, Mr. McDaniels. And I ain't mad. I'm just going to give you a heads up. Okay, about women?
Ever since the beginning of our relationship, it's about what's on your mind. You a good person.
He's a liar.
I like what you do.
Like, we barely had sex. And then when we did, it was a couple minutes.
Listen, Mr. McDaniels, I never make a man defend that one. So you want to speak to it, you can, but I ain't going to require it. First part is you can't love people in the way that you want to be loved. Did you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
If my husband took me to a whole bunch of baseball games on my birthday, that ain't gonna get nowhere. He loves baseball, I don't. But so sometimes you have to give the person what they need, not what you would like. That's how you do the relationship. And number two about women, we want to talk to you.
Yes.
I don't care which one you get. We're going to want to talk to you. Now, sometimes we talk too much.
Sometimes I do.
Run. Makes them crazy. You got to pull it back. But you got to talk to us some.
And
There's no way we should sit in a room together for 2 or 3.
Whenever we do talk, we have excellent conversations. We have good conversations. But we don't talk every day. I feel like I don't
How often do you want her to talk to you?
Exactly.
I can say that most of the time I do be in my own world.
He live in his own world.
I do be in my own world.
Yes.
And why'd you marry her?
Why did I marry her?
Why'd you marry her?
Because I loved her.
I don't feel like he ever loved me.
Now let the man finish his thought, okay?
She always say that, but that's the thing that I can't get around. You know, I would tell her, you do look beautiful.
He never complimented me, ever. Not once.
But she bring up insecurities that she bring up her own insecurities that she's dealing with and throws them in my face and tries to make me deal with. Like, she'll say, I'm not attracted to her because of her weight. And ever since
let the man finish.
ever since the beginning of our relationship, I've always told her it's not about your weight. It's about what's on your mind. You a good person.
He's a liar.
I like what you do.
He never talked to me like that.
Miss
He's
Murray,
lying, though.
Miss Murray,
So I never told her that.
Miss Murray,
I did.
I will sit you down,
Please
and
don't.
then I will put you out.
Please don't. I'm sorry.
Mr. McDaniels, go right ahead, sir.
So, you know, I've always told her that she was beautiful and that her weight did not matter to me, but she will always bring it up and throw it in my face.
Was she heavy when you married her?
I was bigger than her.
Was she heavy when you married her?
Yes.
Doesn't that tend to demonstrate to you that your weight is not a problem because he committed to you when you were even bigger than you are now?
But he didn't touch me, so it felt like a problem. We barely had sex, and then when we did, it was a couple minutes.
Listen, Mr. McDaniels, I never make a man defend that one. So you want to speak to it, you can, but I ain't gonna require it.
Yeah, it did last couple. It was good. When you in love with somebody and you intimate with them, it's gonna be like that.
And to be honest, most of the time, that's why I did want to have sex, because it was the only way I could get any kind of touch or intimacy from him. Like, he never just walk up to me and hug me or touch me, none of that. Yeah. So that was the reason why.
So you say that one of the reasons you believe he doesn't pay any attention to you because he's smoking all the time.
The ring gone.
Hey, well, I got that part.
She did pawn it, and the ticket.
Did she pawn it for you?
Yes, she did pawn it for me.
And what did you do with the money?
I smoked it up.
One of the reasons you believe he doesn't pay any attention to you because he's smoking all the time.
All the time. He had a very expensive habit. He has bad anxiety, and I would borrow money because I didn't want to be around when he was acting like a monster.
So he would smoke himself calm?
Yes. He couldn't sleep at night if he didn't. And his problem became my problem. I couldn't even get my eyebrows arched because every $10, $20 I had gave it to him.
Mr. McDaniels, were you puffing your way to oblivion?
I wouldn't say oblivion. I would say it was
to Mars.
To deal with what I was dealing with.
What were you dealing with?
It was the fact that, you know, every day it was a house full of
enemy.
people.
His worst enemy.
Every day.
Hang on, house full of people. Tell me about that. Who was in there?
My kids.
Her children and their friends.
You do have 9 children, right?
But they all don't live with me.
Okay, how many live with you right now?
4. And it was always like that.
We have your daughter on the phone. Miss Kathy Murray?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning, Judge.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Just fine. I understand you would like to share with us some of your thoughts on this union. Could you please?
First of all, Chris ain't He's a freaking leech. He never stepped up to be the man he was supposed to be. I told my mom she was too good for him. Chris is a sorry excuse of a man. He acts like a child. He sits on his while my mom provided everything for us. She needs to divorce his sorry today.
Well, thank you, Ms. Murray. I appreciate your input. It was straight to the point. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The last thing you complained about, Ms. Murray, is that he can't hold a job. Tell me about his employment history.
What employment history? He'll get it every couple paychecks he's done.
Do you get a couple paychecks then quit?
Yeah. Yeah, I would, but...
How did you think that was going to work out? What's your employment game plan?
It was, at that time...
He wanted to be a rapper.
Stop.
I don't even like rap, but I liked his songs.
But
he's good.
As far as my employment, I felt like I didn't have a lot of options. You know, I would work warehouse jobs where I would have to stand up 12 hours a day, or...
He stands up 12 hours a day.
I would have to get a restaurant job being a dishwasher, or, you know, but I'm trying to do better. I want to do better.
What's wrong with that, though, to get started with? What's wrong with that?
It ain't nothing wrong with it to get started, but my mind is bigger than that.
He got enough money so he could smoke,
doing more than that. So
you can think while you loading that dishwasher. You can be thinking of your lyrics. You can be busting those tables and thinking the whole time. Do you know what I'm saying? No, you can think through what you want to do. And aren't rappers supposed to like have the lyrics in their head? You should be practicing and keeping your rhythm. I said, with the holes in the street. I got money. With the holes in the street. I apologize on behalf of all rapdom for that. So tell me about the $400.
I pawned my ring for him, and when he left, I didn't get the pawn ticket. He was gone. I couldn't get it out. And I kept asking him, like, I don't want to lose my ring. And he said, well, I don't know where the ticket is, so I lost it.
Do you have something, a receipt or something? Mr. McDaniels, you tell me about that ring. What happened? Where is it?
The ring gone.
I got that part. But how did it get gone? What did you do?
She did pawn it, and the ticket...
Did she pawn it for you?
Yes, she did pawn it for me.
And what did you do with the money?
I smoked it up.
And he left me.
And then left?
Yeah.
That was your final act?
Yep.
He got his last paycheck and...
Smoked up your... I got it. I got it. Let me say this to you. Ms. Murray, you're a lovely woman. You talk too much, but you're a lovely woman. You wanted to have a marriage. You went in there with your best efforts. You went in there with your love, your heart, and you tried to make it work. Mr. McDaniels, I think you were looking to be supported.
Yep.
I think that you had absolutely no intention of trying to make this marriage work. What you wanted to do was have a roof over your head, food in your stomach, a sense of security, and you had absolutely no intention of giving her anything in return. You didn't like the kids there, so you put your earphones on and you just sat around and you didn't contribute at all to the marriage. You got annoyed when she talked to you. You get your own soda pops. You never got anything for anybody else, and you got annoyed that they were there. You were annoyed that they actually wanted you to contribute in some meaningful way to the marriage. So the last thing you did before you packed up and walked off without telling her anything was get her to pawn something that was important to her, smoke it up, and then bounce with another woman. You will be paying Ms. Murray $400. It is so ordered.
Thank you, Judge.
What's going through your mind now after speaking with the judge today?
I just still feel really confused about what happened. I still have feelings for Christopher, but I know that we don't belong together.
So, judge kind of called you out and said that you really were never there for her, here for this marriage. So, you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. That was 2 years ago. Things are different nowadays, and she got her opinion. It is what it is.
Judge, today's case, young love.
Thank you. I have a young couple here who started having children while they were still children. They've got some growing up to do. Let's see if I can get them started.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Anissa Ewing and Malik Kyle. The two of you have been together for 9 years. You have 2 children together, but you do not want to be together anymore. Ms. Ewing, you brought Mr. Kyle here for $477.86 for payment of his card note that was 2 months behind. We will talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Ewing, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Me and Malik been together 9 years. I brought him here today because he lies, he cheats. I feel like I'm losing myself to love him. I need to get back to loving me. He constantly lies and cheats. There was a time he had sex with a friend of mine, a so-called friend of mine, and she ended up pregnant, and we had to get a DNA test. It almost broke up our family, Judge, and it's been so long. Like, we were almost done. An additional.
How long ago was that?
This was last summer.
And what did he say to you that allowed you to stay with him after such a tremendous betrayal?
I might just be a fool.
Mr. Kyle, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, ma'am. So, I mean, at that time, when I did have sex with her friend, but at that time, we had broke up because she was texting another man, just telling him, like, I love you, and, like, you're the only person I think about, and that's why we're together. So, at that time, we separated. So, I was single at the time.
How long were you separated before you hopped on the friend?
It was probably about 7 or 8 months. But I just ran into her at the club. I was drinking that night, and, I mean, it's just like, I was single at the time. Not that it's right because it's her friend, but it was just something that happened. We took a DNA test. It wasn't my child, so we were able to try to mend things.
It wasn't your child?
No, ma'am.
No. But it could have been your child.
Yes, it could have been.
Did you have a condom?
Yes, I did, but,
no.
You know, things happen when you use condoms.
I think that folks these days aren't afraid of being pregnant as much as they should. It's kind of an oops moment, not a oh my God, which it was when I was young, which kept us on the straight and narrow. Right. I'm just saying. Ms. Ewing, why don't you tell me, are there other things that he has done?
It's repeat offenses, Judge. There was also a time when I got a message on Facebook from some girl saying that she had sex with my boyfriend at a hotel party the night before. As soon as I read the message.
See, that's not true though. So
it's true. It's definitely true.
So I was at the hotel party and some things did happen, but we never had sex. I did have oral sex with her, but
that counts.
Yeah, but it wasn't me giving. I was receiving.
That counts.
Yeah, that does count, but you know, I don't think it's as bad as having sex. But it is wrong though at the same time. And then, you know, she says I repeatedly cheat and stuff like that, but it's just not true. Like,
it's true.
Like most of the time when I'm messing with another woman, we're broken up or something. So, and she breaks up with me a lot because she just.
Well, how often has she broken up with you over these past 9 years?
Very. We.
How about in the last year? How many times?
He broke up with me for stuff he did wrong.
In the last
year. Stuff he did.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that.
It was plenty of times. Like it was times I didn't call him. Just not even too long ago, I seen him, he interacting with some female on Facebook that he used to talk to in the past, and I confronted him about it, and he got mad at me. He got mad at me and told me I shouldn't even have been snooping through stuff. And he got mad at me. Like, he really got mad, and that's crazy. How can you get mad at me because you wrong? Did you break up over that? Yes, and he told me that that's not the only thing he told me that that's not really cheating, but when I interact with anybody, that's cheating.
She emotionally cheats. So it's like.
Give me an example.
So we might get into an argument or something like that, and then she might leave with a male friend or something, and she claims she's just a friend. Like one time, she left with a male friend like at 11 at night, didn't return to the next morning, and just giving me all type of excuses. We was riding around and we was just chilling and stuff like. But I don't know what happened. I don't know what went on.
Were you two living together at the time?
Yes. Male friends are just friends. He knows that. They didn't come around him. All that. It was a time he even allegedly slept with a family member of mine. And I know he did it, and he's denying it, but he did do it.
Let me finish.
He did it. He's going to say he didn't do it, but he did do it. She didn't even deny it. So she never said she didn't do it.
Okay, Mr. Kyle, did you do it?
No, ma'am. Yeah. See, she didn't deny it, but it's like,
why wouldn't you say no?
She never told her that she did, and then at the same time.
Why wouldn't you say you didn't if you didn't?
At the same time, this had a male friend, and he had a crush on her, so.
So you're jumping off the topic too quickly.
Oh, no.
I want you to address the topic. Did you sleep with a family member of hers?
No, ma'am. And
did you
have
any kind of emotional, romantic, or otherwise touching session with a family member of hers?
No, ma'am. And where this rumor came from is from her male friend that I was just telling you about.
Mm-hmm.
He had a crush on her, and he's coming to her saying that this person and this person told them that I had sex with her. So she asked the other people that were involved, and they're like, we never said nothing like that. And then at the same time, he got a crush on her. So I feel like he was making it up just so he could do something with her.
That was just his defense. He knows that. It's the time I lost weight because of him. Like, I couldn't eat. I was literally depressed. After that stuff happened with the DNA test and all that, waiting on that DNA test to come back, and then the first time it came back, it was like inconclusive, so he had to do it again. So then I was really worried, like, yeah, it got to be his. Why wouldn't it just have been negative?
Right.
It was just crazy. It was like the worst time. I think that was like the most emotional I ever been. Like I lost weight. I was drinking every day. I couldn't sleep, eat. It was sad. It was bad.
It was bad.
And that was last summer. And I still ended up taking him back through it all. He told me he wouldn't even take me back if that was me. Do you know how that make me feel as a woman? Like, I couldn't even.
He wouldn't take you back if what was
He
you?
said if the shoe was on the other foot, he wouldn't take me back. And we were broken up, and I still would never mess with one of his friends. Nothing close to it. Nothing. I would never.
Did you
and
say
he wouldn't
that?
take me back?
Yeah, I did say that because, I mean, that's just how I feel.
That's crazy.
Like, at the same time, she took me back, but she didn't have to, though. I didn't force her to take me back. So that's just my stance on it. I wouldn't be with her.
And you would have
again.
understood if she didn't take you back.
Yeah, I would have
because
understood.
That would have been something that you wouldn't have done.
Yes,
I got you. Now, she's the mother of your children.
Yes, ma'am.
You're supposed to die to defend her if that is necessary.
Yeah.
And you can't be a dude and a man and talk about being anything unless you're willing to do that.
Right.
Period. End of story. You say you don't feel protected by Mr. Kyle, and you have a specific story you want to tell me about that. Please do.
It was a time we were at a party, and a guy kind of nudged me, and I came and brought it to Malik's attention, and he didn't do nothing. That was the second time. It was another time I got into a fight with some females. We were all fighting, and some guy pistol with me. Malik acted like he didn't see this. He saw
See,
it.
I didn't
Somebody
see that.
saw it. Didn't even help.
Somebody
I got hit in the head
pistol
with-
whipped?
Yes. During
By
the
a
fight.
woman?
During the fight. No, a guy.
A guy hit you in the head with a gun?
Yes.
And he pretended he didn't see you?
Act like he didn't see it.
How do you know he saw you?
How she know
I
she's
know he
sitting
saw
there when
it.
she's in the middle of a fight? How does she
Everybody
know
was
I seen that?
recording, cameras out, but you didn't see it. It don't make sense.
That don't make sense.
He didn't
Did you
care to
see?
protect
Did
me
you
at
see
that
the
time.
fight?
Yeah, I seen the fight.
Did you know she was fighting?
It was a whole brawl, like a whole, probably 15, 20 people fighting. I can't focus on one guy. And
But
then,
why
and
were
then
you
he
not paying
started.
attention to young girl?
But you're supposed to focus on her. If
Exactly.
she's in the middle of a brawl, you walk into the brawl, get your woman, and pluck her out.
You see?
That's what you do.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes, ma'am.
Now, she's the mother of your children.
Yes, ma'am.
You're supposed to die to defend her if that is necessary.
Yeah.
And you can't be a dude and a man and talk about being anything unless you're willing to do that.
Right.
Period. End of story.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I understand your mother is on the phone because she has something she wants to say about this very issue. Mrs. Ewing?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm fine, Just Toler. How are you?
I am just fine. I'm talking to your daughter and Mr. Kyle here. They're telling me about their relationship. What do you see when you look at their union?
Well, I would love to see them stay together. I love Malik as a person, as my to-be son-in-law, but I don't think that the relationship can survive the way that it is now. They do too much tit for tat, number one. It's tit for tat. She cheats, so I'm going to go cheat.
Right.
He cheats, so I'm going to go cheat. I mean, you know, they need to grow up, both of them. My daughter is not an angel, but I am sick and tired. She is too beautiful. She is too beautiful. That's my baby. You know, and I would do anything for her. I would have certainly taken a bullet for her.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ewing. That was very helpful. I appreciate you taking the time to do that. Did y'all hear what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
What about that tit-for-tat business? Is that an accurate reflection of how you guys run your relationship?
I mean, I guess it could be explained like that, but like I said at the beginning, it was just I never did anything like, and I dealt with a lot of cheating from her at the beginning, at the front end of the.
So now
of the
you're trying to
relationship.
catch up?
No, not necessarily catch up. I just got tired of, I just got tired of just being head over heels for her, and I'm getting cheated on, guys pulling up to her house while I'm there, and she's leaving with other guys while I'm there.
Now, Ms. Ewing, were you doing all that nonsense?
I just had a lot of male friends. He was always invited. It wasn't nothing like that.
You smiling a bit. I don't know.
She went to a hotel party with her friends, and with her friend, and she and her friend brother, they used to talk, they used to text and stuff. And then they left me at her house while they went to a hotel party for the whole night. It was just like, They claimed that they was trying to give me a ride, but...
Ms. Ewing, let me ask you this question. If he conducted business the way you did with your male friends, with women friends, would you find that distressing?
If he did it the way I did it, I probably wouldn't, because he's allowed around, my male friends are allowed around him and vice versa. Everybody can come together and have a good time. If he have a female friend, he got to sneak and do it and all this crazy nonsense. Like, and he's just a liar. He's just a liar.
Did you understand what he did? No.
I understand that.
I am talking. Young lady, you need to learn when to be quiet. You can't learn anything if you talk when others are talking. You can't hear anything. That's probably one of his problems with you. You say his checks don't match up with his work schedule. Explain that to me.
He works all day, every day. And then he'll
Which is what you're supposed to do.
He'll come home with like a $400 check or something. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Do you know how much he makes an hour? Do you know what his hours are?
I know all day, and it should be way more.
I don't get paid by the hour, Your Honor. I get paid by each job that I do. So some jobs don't pay as much as the next job. So some weeks I might bring in $400, but I get paid every week. So it's like
none of it match.
The hours can't match because I don't get paid.
Did you understand what he did? No.
I understand that.
I am talking. Young lady, you need to learn when to be quiet. You can't learn anything if you talk when others are talking. You can't hear anything. That's probably one of his problems with you. If he doesn't get paid by the hour, then his hours won't match up with the check. If he gets paid by the job, it is determined by the nature of the job and who he is working for. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that. I didn't mean the hours. I meant, like, the jobs he do, none of it adds up with how much he gets paid. It just doesn't match at all. It doesn't. He knows that.
Have you sat down and talked to him about it? About how much he makes,
but
how
it's
much
like, at the
each
same
job
time,
is?
I don't really just want to be in his
I'm still
pocket.
talking and you're jumping right in the middle. You don't understand anything because you don't hear anything. Because you're so busy yapping all the time. You need to stop that.
I'm sorry.
You want $477.86 from this man for the car notes that was 2 months behind. Tell me about that.
It was just a time when he wasn't working and he kind of got off track with the car note or whatever. So I said I would pay it for him. I mean, it's my boyfriend, I was gonna pay it. But then we having all these issues and we keep on having problems and breaking up. I told him, at this point, I just don't want to be together no more. You can just pay me back for this.
And go about your business and be on your way.
Yes.
How long ago did you tell him that?
Maybe last month.
Last month. Did you has he gone on his way, or y'all still in the same house?
We still in the same house.
End of story. You don't even have to reply. Let me tell you two something. This is never gonna be, I don't think you guys will ever break up. You might break up at some point, but it's going to be a non-stop washing machine of nonsense that you're going to go on over and over and over again. You two don't listen. You two don't know how to communicate. You two are busy doing tit for tat. You're behaving like you're in high school, 17 years old. Well, he did this. I don't want to look stupid, so I'm going to do that. She's doing that. I don't want to look stupid, so I'm going to do this. You think anything that is short of penetration isn't really sex, or whatever happens, happens. And it is not a good environment in which to raise children. It's not a good environment in which to maintain a relationship. The relationship should be between the two of you. You've got too many side folks in it. If I were to go out all night with a dude, my husband would lose his mind. If you want to maintain a relationship, you have to curb some of the things that you do in order to support that union. You don't support that union with conduct that is not supportive of couples. Whether or not he can go or not go is not the issue. It is whether or not you are woman enough to stop doing some of the things that you used to do when you were single in order to support maintaining a relationship. You want to become a wife, going out and running around with other guys is not a way to get this guy to give you a ring. It just isn't. You guys think that you should do as you need to, feel what you need to do anytime you need to do it. That's not grown folk behavior. It just isn't. Children will do what they see you doing. Do you want your children to repeat this pattern?
No, man.
Do you want your children to have the life that you have, which is unstable, dissolute, disassembled, uncertain, insecure? Do you want that?
No.
Then you have to behave in a manner that allows you to deliver to your children the life that you want them to have. You have to grow up. You had the kids too young. Too late, that cat's out of the bag. But now that you've done that, you need to sit down as a couple and determine how you are going to conduct your business as a couple. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to give you a book. It's called Dear Sonali, to the Daughter I Never Had. It's written to 20-year-old young ladies, just like you, who have a life that is based upon the desire of the moment. The most important thing in your life is having a man and keeping that man, and you don't look at life as an entire picture of things. I wrote about everything from money to love to communication, and I want you to read it so I can have you be in charge of your life. Look at me, look at me, look at me. So you can be in charge of your life instead of having your life in charge of you. You with me?
Yes.
I want you to be happy. I want you to be strong. I want you to be married. I want you to raise rational children. Because you don't raise rational children, they'll be robbing people.
Right.
And I'm too old to fight. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
How are you feeling now after hearing what Judge Lynn had to say today?
I was listening to what she had to say, and I think everything she said was right. And I need to listen more and talk less. I would love to stay with him, but if it don't work out, I'm leaving.
Do you think you'll put a ring on anytime soon if you guys can make this this thing work out?
Oh, yeah, definitely. If we can make it work, then it's definitely possible.
9 years in, right?
Yep.
What do you think? Soon?
Yeah, soon. Need to be.
Judge, today's case, it's a family affair.
Fertility issues, family fights, Facebook feuds. I've got a young couple trying to get through all of that. Let's see if I can help.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jess Troyer and Chris Sines. Ms. Troyer and Mr. Sines, the two of you been together for 4 years, married for 3, even though you're only 22 and 21. This is one of my favorite things to do. This is a Save My Marriage session. I know I'm the divorce court judge, but sometimes people say we need some help, and I love to give it. So that's exactly what we're doing today. Ms. Troyer, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Yes, Your Honor. I am here today because I am sick and tired of fighting with this man. Okay, ever since I've had a miscarriage, I've had 7. So, yeah.
Take your
At
time.
that point, it kind of broke me. I told Chris, I texted him, I said, you need to call me right away. I have something to tell you. He says, okay, well, what's going on? Let me know. I'm at work right now. I can't really answer the phone, so what's going on? You know, he kept kind of brushing over everything, and so he finally calls me. I say, look, I just lost the baby. I need you to understand that this is serious. Can you ask your family member if you're able to come here and see me at the hospital? And he texts me, and he says, well, they said no. And I'm like, well, why did they say no? And they're like, well, you know, they didn't really give an answer. They just said, no, it's not that serious enough, or, oh, it's
Ms.
not
Troyer,
that.
hang on right there. Mr. Sines,
Yes,
how did that conversation go where you said your wife is in the hospital having lost our child? How did that conversation go at work?
Well, my family said, hey, I need you to step aside for a second. I said, something happened to my wife. She's like, well, what's going on? I said, she needs me to be there. I said, that's my wife. She just lost our baby. She turned around and said, no. So turned around, I went home, talked to my family. I said, you know, that's my wife. I can't sit there and let her just have a baby. I'm supposed to be there for her because she's sitting there upset right now and I'm not there. I said, and so I told my family, I'm not going to talk to y'all for 3 weeks. I said, that's my baby. I said, you're not gonna sit there and keep me away from my wife while she's up there crying.
Do you think they would have fired you had you just left?
No. No.
Did you just leave?
I walked off. I told them I'm not working.
But you went to the hospital?
No, they still, I tried to get family members and they all said no.
Well, you didn't have transportation?
No, not time.
What's up with your family? Don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. We were only dating maybe a year, and they just feel like, oh, you're just dating a year, you know, it's not some big deal. I told them, I said, it is a big deal. I said, it's our first baby. I said, it is something to be up there for. I said, it's a miscarriage. I said, I don't know what miscarriage mean to y'all.
Yeah.
After that, everything just started spiraling out a hill. I posted some things on social media, and one of the family members commented, it's not that serious. And that actually, after that point, I was trying to adopt. And I posted, I went through the process.
How old were you?
That was a few months ago, so.
Let me ask you something, Ms. Troya. Did you get mad at him about that?
I did, because I felt like, you're my husband, you're supposed to be there for me. And even though he was sticking up for me, I just felt like there could have been a little bit more on his part to kind of make it happen.
Yeah, yeah. Can I make a suggestion? And I know you're young, and I know you're in a generation that grew up on social media. Something deeply harmful and dark and hurtful is it doesn't belong on Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook.
Right.
It just doesn't. If you got something you want to say to his family, you say it to her family. You do not just, and I know it's that easy, like, I'm going to just express myself. I'm going to let go and tell everybody what a piece of blah, 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 blah they are, but it's not the place to go.
That's
but
right.
you know, you're young, just trying to give you a heads up.
What happened was I posted that, like you said, don't post it, but...
Yeah, I understand. I'm not going to keep messing with you about it because I've already fussed at you. So go ahead.
But I posted it on social media, and one of the family members commented and said, well, you don't deserve to be a mother. You don't, you don't deserve this. This is...
What? Go ahead.
Once she told me about that, and I was at work, she says, hey, she was texting me crying, saying, hey, you know, something happened on Facebook. Turned around, she talked to me, said, hey, when your family member says something, that really hurt. So turned around, I called one of my family members. I said, hey, you know, you need to talk to them and tell them, hey, that's my wife. They have no business. It's Facebook. She can say what she wants.
I actually have the proof.
Oh, could I see that? 'Cause that's extraordinarily bad. Now, are you comfortable with the manner in which your man comes to his family? Because it looks like to me, every time they come up crooked, and they come up crooked a lot, that he comes and defends his woman. Do you feel that?
No, ma'am.
In his response? Why not?
I actually feel like he's on their side because a lot of times his family member, a certain someone, is always like nagging, like, well, why is she here? She doesn't need to be here. She's not family. And he just kind of knocks it off. Oh, well, she's kidding. Oh, well, she's, don't listen to her. She's just negative. Well, you need to stick up for me because you're my husband and I'm your wife. You're supposed to be there to fight for me. You're supposed to be able to bat for me. And you not batting for me is just making things worse. And it was really hard for me to open up to anybody, especially meeting his, his family.
But he responds appropriately. I mean, obviously, whoever this family member is a jacked up individual because you just don't treat people that way, whether you like them or not. You know what I mean? We get that. But my sense is that every time when she acts up, he responds appropriately. What is he not doing that you would like him to do?
What really needs to happen is we need to make peace. I want to make peace. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm tired of the fighting. I'm tired of going on my social media account, seeing this person commenting on everything. It's just not a good vibe, and honestly, it's making me just depressed.
So what do you want to do differently in order to gather the peace you seek?
I honestly would like to let things go. I mean, it's definitely hard to do that. As always, it's hard to let things go. Like, you remember what they said and things like that. But I'm definitely willing to forget that and just say sorry. I mean, and just kind of part ways with that.
Are you feeling different about it?
Do you feel that, Ms. Troya?
I do, but I just had to butt in here because he's kind of being sweet. It actually wasn't all sweet and roses. And I slept on the couch that night crying. So it wasn't all roses and butterflies. It was definitely a hard time.
I could die without kids. As long as I have her, that's all I care about. I'm not going.
Say it one more time, because it was so beautiful. Say it one more time.
I could die without kids. As long as I have her, that's all I need. I need her support more than anything. As long as she's there to, like, you know, ask me how you feeling. Are you feeling different about this?
Do you feel that, Miss Troya?
I do, but I mean, I just had to butt in here because he's kind of being sweet. It actually wasn't all sweet and roses. So actually one day I had to call the cops on him because we were living in Tennessee, having a normal conversation, you know, how was your day, this and that, and we got into the kids motion, and I'm like, look, you know, what would you think, how would our kids look? What color eyes would they have? What color hair? You know, would they be as tall as you? Like, just those kinds of questions that we were asking, and all of a sudden he gets up and he stomps and he goes out the door and he opens the door. He says, well, I hope you guys are happy that everybody has kids here because we don't have any, and just slams the door and stomps into the room and slams the door again. And I slept on the couch that night crying myself. So it wasn't all roses and for me emotionally, and just like the intimacy got worse.
Talk about that intimacy. What occurred there?
Well, of course, when you first get married, everything is blossoms, and you know,
sex is
the
great.
marriage
Everybody
is
looking good. Yeah.
But then, you know, after the losses, of course, one by one, it started getting harder and harder. I started pushing myself away. I started putting a wall up, and then so just recently we had a breakdown about that. It's very close to null at this point. With that topic.
Is it both of you, or
it's me more?
It's you more. Okay.
Because there was actually one time where he was, you know, ready for it, and I told him, I said, look, I'm not in the mood emotionally at this point, and he, of course, got mad at that.
Is that because of the atmosphere in the home, or is it because you're afraid you might get pregnant again and then have to go through all of that? Or it could be a combination of that and some other things.
Right.
What do you think it is?
I think it's both. I think it's he don't want me to get pregnant again because, you know, of course, I am high risk. And then also just I don't feel pretty anymore because you're a type of person that when you're a woman, you feel like you need to give that to your husband, you need to give that to your family. And I just wasn't able to do that. And it was hard on me emotionally and physically. I just didn't feel like my body was good enough for him. Ooh,
you and I gonna have a conversation about that.
So
we really, really are.
And I actually have proof of the calls. I don't have the 89 one, however, I have the 32
Y'all
one.
need to put down all your devices. All of them.
Yeah. And he called me 32 times.
Okay, I got it. I know where we are. I got so many things for you. But you also say that she treats you a bit like a child, and you find her controlling ways uncomfortable. Why don't you tell me what she's doing that you find controlling?
Well, Your Honor, when I get paid, she sit there, she manages my money. Then when I go out and spend like something, maybe I need some lunch. I'm out of town and my job's 45 minutes away. I need to get something. Turn around, I get a call, and she looks at my account and says, hey, why'd you spend this? Well, why are you getting our food out to eat? She says, it's not healthy. I said, well, I'm not at my shop, so I can't grab lunch at my shop in the refrigerator if I'm 45 minutes out. If I can't leave my job site, I'm at to eat. So when we go out together, I can spend all kinds of money. It don't matter at all. But since when I spend money from my job on my paycheck, it just turns around to an argument about saying, oh, why you spending money, why you this?
Your response to that accusation?
No. Okay, I'll admit it. I am a little bit mean when it comes to that sort of stuff, which I'm trying to work on. But one day I was at Olive Garden. I told Chris I was going there. He knew where I was going. He knew who I was going with and what time I would be home. So he still texts me and says, hey, where are you at? What are you doing? At some point, I was eating. I was trying to eat my food, and I kept seeing my phone ring. And I'm like, okay, I need to turn this off because this is rude. You know, I'm trying to have a good time, trying to spend time with them. And he called me about 89 times that day. Yeah.
89?
Yeah.
What was it about the 85th call that said to you, I'm gonna get a better result than the first 84?
I was gonna get a result. I know it's gonna end up either arguments or it's gonna start me, probably she gonna leave.
So that's not an attempt at communication. That's just harassment and a temper tantrum. You understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's just a temper tantrum.
Yeah. I actually have proof of the calls. I don't have the 89 one, however, I have the 32
Y'all
one.
need to put down all your devices. All of them.
Yeah.
And that's when I went home, and he called me 32 times.
Okay, I got it. I know where we are. I got so many things for you. I got a lot of words, and I got 4 gifts. First of all, you're 2 good people.
Thank
and I don't want you to ever forget that. I don't want you to forget that he loves you. He loves you for who you are and what you are. He fights his family for you. He stays with you. He loves you. He doesn't care about the kids. He wants kids. You want kids. I get that.
Right.
But you are so awfully young. Time goes on, and do you know, I read up about the concerns that you have. You've got another 25 years to have kids. And science is on your side. It keeps improving. So I want you to say, hey, maybe it's not time for the baby yet. Maybe we need to grow up. Maybe we need to get the family together. Maybe we need to be a little bit more mature, and maybe that's when that will happen. So I want you to look at it like that we've been given time to get that marriage together before we had that baby. So that's number 1. And I want you to believe that. Your womanhood is not defined by your ability to procreate. Not at all, never. Not at all. Gift number 1. This is a book for 20-year-old women. You know what? The relationship part is back here. The rest of it is about what you are, who you are, what you can succeed in, what you can do. I'm going to give that to you as my gift. The next thing I want to say is this. You want to have a better relationship with his family. You said that. I was so impressed by that because that's an extraordinarily mature thing to say.
I do.
The way to do that is this. Everybody comes in here and says, that's just me, that's who I am. I'm blunt. I'm 100, I'm always 100, all that. That's some crap. Yeah. It's not true. What you are is what you're able to do. If somebody came in here with a gun and put it to your head, you would not be blunt.
Yeah,
you would not go to 100. You would none of that. So it's just, it's a matter of ability and motivation. You can decide to be the mature one in the room. If you get off that social media completely, don't say nothing. If it isn't sunshine and roses, don't write it down because you know, it's just, that's what it is.
Exactly.
And when you go over to his house, I'm talking to both of y'all, but I'm just kind of concentrating her on a little bit. When you go over to his house, when you go to a circus, you know there are going to be some clowns there,
That's right? That's right.
So you 2 need to come into the situation. Look, huddle. Going over to the family.
Right.
You know Doris is going to say this.
God.
You know Barbara's going to say this. We're going to look at each other, touch our hearts. I'm so sorry you feel that way. Oh, you know, whatever it is, compliment them. Go over. Oh, you look beautiful today.
Yeah. I like your shoes.
Whatever. I like your shoes.
Yeah.
House looks fabulous. They'll still be mad for a while, but after a while, when they can't get to you, ain't no fun no more. Now, so the thing that helped you do this is this book. It's called My Mother's Rules About Emotional Management. I used to be a lunatic. And I used to be angry all the time. I had social anxiety. I was afraid of people. I was afraid to drive. I was afraid to fly. I was afraid to leave the house. I didn't want to get married. I didn't want no kids. You know, they were taken to my psychiatrist here, there, and everywhere. But my mother taught me how to train my brain to feel and believe and to understand in a manner in which I could take my life. This is the second book for you.
Thank you.
Now, marriage is a difficult thing even under the best of circumstances. It's hard. You're taking 2 people with 2 different attitudes, 2 different life experiences. You put them in one house and you gotta say, get it done. Don't nobody teach you nothing. Yeah. Don't nobody tell you how to do it. Don't nobody tell you how to have an argument. Don't nobody tell you how to resolve anything. So I wrote a book about marriage. It tells you how it's gonna teach you how to speak man. It's gonna teach you how to speak woman, because we don't speak the same language at all.
That's right.
Took me 25 years to figure it out, but I got it there. Those are those three things right there. Last gift I have for you. We have a program here where we can hook you up with aftercare. I think you need someone to help you massage that pain and for you to massage that pain. 7 miscarriages. I can't even get to how that feels. I have no idea. But my gift to the both of you is participation in that for which we will pay. Will you accept that?
Yes. Of course.
I wish you both the best of luck. Love on, love well. A baby will come one day, and even if it doesn't, your love will survive. It really, really will. Good luck to both of you. This matter is adjourned.
Talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling now after hearing Judge Lynn's advice.
I really am happy and blessed with this experience. I think that it's going to make our relationship a whole lot stronger.
And you got some reading to do. She gave you a few
Yes.
books there, okay?
Yes.
And do you think you can step up even more and help out with these family issues?
Yeah. You sit there, can't change somebody the way you want them to be. All right. So I'm just going to sit there and talk with the family and see if we can change stuff about it.
All right, we're rooting for you guys. All right, good luck to
Thank
both of
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Judge, today's case, deadbeat wife.
They're suing about a car. They are yelling about their mothers. The only thing I know for sure is this thing's gonna be a ride.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Gino Bell and Tracy Robinson. The two of you have been married for 9 years, but together for 15. Mr. Bell, you have bought Miss Robinson here seeking $8,000 for the balance of a 2006 Honda Sonata. We will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Bell, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, first of all, we had a lot of issues that we were going through. And one of them, there was a few times in our marriage that there were things that wasn't getting done. And I felt that I had personally had to approach her and say, you are a deadbeat wife.
What? You never said those words to me.
What's happening?
Well, first of all, I mean, there's a lot of things that were going on. First, when I got laid off, and I've been working steadily. I'm an environmental worker.
He's never gotten laid off.
Hang on, Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Well, my job is a seasonal job.
Right.
Environmental worker.
So
In the
how'd
winter, we
you
don't
get
have a
laid
lot
off?
of work.
How'd you get laid off from a seasonal
But now
job?
let's not argue. He was off work.
Okay.
All righty.
Yes, he
I can
was.
see what your problem is already.
Right.
As usual.
Right. You know, I don't have no problem. You know, first of all, protocol is to pay all the bills. If, You know what I'm saying? But now we live in a society where it takes two. You know, and I don't have no problem with that. But at one time, we were living together because we had separated 2 or 3 different times. And the last time we got together, I was trying to make this work and stick with her. But the thing with that is when I did get laid off, I was already paying all the bills because I had already paid. I'd signed on for a car for. I says, you make sure you take care of this.
Right.
And I'll take care of the house and everything else so you can take care of that.
Yeah.
So in the process of doing that, I ended up getting laid off. And I said, well, I'm going to still try to take care of this. But then there's some issues. Something happened where I ended up getting laid off. And then she lost her job. So, but then after she got laid off, but after that happened, she was able to get employment again. But during the employment, I needed her to help out.
Okay. Now, how did she become a deadbeat? I want to hear about the deadbeat part.
Okay. Because during the time she was working, I was laid off, and I was still yet paying all the bills. But I was trying to figure out, well, what is she doing with her money? You know, and it takes two. If I'm getting laid off and I'm still paying all the bills all over here, what is you doing with your money?
Let's ask her. Ms. Robinson, what were you doing with your money?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. First of all, he's never once called me a deadbeat and will never again call me a deadbeat, okay?
Oh,
that's number one. Secondly, I had my job. I did, after 10 years of employment at the same place, I did lose my job over really tragic circumstances. I did lose my job. I worked in the same field for almost 20 years.
Wow.
I've always taken care of things. So he finally started paying rent and utilities. That's his idea of paying the bills. So we did go back and forth as far as us getting married and things like that. You know, now when my mom got sick, I did move in, my mom was sick, okay? We got back together. He complained about me taking care of my mother. So I understand I gotta do my wifely duties. So I would go to my mom's and say, hey babe, why don't you come over to my mom's house? He wouldn't even come to my mom's house. So I said, fine. I started bringing my mom to our home. Just, you know, even in the winter, just to satisfy this man. This man, he tries to act like he's traditional, but he's not. He pays rent and utilities, that's it. And I said to him, if I moved out today, you still have to pay your rent and utilities. You have to pay where you live. So even though when he did get not laid off, when he was going back and forth, I said, why don't I pay half the rent, half the bills? He didn't want me to pay half the bills. The reason why, he's controlling.
No,
so therefore, if he pays all the bills or rent and utilities, therefore, don't turn down the air, don't turn up the air conditioner, I pay the bills. Don't turn on them lights, I pay the bills. You know, he told everybody that can hear us, all our friends, everybody in the church, anybody he would meet, you know I pay all the bills here. You know I pay all the bills here. And it's like, that's your duty as a husband. Now, our arrangement was, he pays rent and utilities, I pay car payment, insurance, I paid, you know, the other things.
Entertainment.
I took care of entertainment, everything in the household. Everything was there. Couches, love seats, anything I bought.
Yeah.
You know, as far as him being controlling, for example, we actually got into this, we were moving into a house. He said, you can have the whole house. You can decorate the whole house, everything that you want to decorate, except I want a man cave, fine. I want to do a spare room, fine. I want to do his son, our stepson's room, okay. Then he puts in the dining room. I was doing a formal dining room with crystal, and it was gold and silver and crystal. He puts a treadmill in there. And he said, if I want a treadmill, I can have a treadmill. So I said, okay.
All right. Now, Mr. Bell, I still hadn't figured out the deadbeat part.
Thank you.
Because she sounds like she's pretty responsible over there. Can you help me out a little bit?
The deadbeat part is when she was working and I was laid off. And the reason why I say that, because at first, you know, we were both working together.
Right. But you got laid off.
Right.
So how did she become a deadbeat? She was still working and paying bills. Where's the dead part?
Well, it all comes in as this. Long before it got down to that, the thing of it is that she wasn't coming home. She was coming in whenever she got ready. Yeah, she was staying with her. She's going to stay with her mom.
Yes.
But
so you just made it up.
No, I didn't make it up.
No, you made that deadbeat part up.
No.
There's nothing in what you're saying. She's taking on other obligations, but that doesn't make her a deadbeat. She's paying the bills. You got laid off. She's taking care of your mother. What is it you wanted her to do she wasn't doing?
Not once. When we were together and I was working, did she clean the house?
Oh, wow.
There was nothing being done. No cooking, no cleaning.
Was she making money?
And she was making money. And then at times
were you making money?
I was making money.
So did you do half of the cooking and cleaning? She's had tragedy, she's had problems. I still don't see not taking care of business.
Not once. When we were together and I was working, did she clean the house?
Oh, wow.
She didn't clean the house, she didn't mop, she didn't sweep, she didn't do anything.
When was this?
And this is when we first moved together.
So I'm decorating
the house. And every other time we lived together. Yeah, every time we stayed together.
Thank you.
Every time we stayed together, there was nothing being done. No cooking, no cleaning.
Was she making money?
And she was making money. And then at times
were you making money?
I was making money.
So did you do half of the cooking and cleaning?
I did all the cooking and cleaning.
Come on.
She didn't do anything.
She never did anything.
Your Honor.
I find that hard to believe. That don't make no sense to me.
As a matter of fact,
took you too long to get to it.
Right. When I did lose my job, I remember a perfect time. I was like, I want to, when Gino gets home from work, because I usually get off at 6. He'll be home by 5, and I'll get off till 6. He never has a meal when he gets home. You know what I mean? But I still cook. What I decided to do was I wanted to fix him some fish. That's one of the things that he liked me to make. I made him some fish. So I wanted it hot for when he came home. He came in the door. I was like, hey, I made you some fish, you know, so you won't. I said, go ahead, get yourself washed up and you can eat. And he was like, I don't even smell any fish. I said, here it is. Oh, I boiled some vinegar and water. What vinegar did you use? Oh, that vinegar that was in the cupboard, that's my vinegar. Why would you use that? You ain't working. That cost me $6 a bottle. So are you kidding?
Yeah.
We're talking Mr. Bell.
I did do that. That's the first time she ever cooked.
Yeah.
She never cooked.
In
she
9
never
years,
cooked.
okay. What
She
about
never
all the
cooked.
juice? There's juice in the house.
Okay.
He
I
never
got
lets
it.
me drink juice. He got to mix up all the juices. And then he always puts apple juice in because he knows I don't like apple juice. And he just does these very controlling. Controls the whole house, what we drink, what we eat.
Okay, Mr. Bell, I want to. You say that she's yelling all the time.
Yes.
She's always
She's
fussing
very
and
violent.
hollering. Tell me about that.
Because she rebuttals anything I says. Nothing I say makes any sense. Nothing I can talk about. She's not confident about anything I talk about. It's like she'll take someone else's opinion over mine. You know,
And
so
she's confrontational with it.
very confrontational.
Are you
Very-
confrontational with it, Mrs. Robinson?
No.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the thing is, the church that we come from, you know, he's very, very, I try not to say I am coaching. And so, you know, somebody being coaching for 20-some years, Church of God in Christ.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, hey, I got audio proof
Yeah,
that
You got
she's very-
audio proof? Wait a
yeah.
minute, let me hear the proof of the yelling then. If you
Yes.
got proof.
Yeah, I'm
She's
not
very
saying I
volatile.
never yelled. That would be crazy.
Hang on, I want to hear.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for this 31-year-old woman who come to our home. We let her stay in our home. She comes in the house one day, lays on the floor in the living room, and in front of me and my mother.
Wait a minute, let me hear the proof of the yelling then. If you got proof.
Yeah, I'm not saying I never yelled. That would be crazy.
Hang on, I want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can yell.
Not my mom. That is not my mom.
No, she's
So you don't even know what
she's
you're
not.
talking
Don't
about.
tap my face
You
with
don't
that
even
one.
know what you're
You don't
talking
even know what it's
about.
like not to have your mom around.
You don't even know how
You don't even know what it's
to
like.
have a shell of
You
your
don't know what it's
open
like.
mouth that don't even
You
know
don't
who
even
you
know what it's
are.
like, baby.
You don't
Get
know
out
what
my
it's
face.
like.
Get
You
out my
don't know
face.
what it's like.
You didn't want me. You didn't want me to be bothered with my mom. Every time I spend time with mom.
And you haven't tried to
I got something I gotta do.
selfish
No,
who
you
don't
selfish.
think about anybody
You
but
selfish.
himself.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I can't believe that he would have that. Your Honor.
Well, you were both yelling. She just got more volume.
Do that sound like a submissive wife?
My mother, since he wants to say it,
Do that sound
my
like a
mom just
submissive
died
wife?
2 weeks ago, so I can't believe
My
that he
mom-
would put that on there.
No, my
he
mom-
says to me that I'm with my mom. I should be glad I have my mom. And as you can hear, I said that's not my mom.
Okay.
My mom had dementia.
Right.
Oh.
So that was not my mom.
I got you.
You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
I said that because.
So for him to have the
Let me-
audacity, the nerve
Let me
to
explain.
say something like that,
I'll let
it
her
was.
talk.
I remember the argument.
I'll let you
That
talk.
was 2 years ago.
I'll let
the
you talk.
fact that he kept that is just shows his mindset.
Mr. Bell, why did you keep that for 2 years?
I kept that because anytime a person has two faces, they want to act like everything is peaches and cream
Like you're
in one
doing.
place, and then you living under a situation like that. She's very volatile. She don't listen to nothing I said. My mom died in 2008 and 15, and I used to go see my mom. My mom was a paraplegic. She had the trach and everything. 6 years prior to her passing away.
Yeah. Now, what is the argument? What is the problem? We all have mothers. They all eventually get sick.
Yes.
Right.
And then they all go.
Because she had a problem.
If it works out.
Right. But she had a problem with me visiting my mom, you know? And then she always said,
His
well,
mom
I gotta go
died
check
a
on my
couple
mom.
years ago.
I gotta check
Me
on
going
my
to see
mom.
my mom was
Those
a
were-
problem with him because his mom had passed away.
Those were excuses
you can
not
hear
to
it in
come
the
home.
argument.
Those were excuses.
What's the fact that she was taking care of her mother who has dementia got to do with your mother dying? I don't know what you're talking
He's a
about over there,
narcissist.
Mr. Bell.
What he believes is for him.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out some avenue of logic over this side.
We had a big falling out before I left to go to the BP oil spill because there had, that was my job.
I'll want to talk to your daughter because y'all making me crazy.
Yes.
I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what's going on. Everybody wants to tell me how sad their story is, but nobody wants to tell me what you're disagreeing about. You just want me to feel this way about your side and feel that way. So I want to talk to the daughter.
Yes.
Tamaya Bell, you are
Yes.
Mr. Bell's daughter.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Can you help
How are
me
you
out
doing
at
today,
all?
ma'am?
I'm fine.
Yes, and the same expression that you got when you called me in, she humping and, you know, doing little stuff, the gestures, that's what I get all the time. Now, first of all, my family really didn't want them together to begin with, but she eventually fell into the trap and showed us exactly who she was. Now, mind you, she feel that she got all these feelings and emotions for my grandmother and all this stuff. We allowed her, gave her the benefit to speak at my grandma's funeral. Okay? When she moved out the house, you know that woman took my grandma's pictures out of the frame. That's how petty she is, and laid them on the table as if they wasn't nothing, like it was a piece of garbage to her. You know how many times my dad then broke down and called me like, I love this woman, but I got to deal with this and that and the third. I never disrespected her.
You know what? I'm going to say that I feel sorry for this 31-year-old woman who come to our home. We let her stay in our home. She comes in the house one day, lays on the floor in the living room, and in front of me and my mother. That's the type of woman you talking to. We got along good when she stayed there. She actually, me and her got along good. We watched Have-Nots together. And what speaking,
Ms. Bell, Ms. Bell.
I am speaking.
Ms. Bell.
See, this is what I dealt with.
No.
Cut.
See. This is what I dealt with, okay? She's straight from the streets.
She's not rational.
She is straight from the streets. Thank you.
No.
So what I did was I tried to talk to her.
And yours ain't no better.
Yeah. So
Yours
I
ain't no
tried to
better.
talk to her.
I didn't have no problem signing for the car, but she didn't even have a license. And everything in my power was not to do it, but out of love, I did it anyway.
What happened?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This man did not do this out of love. He bragged to everybody, I'm buying my wife a car for our anniversary.
I know
I'm going to buy my wife a car. Everybody who would hear. He did a sermonette in church and brought the issue up in church that he bought his wife a car. Guess who made every payment? Me. I have it on my Credit Karma. It shows who made all the payments. I made all the payments until I did lose my job after 10 years.
We had an agreement.
I asked him to help me
We had an
make
agreement
the
with the
payment.
car.
He didn't. And then, consequently, once I did get back to work, it was too late at that point, and then they were going to
The car was gone, yeah.
Well, the real truth about the car is that
I worked in finance.
the company she worked with, they transferred her job back to Canton because she transferred from Canton to Dayton because she was having problems at that company. So when they allowed her to transfer back to Canton, she didn't have transportation.
Hang on. We still got the daughter over there. Let's see what she's doing.
Okay.
Again, like, you see how the first thing that she came at with is he on my furniture. I sure in the hell did, but let me tell you why.
See?
When we had our family reunion, we actually had a good time, and I was mixing liquors and having a good time. When I came back home in confidence, talking to Tracy, when I woke up the next day, I said, dang, my stuff is wet. She said, girl, you had an accident last night. She said, but don't worry about it. You know, stuff happened. You still young. You enjoying life.
We
so
never
for her
had
to get
that
on front of the screen, that shows you right.
Goodbye. Thank you. Next. So, yeah.
No. This is a hot mess in a shook champagne bottle. I don't know what to do with it. You tell very, very long, detailed stories. I think your life is very, very messy. Very, very ratchet. You know, one step off the gutter curb. No. You can't make sense out of that kind of stuff. There's nothing I can do with that kind of stuff. And let me tell you something. Y'all go to church on Sunday and then you just leave God right there.
Exactly.
And just do whatever. It's just a hot mess. I don't know what. Hey.
It embarrasses me. Okay.
Are you together now?
No.
Stay that way.
Thank you. I agree.
I didn't hear a cogent story, yes. All I'm gonna do is say no recovery and run. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
So you started out by calling her a deadbeat wife. She wasn't too happy about that. You still feel that way now after Judge Lynn kind of dug into you a little bit?
But she's my wife and everything, but there was different situations that brought that about. And there was issues where she actually was that person.
Is there any hope from you?
No.
Zero.
Zero.
Okay. Judge Lynn had a lot of advice for you today. What was your reaction to hearing what she had to say?
I like what she said. She's absolutely right. I do not want to be identified with the ratchetness that was on the other side. So this is, as you can see, I'm totally different from that.
Judge, today's case is Crazy About You.
Good-looking, young, and completely undone. Let's see if they can learn.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Molly Hightower and Zay Nelson. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years. You two are struggling, and Mr. Hightower, you want her to pay you $200 for a car battery and alternator that he purchased for her vehicle. We will talk about that momentarily. But first, I want to talk about your relationship and acknowledge that's your best friend, Tyler Webb, here, who's going to be testifying on your behalf. Thank you for coming, Mr. Webb. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Hightower. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Well, Your Honor, my girlfriend's clinginess and her over-emotional level is just kind of getting unbearable. We've been together for 2.5 years now, and this has been a situation that we've been dealing with since day one. I'm just getting tired of it, and I'm pretty sure she is too. Like, for an example, we like to get lunch when I'm on my lunch break for work sometimes, right, and everything like that. And everything's fine. We'll go out, we'll have lunch and everything like that. But I only get an hour, Your Honor. So sometimes when I have to go back to lunch, when I have to go back to work, that's when the issue arises. So I'm like, hey, Zay, it's time for me to go back to work. And she starts, oh, no, I don't want you to go. You have to stay, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, no, I have to go back to work. And then that's when her whole anxiety and all that stuff, and she starts getting unbearable and crying and doing all of this stuff while I'm just trying to go back to work. It's like anything that I tell her that she doesn't like or it doesn't work out for her, that's when she starts getting all clingy and
emotional and crying. Everything is worth
yes, ma'am. And so, look, when I'm like, okay, so we get into an argument and I'm going back to work, she doesn't leave. No, she goes sits in the parking garage for another 3-4 hours till I get off of work. And I'm just like, the average person will leave, but no, she wants to stay there. And then, so when I get off work, I'm ready to leave. Okay. So it's just, it gets unbearable.
It's just weird.
It's annoying, and it's...
Ms. Nelson, why don't you tell me your version of that event? Do you recall what he's talking about?
It happens often.
That does not happen often. I've never sat there for another 3 to 4 hours in the parking garage.
So you gonna be sitting in the parking?
We already have our little habits where after we get done having our lunch, I go to the rooftop, take a nap on a hammock.
Zay, you would have...
I would never cry, or I don't know what he's talking about.
So you don't cry and get upset when he has to go back to work?
It's always some situation that leads to that. It's never...
Well, tell me give me an example of a situation that led to that.
Me having to go back to work because she has separation anxiety.
Why would I have separation anxiety with you?
Let her tell me.
I just feel like he doesn't want me around sometimes. I feel unwanted. I feel like...
I have to go back to work.
Give me an example.
That is not only the situation. It's like, there was one time where I was hanging out with him.
Yeah.
I was at his house for like a week, and he was like, oh, well, trying to lead on to me leaving. He was like, well, what you finna do? I was like,
You just heard her say she was at my house for a week, Your Honor. I be having stuff to do.
What was I there for?
She helped me move.
What was I there for?
You helped me move.
No, I was helping him because his car broke down, so he needed to use my car. So it was already an understanding of why I was there.
Because you needed a ride and constant access to a car.
He takes situations and makes it into something else. He don't know how to let things go in the past and move forward. That situation that I was talking about, he was like, I'm going out, or he was like, I'm going to a birthday party. I was like, okay, well, whose birthday is it? Because I know all your friends, you know. Which friend is it? Oh, it's somebody from the group chat. You don't know her. I was like, since when are these group chat people your friend? Then he automatically be like, oh, well, here you go. You starting again, all this type stuff. He makes, like, situations worse than what they are. I'm just simply asking you,
a question.
How are these people your friends? Like, who are these people?
My God.
Now, what do you say, Mr. Hightower?
She gave it to you herself. Even when she stays for a few days, a few weeks, all I have to do is say, I can just be like, hey, Zay, when you're going home? Then it's a whole, oh, you don't want me here, situation, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, all I'm asking you is when you're gonna be here, because you've been here for 5 days. Sometimes I have stuff to do.
Why would you want to be around me? It's not even about that. It's not even about that.
What's it about?
Why is it such an issue when I'm saying I'm by myself, I want some time for myself? I seen you Monday, I seen you Tuesday, seen you Wednesday, seen you Thursday, seen you Friday, Saturday and Sunday, dang, can I be by myself?
No,
and then as soon as I'm like, hey, Zay, what you finna do? You finna go home? She's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, dang, bro, like, I can't even.
But he asked me to come there. Don't ask
I asked you to come 5 days ago.
No. I want to be around you because I love you. I like to be around you. It's not me being overbearing or clingy. Even when we're together, I don't feel like we're hanging out. He's always doing other things. And I asked him, I need your help moving.
Right.
And I had to put my stuff in the storage. He comes over, we're all moving, all this type stuff. He starts getting agitated because he has a birthday party to go to. Why would you plan to have a birthday party when you already said you was gonna help me move? But he starts being mean to me, all this type of stuff. I have texts that show like him being irrational and unreasonable.
Well, let me see that.
I got a screenshot.
So did you get fussy and angry when the move took too long?
If I'm helping someone move and I'm the only person, first off,
You're not the only person.
I was the only person. The person that she had helping her move wasn't doing nothing.
You knew they were coming, so why would you agree with it then? Why would you set plans when I asked you to free up your calendar? I can put it on your calendar.
Because moving doesn't take, isn't a 10-hour job when you move in one bedroom and a downstairs.
Upset.
Because he's being unreasonable.
No, it's not. I'm saying the truth. I'm saying what's going on. If you ask me to move, I'm like, all right, cool, I'm gonna help you move. I don't expect moving to be a whole 10-hour job. Me doing everything. I know, I understand that, but listen, me doing everything, no one else helping me. Then when I'm getting upset, like, okay, can we kind of speed this up because I have stuff to do?
I got somewhere to go.
Then it's an issue with me. Well, you knew you had to help me move. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be doing this
but
for no 10 minutes, for no 10 hours though. I'm doing all the work. You want me to do all of this, so when I'm getting upset, and then it's a whole problem.
You didn't let me know you had something to do.
I wasn't
told you to
expecting it to
free
be a
up your
whole
day.
But Ms. Nelson, can I say this?
Right.
What were you mad about?
Let me tell you what I was actually mad about. Why you two over there co-signing each other. Let me tell you why. What I was actually mad. Let me tell you what I was actually mad about.
You gonna be all right?
Girl. Because he's attacking me. I don't like that.
Nobody's attacking you. He's telling his story.
Because no, that's stuff that happened in the past. Me staying there, that's stuff we had already went through. That we discussed.
And you're still upset about it.
No, he's bringing it up like it's not even. When has it happened?
Recently.
You're a liar.
Tell me what happened when it happened recently.
I'm a musician. I tend to have shows throughout the month. I tend to have performances and things like that. And one time I had a performance. When I have performances, I like to invite everybody. I invite friends from social media, here, all that thing. She thinks she knows everybody in my life, but she doesn't. So when I'm inviting friends and all these people out, she gets upset. So I had one of my friends from social media, which was a woman. She came to a show that I had, and Toler was there. He was at the show with me and everything.
Now, since we're talking about Mr. Webb, come on up, join your partner. I will keep going.
Okay.
Please just walk.
Well, yeah, so I said, I was having a show, and we all having a good time. As soon as she sees a female, oh, hey, Molly, I'm here for your show and all that. Attitude, her whole emotions changed. She started looking like that. Everything changed. I'm telling you, we was laughing just like that. Then that what happens right there.
I'm not like them. I'm not an extroverted person. I like to just chill, and I know them, so I'm comfortable with them. You have to let me know if other people are coming, so I know that I have to engage with these people. I've already been drinking. I've already been chilling.
Was it a show?
Yes,
Yeah, it was a show. But we were sitting in intimate.
I can't be around people. You're around a performance.
Stop.
We were sitting in an intimate setting. I didn't know other people were being invited. When he performs and other people come, it's not a problem. I'm talking about the
invited
intimate.
to your table is what you're saying.
When someone just walks up, I don't care if it's male, female, whomever. I have to put my energy, okay, I got to entertain somebody else. I'm comfortable with them. I know I don't have to do that. We could just sit and chill.
I'm with you. I got you. Mr. Webb, what do you see when you see them interact in an agitated manner? What's happening?
I mean, it's a very toxic situation, I will be honest.
Is it constant?
Yes, For instance, we threw a birthday party for one of our friends at the house, and just fast forwarding throughout the night, Soda's on the couch, sleep, and his female cousin comes up to him.
He wasn't even down there.
She comes up to him and asks, like, hey, Soda, like, let's go get a drink, let's go party, like, you know, so on and so forth. And you can see Zay's face just kind of like, you know, get real shut down.
My cousin, mind you.
Everybody around it sees, because people start asking, like, yo, like, Mali, like, what's up with your girl? Like, she good? And, like, Zay storms off. And, you know, another time...
I didn't even storm off. I was still sitting there. He wasn't even there.
Okay, let me
so
explain.
he wasn't even down there.
What
were you mad about?
Let me tell you what I was actually mad about. While you two over there co-signing each other, let me tell you what I was actually mad. Let me tell you what I was actually mad about. I had asked Molly, hey, take a drink with me, take a shot with me. Molly declined, very vehemently, like he doesn't want to do it. Soon as somebody else comes and asks you to do it, oh, well, okay.
But did I do it? Did I do it? I didn't decline her too. So you're not talking about that. Speak the facts. No, I didn't. I was on the couch because the first thing the girl came up to me, which is my cousin, she's like, hey, come take a drink with me. I'm on the couch. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm chilling right now. She's like, come take a shot. Come on, get up, come party. I'm like, nah. Here, she goes to having this attitude. So my cousin, like what's up with her? What's
any of that.
I still don't understand what you're
upset about. That's not even my problem.
Well, you tell me what the problem is.
The problem is a female.
I asked you
female that comes into my life,
to do something, and you don't do it with me.
And I don't do it with anybody else.
You don't do it with other people.
You see how she getting into the judge? See, I can't even talk. She's in her ways. She's in her ways. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, then I'll be in my mind.
Look, I'm telling you, I had a performance, and we having a good time. As soon as a female comes, she storms outside, has a temper tantrum outside of the store. Oh, why are you gonna invite a female? Oh, you should have put your stuff in her first. All of this outside, judge, outside. So he goes like, listen. Okay, hang on.
Stop. I know what you're thinking. I can see it all over your face. I don't get it. I don't understand. This old lady's talking to me, and she doesn't get where I'm coming from.
To a certain extent.
If either one of you is trying to convince me that you're rational, you've both failed.
No, we're
both of you failed miserably. What are you still upset about?
Before we were living together, he used to come over my house and hang out all the time. And one time we was laying in my bed, and I saw a photo. He was on his phone. There was a photo of him and this girl, and they were in her bathroom, and they didn't have a lot of clothes on. So I asked him about it, and he was like, oh, that's just my homegirl or something like that. But I didn't want to cause a situation because we were hanging out. You know, I had bought us pizza. We were chilling, all that type of stuff. So fast forward a couple months, he had asked me to move in, and he had a MacBook, and there was something wrong with it. And he asked me to look at it while he was out. So I saw that there was messages with that particular girl with him saying, oh, I used to be anti-relationships, but I'm not anti-relationships no more, and I really feel things with you. And then, like, she was asking him what she was doing and all that type of stuff, and he had sent her pictures of times he was with me, when he was in my bed with my pizza, all this type of stuff. And it was basically like him begging and pleading with her, because later on in the messages, she stopped replying.
Mr. Hightower, can you tell me your version of that event?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Please.
Mind you, she told you I have a MacBook, right?
Right.
And she told you when she saw these pictures of these messages, it was months before we moved in with each other, right?
Right.
And months before way before we together, these messages she saw and all this stuff, this is before we were together.
It was
so
not.
she goes to my MacBook, she gets it. Old messages just don't randomly pop up. You have to search for old messages from months ago.
For those.
You have to go search for old messages. If these messages happen when we're way before we're together, then we move in and stuff, and these messages just pop up randomly while you're on the computer.
Before we were together, then why were you sending her pictures when we were together?
How you gonna let her talk? I can't talk. So she went snooping and went found.
She contends that you were sending her pictures of the two of you together, so that had to be current. How do you respond to that?
The pictures that when she was getting sent was a pizza box.
Then it was him in my bed. I know my bed, and the pizza I bought in my car.
Do you know?
In my car.
Do you know it was in her? Worked at Little Caesars.
He's lying.
I took a picture of the pizza box and was just like, oh, look, some Little Caesars. But how do they randomly pop up 5 months later? They don't. That means you go snooping for it. You go looking for stuff.
It popped up. I do not do for that.
Do you think that old messages?
No, I don't do that. I don't look for stuff.
Oh, I got it. I'm gonna talk to you both. First of all, you're far too excited about dude over here. Far too excited. You talk about the things that he does and the attention that he doesn't pay and the random people that he's around as if it's a threat to your very existence. I would get hysterical and say, I've had my voice like that before, but people were either in the hospital, somebody was dying, I was scared because I couldn't find my son. He was missing for a couple of days. I've been like that, but I've been like that for the right reasons. You show a level of excitation about very small things that shows cataclysmic. I want you to be more centered in yourself. He's 23. 23-year-olds, God bless you, are some silly people, especially 23-year-old males. I know you don't believe me, but I saw you. Nick saw you.
You're lying.
Doesn't matter. You can lie about me. I won't get excited. You can say, you know that Judge Lynn Toler? She does A, B, C, and D. And it could all be wrong, but I would not get like you because you can't hurt me with your lies. Can't do it. You can only fix you. You can't fix him. And if you want to be comfortable and sane, you got to be in a position where what he does doesn't bother you one way or the other. And if he's so terrible that you don't need to be with him, kick him to the curb. I'm trying to hand you power. You know, I know what you're thinking. I can see it all over your face. I don't get it. I don't understand. This old lady's talking to me, and she doesn't get where I'm coming from.
To a certain extent.
Oh, I get it all. Been out here 60 years.
It's not how it was before.
And I know it's better. He told me a long story. But what I'm responding to you was your conduct in here. Today.
I just felt
5 minutes ago.
People against.
I understand. But you see, what I'm saying to you is it upsets you too much.
I don't like people lying on me.
Oh, nobody does.
Period.
But you can't let it own you.
That's true.
That's what's wrong with everybody today. Running around shooting and killing people because they lost their job. They got to go kill people. People running around all excited, text messaging you thunkhead from politicians. Everybody's behaving like they're two. And everybody's talking, yeah, well, he did this and he did that, and who cares? You're in charge of how you feel. You're in charge of how you respond. And until you're in charge of that, the whole world will be conducting your business for you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I ain't mad. I'm just passionate. Mr. Hightower, I'm going to say the same thing to you. You got to be calm and relaxed. We got a whole society full of young people just hysterical, running around. Can't have it. Won't work. Won't be anything. You know what I'm saying? You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand what I'm telling you, Mr. Webb? He's cool over there. He ain't got no problems.
That's what you think.
Yeah. I wish you the best, Ms. Nelson and Mr. Hightower. I really, really do. But until you own your own home, your own emotional home, you can't make a home with anybody else. This I know for a fact. There will be no recovering this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming today. I have called you for a very special thing. We have an event day after tomorrow, and Khushi, you will make the necessary arrangements. Khushi.
Yeah, sure, sir.
You seem a bit off today.
Everything is good, sir. Don't worry, I will do.
All right, I'm counting on you. All the very best.
ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਰੋਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਏ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਰੋਇਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਚ ਲੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਚ ਅੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਸੱਚ ਦੱਸੀ ਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਗੱਲ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਦਿਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖੀ ਵੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਵੇ ਸੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੁਣ ਲੈ ਯਾਰ ਵੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਲੜਦਾ ਏ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਸੜਦਾ ਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਲਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹਿਨਾ ਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਦੂਰੀ ਤੇ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਏ ਸਹਿੰਦਾ ਏ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਮਨਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਰੁੱਸਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਤੂੰ ਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ
तो अभी आपने हमारा दुनिया सॉन्ग देखा सो प्लीज कमेंट करके बताना कि आपको सॉन्ग कैसा लगा
एंड हाँ वीडियो को लाइक करना जाने से पहले रिपल म्यूजिक स्टूडियोज के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लेना थैंक यू बाय बाय एवरीवन